This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers wherever you're tuning in from around the world, and we're getting ready for another day of action on the European Cricket Network from a country that brought you the Eiffel Tower, the Mona Lisa, cheese, snails and even red wine. I'm Rico Full. Thank you for watching the European Cricket Network. We are on tour in France in the beautiful city of Dreux. Bonjour, as we get ready for day 2 of the European Cricket Series in France and in Dreux. Of course, Dreux, the home of the 2023 European League champions. They were also the champions here in the European Cricket Series last year, so they are here up to defend their crown. But they will be playing in Group B. Today, we continue with Group A action. We're going to start with two teams that played just the one match yesterday, but both won their matches. Mitri are taking on Paris Zalmi. Let's go straight over to the captains and the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the coin toss.
Paris Zalmi to call.
Head.
Tails is the call. It's heads. Bowling? Okay, good luck. Have a good game, guys. Mitri have won the toss. They're bowling.
Thank you very much, Stefan Gooch. So the news is that Mitri have won the toss and they are going to have a field first. Let's talk about them first. They had a close game against Raw 94 yesterday, but they hung on to get a win, defending that score in the 130s. Mustafa Omar certainly is going to be their key player. We saw in the internationals over the weekend how effective he is and how quickly he can score runs. He scored a 50 in 11 balls. Somebody else who was good yesterday was Husnain Zafar. This guy crunched the ball to all parts of the ground. He was scoring at a strike rate of around about 300 while he was there. A big addition for them. They got Usman Khan coming into their side. This guy is spectacular. Remember those great slow balls that he can outfox batters with. But a bowler who bowled very well for them last time around was Kawa Abbas. Watch out for him as well. Paris Zalmi, what can you say about this side and the way that they won yesterday? Remember, they played the new team Akota CC, and Akota, we thought, got a very good score on the board. That scored 143. But Paris Zalmi blew them away. We've got to talk about Mudassar Iqbal. He scored a 50 in just 9 balls. That's the fastest that we've had on the European Cricket Network. And if you thought he was going well, he had plenty of support from other batters as well, particularly in the form of Zara Sher. He scored 71 in 21 deliveries. So two good teams with good players. I think we're going to have an exciting start. One thing I can tell you, you can see there's a lot of activity behind me. The ground is getting a new fresh look. It's being cut. That means that outfield that's quick is going to be pretty rapid as well. I think we're ready for a good day. On the weather front, no issues with rain today, I'm told. Temperatures currently around about 10 degrees. We'll have highs of 16. There'll be a little bit of cloud, but there'll be some sun as well. I'm ready for a big day. I know that Danny Hudacek is ready for a big one as well. Danny, the news from the middle here is that Mitri, they're going to have a bowl first.
Merci Rico et bienvenue à tout le monde. Thank you, Rico, and welcome to everybody to France for this European Cricket Series here in lovely Dreux in northern France. It's day 2 and the first match of the day between Mitri and Paris Zalmi. It's going to be a really good game. But firstly, what we're going to do is look at what happened yesterday. A little bit of a recap. Some exciting cricket. As we see the first game. Mitri, the team we're going to see here this morning, played Royal 94. And they got a good victory. It was a pretty close game, won by 12 runs. With good contributions. Mustafa Omer, and of course, very important player for Mitri, played for the French side earlier in the last weekend. But star performer for Royal 94, their captain Jean-Marie Alestin with the bat and the ball. Look out for him a little bit later on. Then we had the new boys at Cotta, their first showing, the Bling Bling Ekota. You'll see what I mean a little bit later. 134 to 118. Grinya Vipers not having the best of days. But well done to Ekota for their first win. And they were up there at the top of the table. Grinya Vipers, we'll see what happened to them a little bit later on. Also, match 3, Royal 94. Well, they came back, and they came back hard against Paris University, one of the favoured teams. Paris University, they got all 4 points, did Royal 94, 155, and then they bowled Paris University out for 94. Bit of a turn-up, but excellent performance from Royal 94, who lost the first game against Mitri, the team we'll see here. And Paris University had work to do. Ekota against Paris Zalmi. Again, a close game. Looks like a close game, but Paris Zalmi absolutely hammered the Ekota bowling. As I mentioned, Zadasher with 71 or 21. Mudasa Iqbal, he did get his 50 in 9 deliveries, which is quite remarkable. So that was a big win there for Paris Zalmi in the 4th match. And the last game was rain reduced down to 6 overs. Grinya Vipers, they hit 82, but the 90 was the score needed by Paris University to win that game after the Duckworth-Lewis method, and they got it in 4 overs. Faisal Safi absolutely hammering the ball to all parts. So here's the table up the top with that extra point. Royal 94. They're on 5 points, but Paris Zalmi and Mitri have only played 1. Paris Zalmi also with the bonus point. So actually it was the bonus point for Paris Zalmi, Royal 94, with a win and a loss. But it's going to be, again, a great day. It's cricket today. We'll see, I think all teams, as we did yesterday, 3 days of Group 8. And here, some of the players look for Omar Mustafa Omar for Mitri. A couple of players coming in, Ahmadzai and Hazib Asfal, also Usman Khan, as Rico said, and Bilal Ahmadzai coming in for Paris Zalmi. This will be a really good game. It's Mitri that won the toss, elected to bowl. There is a bit of swing early down here in Dreux. There's a Mitri 33% compared to Paris Zalmi 67. I think it's going to be a little bit closer than that. Mitri, we saw a good performance yesterday. They only had 1 game, and they won that one against Royal 94. So nice conditions for cricket. It's a little bit fresh, but might have been a little bit of dew on the field. But the mowers have been out, so it's nice and short in this grass now. The field looking beautiful. There's one little patch behind square on the offside that the local wild pigs have dug up, but it's been fixed well enough by the locals. They're very, very proud, the groundsmen here, of their field and the facilities as well. Absolutely amazing. So we're about to start. It will be Kawa Abbas to open. And gone first ball. Well, that's not what was expected. And Patel has to go. First ball, neat catch. Kamal Patel gets a golden duck. In fact, a diamond duck, isn't it? That's excellent bowling. And there's a slip in. Not often you get slip catches here in T10, but the ball will swing around early. I've seen quite a few bowlers getting good outswing. And Kamal Patel, he's got his head down, walking off slowly. Brings a new batsman out already. Not the start that Paris Zalmi would have liked. It is that man, Zadasher, hit 71 yesterday afternoon. He'll walk up to the striker's end. But a fantastic start for Mitri and for the bowler Koa Abbas. Comes in again. Oh, lovely delivery. That's perfect outswing bowling from Abbas. And beats Share, all ends up. That's fantastic bowling by Abbas. I'm sure we'll have another look at this one. Can't wait for it. But that's Iqbal as the batsman at the non-striker's end. Abbas, he's got it on a string at the moment. Comes in again. And another outswing delivery. Big appeal. Gone! Wow. Perfect outswing bowling. It was quite wide outside our stump. And Cher chased it. And that's another duck. And this is all going perfectly for Mitri at the moment. But fantastic bowling. Have a look at this. Just left him fine edge. Nice take by the keeper. And no doubt from the bowler. Just ran up to the fielders. And that is fantastic from the bowler Koa Abbas. Beautiful outswing bowling. Got to say that Zadasher chased that one. Didn't really move his feet. And a man who hit 70 odd in not many yesterday has joined his mate back in the sheds. Not going to be taking any more batting in this innings. Well, what an over here from Koa Abbas. Let's see if he can continue it. And that's again good. Bit of confusion. Chance for a run out. Would have been close if he'd hit. Well backed up there. That's Hussein Zafar. Let's have a look. And just prodded it. Batsman was off and would have been out if it hit. The pressure's mounting already on Barazalmi. And another edge, this time between the keeper and slip. Well, they're off the mark. It is a no ball though. Let's have a look at this. And it's just gone between the two. Been caught, called no ball. I think it was front foot, so it'll be a free hit. But, well, Abbas is causing havoc with his beautiful outswing bowling. I've got a third man in. I've got one slip. I'd almost put a second slip in for him. Because it is swinging. And he's controlling it, which is even more important. And we see often bowlers not being able to control the swing. But as I said, he's got it on a string. Here's Koa Abbas. He's taken 2 for 5. And, well, 4 runs that came off the bat. It was a thick edge. Comes in again. Oh, this one's a bit full. And gone. Or was it called a no? Oh, it was not gone. I got tricked by the no ball, the pesky no ball, free hit. Well, no wonder they didn't celebrate. I think it was, ended up taking a run. It's Noman Amjad, the new batsman. Bring Iqbal on strike for the first time. And big swing and a miss. And that's a fantastic over first up by Koa Abbas. Perfect outswing bowling. And at the end of one, it's Parazalmi 6 for 2. Here's what happened yesterday with the ECS. The stats: 5 matches played, lots of sixes, 12 a game. Some big hitting, especially late on, and fall rate about 8. So 142. So it's high scoring here. The ground is very quick, and the standard of batting has been good. So I'm joined in the igloo by my good friend Rico Full. Rico, what do you make of the first over?
What a start. Bonjour, everybody. What a start. What a first over. And well, Koa Abbas, as I mentioned, would be the pick of the bowlers, and he was. Picked up 2. That's a little bit of a loosener from the from bowler number 2. This is Azim, Farhat Azim. Just slips there as he plants that foot. It goes down the leg side. So that's going to be a wide ball to start. And yeah, well, he's having a few problems. There was no issues at all, though, from Kawar Abbas, who bowled beautifully. And I'm with you. I think when you've got a bowler who's getting the ball on the money and moving it the way he would do, I know it's T10. I would have put another one in there. I would have had a second slip.
Yeah, I mean, he's only going to be bowling 2 overs. And but having the slip in is, well, they obviously know this skipper. So Umar obviously knows his bowlers, and there is swing in the first game.
Yeah, we saw a lot of swing yesterday, and it looks like it's going to continue here today. A lot of away swing. Well, that one is just going to be swung to the boundary. It's a good, solid strike. Numan Amjad didn't have to do much with the bat yesterday, of course. Wasn't called upon in the one match that Parazami won quite comfortable, chasing that 143. So we're going to see batters now like Numan and maybe 1 or 2 others that didn't get a chance yesterday. And we know that Parazami, they are a good team. Got some good players. Numan Amjad really did carry them last year with bat and with ball. But he's got still some support out there. Mudassar Iqbal hasn't got off the mark yet. But remember, when he gets going, he can absolutely crunch it.
Yeah, look, Numan Amjad is he's a good quality player. Of course, playing for France for a few years now. Oh, this is in the air.
Oh, he could be gone here. They're lining up to take the catch, and it's going to be dropped. That's a huge moment. 3 men lined up to take this. The one in the middle says, I'll take it. Puts it down. Numan Amjad getting dropped there on 11. This could be crucial. बहुत बड़ा chance है, बहुत बड़ी wicket थी है ना. जब मैच जीतने ना इतने catch पड़ने चाहिए, and he puts it down right under that France cricket banner. That's a big drop.
Yeah, it is a big drop, Rico. I mean, you can't afford to put down the big names from any of these teams. They will go and punish you.
Just has to leave that, and that's a tricky one for the keeper to try to get hold of. We did see from my intro that the ground has had a cut, so I'm expecting, especially once some of that early morning moisture dries away, and I think with the sun out at the moment, it won't be long, about 10-15 minutes, that'll be gone. I think the outfield is going to be super quick.
Yeah, it will be. And as you said, it's just very, very cut, like low cut grass. It has been quick since day one of the international series.
Oh, another edge, and this time though it's going to go high and above the keeper and the slip. So a little bit of good fortune. Numan Amjad, he's getting the luck that maybe the batters above him, Kamal Patel and Zara Sher, didn't get. That one gets off the edge, it goes to the boundary. He did get caught off, of course, the free hit. So he's riding his luck at the moment as he takes his team to 19.
Yeah, it's you're right. He's getting a little bit of luck here, but in this game you make your own luck. You always go hard at the ball, and sometimes it pays off. It usually pays off, but sometimes it doesn't. Here comes Azim again.
Oh, that's a good shot. That's a lovely time shot. Waits on it, doesn't play it too early, gets it sweet out of the middle, sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. 6 carreras. And Numan Amjad, a few more hits like that, and he'll be seeing the ball pretty well. Well, there's the ground staff having a well-earned little coffee break, maybe a few croissants, and those lovely, delicious French croissants there as well. Nice breakfast this morning. A bit of peanut butter for breakfast, Danny. That was a bit of a surprise. I thought peanut butter.
It's very French.
Yeah, peanut butter on peanut butter and croissants. Not quite what you'd call a traditional breakfast, but I like it. I like a bit of. And I know people are going to ask, was it crunchy? Was it smooth? It was smooth.
I do prefer the crunchy.
Oh. That is crunchy. It gets crunched to the boundary. Umpire can't see because of the sun. I think that goes all the way, and it does. He puts them up like he just don't care. 6 carreras. And after a slow start, that over's gone for plenty. And Farhat Azim, it never looked comfortable from that first ball he delivered when he was slipping and sliding all over the place. 25 coming off it. And Parazami, 31 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, it was a bit of a loose over. But sort of balanced out the first one, I guess. Just saying hi to a few people on the chat. Dave B's on the chat, and he's reminding me the first ball of an inning is a Royal Duck. So bonjour Dave, ça va? Good to see you there. Ivan B's in the chat. Johnny he's been pretty consistently coming onto the chat with us. Also Aiden, and let's have a look who's here. Rob Thompson, of course, and it's quite a bit of chat already. So it's good to see.
So we're going to miss first up. I like the fact that they're making no changes. I think you got to go back to Kawarabas, the way he bowled that first over. That one doesn't quite come up similarly to some of the balls that he bowled, but it'll only be a bye. 6 runs conceded, 2 wickets he's got, but they've got to watch this movement. They haven't elected to bring one more into that catching position. Let's see if he still gets that swing. Numan Amjad, he doesn't get the desired swing. In fact, it's the swing he doesn't want. The swing of the bat from Numan Amjad, who hits it proper. This is a really good shot because I think he plays for a little bit of movement, Numan Amjad. If you see the way he plays this one, he knows that ball is going to be moving away. So he's not trying to hit the ball either dead straight down the ground or towards that mid-wicket area. He's hitting through the ball, over the offside. Very good shot.
It swung early. You can see it in the air. I'm watching the monitor at the moment because I really want to watch the swing from Kawa Abbas. And that swung early. So it's a late swing that undoes batsmen normally. Comes in again.
Time he goes a little bit fuller. There's a fielder out there, but he can't do nothing about it. It's a little bit more good fortune. Tienes suerte esta mañana, does Numan Amjad. Well, maybe Numan Amjad. Suerte mirke karana puja karke aaya. He's done something because he's certainly getting the luck that the other batters haven't had. That's going to be 6 more.
Yeah, well, you swing hard enough at it, and it's very difficult to be able to catch up to it. Sometimes you're unlucky. But the way that Numan Amjad and a lot of these players swing hard at the ball, you'll see a lot of edges, especially on this ground. They've been carrying for 6 with thick outside edges.
All right, that's high. And it will go all the way as well. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras más. This one pings out of the middle, and he gets plenty of elevation on it. 6 more. Numan Amjad, the international player, looking pretty good here. Takes his team to 50, and the man who had a fantastic first over has just been hit for 3 sixes in a row. It must be said, one of them was more good fortune than anything else, and Amjad has moved to 46 so just 12 balls.
I love the fact that Numan's coming at number 4.
And that will be the 50. Arriva, what batting. Zabardast batting from Numan Amjad. Apni 50 puri kalli. 13 ball the which. That is quite exceptional. But I tell you what, Danny, the French players, when they score their 50s, they don't waste any time, do they?
No, not at all. Well, I was about to say that Numan Amjad's coming in at number 4. He's the only batsman to score runs. He's on 52. No one else has scored a run yet.
Another magical over gone for 25, but it could go for worse. Could go supersonic. And this one is probably going to be just a 4, which means it stays at 29. Doesn't quite go the supersonic route. But, well, what a come down for Kawar Abbas. He was sensational in that first over, getting the ball to move around, having batters in all sorts of trouble. And then he comes up against Numan Amjad, who smashes him for 29.
After losing two wickets for nothing, it's a pretty good power play in the end for Paras Zalmi, going 20 and over, losing a couple of wickets. But it's Numan Amjad is on 56. Let's see if Mandasa Iqbal can join the party.
Mandasa Iqbal, now this is quite interesting. Opened the batting, hasn't scored a run. Power play's done.
Yep.
And that doesn't happen too often.
Well, and the score is 60.
Yeah, his score is 60. Oh, it's quite unreal, really.
That's amazing.
Quick look at the extras and that count. 4 of those 60 are extras, so quite weird. Right, they're going to take some of that pace off. It's understandable, really. Here comes Shazad Umar, and he gets a dot ball as Mudassar Iqbal, who scored 59 balls yesterday. Well, by now he should be around about 25-30, shouldn't he?
You think so?
Well, he will get bad on the ball. He's going to lob it over the man at point, and they are taking 2. I thought he would have been quite happy just to leave Numan there, but he says, nope, I want my boundary. I want my share of boundaries as well. He's just not getting the... I mean, fair play to Mitri. They're nowhere not to bowl it to him at the moment. They're not giving him anything that he can hit into that leg side. This, again, is pretty well bowled. It will just fall before the fielder will do the fielding. That's Hasnain Zafar out there. Talk about big hitters. Didn't he hit the ball well yesterday? Interesting to see him back. So, Umar, pretty good so far, but now he's got a bowl to Amjad. Let's see how Amjad deals with the slow stuff. Well, just like that, the way he deals with the quick stuff. He likes his shot, doesn't he? He just gets that pad out of the way, hits through the ball, crunches it pretty well, and gets 6 more.
The way he's hitting the ball, he's on for a big one here. I hope I haven't cursed him, but he's just hitting the ball so cleanly. And, I mean, apart from a couple of edges that he got early on, now the edge is pretty wide, Rico, the middle of the bat. That's no longer an edge.
Oh, nicely struck away. I'm waiting for that ball to come back. And yeah, good morning to everybody on the chat. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, abawan, welcome. As Umar decides he needs a bit of the rag as the ball, when it comes back, does come back a little bit damp because of that morning dew. Wide ball. Good ball to try. Tries to push this a little bit wider, hoping that Numan gets a bit of an edge on this. Having said that, if he does get an edge, I don't think the 2 men that are in the circle are going to have a play on it. 6 runs. 6 runs. Just a flat batted strike, and that ball just travels out of the middle of the bat. What a start this is from Numan Amjad. You're right, Danny. We don't want to put the curse on it, but when a guy's having a little bit of luck on his side, a bit of the rub of the green, and hitting the ball as well as he is, he's now moved to 68, and he definitely is on for a big score.
He is, and I mean, we're only in the in the 4th over, and he's on 68.
And you can't be bowling there to him. You can't. I think coming round the wicket to someone like Numan Amjad, who absolutely loves this shot, is not going to work. Unless you get it a pinpoint Yorker in, he's just going to step across, lean into it, and send it over cow corner. 6 more. Paris Zalmi have raced to 82 for 2. 2 of those wickets falling in the first over when it was 6 for 2. It's another magical over. The last 3 overs have gone 30, have gone 25, 29, and 22.
They're on 200 pace. And, well, there you go. I mean, it's hard to tell with this. It doesn't look like much. It's just like a little bump. But that's about 20 and over. All right. It's Usman Khan. Good move, I think. Bowls an excellent slow ball. Does Usman?
Yeah, he played just that one match. I spoke to him early this morning. I'll let you on what we spoke about as he gets this one through. Yeah, he didn't play yesterday. Of course, they just had the one match yesterday, but he did say that while playing in the internationals, he said there was one which he caught on the knee, and it was a little bit swollen, so he nursed it. He's got it strapped up at the moment, but needed to play today because of availability issues.
That's a very important player for this side. Oh,
that just came out the hand wrong. It was loose. It was always going to be down the leg side. And, well, that one, it's still going. It's gone a long way as Mudassar Iqbal. Well, I said earlier that so far they've bowled okay to him. They haven't allowed him to get the big shot in, but that's in his hitting zone. If you bowl there to him, he's going to crunch you.
yeah, absolutely. And well, there's no respite. Any loose ball, and these two are going to put you away. Hi to the ECN Supporters Club of Australia. Good to see you. He's on for a 30-ball century. He is, isn't he? That'll be a good one. We did see the fastest T10 or fastest ECN 50 off 9 balls yesterday.
Only a couple of players have done it, and we saw it yesterday, and it was something marvellous to witness. It really was from the man who's out there at the moment. Mudassar Iqbal goes to the non-strikers then. There's Newman, looks to continue. He's assault, and he will. Oh, that's a delightful shot, isn't it? Delightful. The wrist coming to play, hitting it on the up. He's just backing himself at the moment to hit every ball to the boundary. Just watch this. Great shot. Look at the way he finishes. Look at the way the hands come through. The wrist involved, the way the blade is used to club that over the offside. Thing about this inning so far is he has played shots all around the ground. 95 for 2, coming up to the halfway point. Still a couple of balls to go. And that is going to be just a single, should be there. The fielder does well, loses his footing, but, well, it's a big arm, which goes over the keeper, but is well backed up, just a single.
Good question. What do you know offhand what the fastest 100 is? Not that he's not putting the curse on him.
He would have had to be there already. 19 balls, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, 19. And that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot. Nicely played by Mudassar Iqbal. So the 100 comes up. Well, Danny, you said that they are at 200 pace. Yep, right on it. The 5-over mark. They are 100 for 2. And these two, not only are they going well, they're putting a partnership together, soon to be 100, and it's happening pretty quickly. It's a good opportunity for us to say good morning, world, and welcome. Big day, of course, today being celebrated. It is, most people will say, Earth Day or Mother Nature Day. It's all about our planet and the way it supports the infrastructure about us and the way it also supports nature. So a big day about saving the planet. So big day and a good day for those of us that recycle.
Excellent. Yeah, I recycle. I try as much as I can to recycle. I have 4 different bins that none of my dogs can get into.
Well, they recycle as well, don't they?
I recycle for them.
All right, this one is a bit of a teaser for the fielder, but he can't do nothing about it. It keeps on going. Numan Amjad into the 80s now. That 6 takes him to 87. We're watching something quite spectacular here. As Numan Amjad, from the moment, remember the other thing about this, not from Amjad, when he went out there, they were in all sorts of trouble. They were 6 for 2.
Yeah. Well, they were 6. No, they weren't 6 for 2. Oh, that's a bad wide.
Yeah.
They'd lost 2 wickets. He came in when they were 2 for none.
Was it 2 for none?
Yeah. He got the no
6
ball
for 2
edge.
was the end of the over score. You're right. They had nothing on the board. Correct.
Yeah, he got. There was a no ball which he got between the slip and the keeper for 4. Oh, it's a good ball.
What a shot. What a shot. Danny, yeah, it wasn't a bad ball at all, but the outcome was still a boundary. That is just glorious as that races across this freshly cut outfield like the Microlino. Beep, beep. What a hit. What a shot. 4 more. Amjad into the 90s.
Just glad he's not hitting it towards us. We do need that screen in front of us, the Blues Brothers screen, because one's going to come rapidly towards us, Brico. We've had a few already.
Numan Amjad, what an innings this has been. It's been quite spectacular.
And he's noted as a bowler.
Yeah. His high score in the network before was in 2004, 62. Oh. That's a no ball. That's a no ball. Second one over the shoulder. No issues at all for the umpires. It's not the cleverest of deliveries from the bowler. And you can see quite clearly that's another one. So, yeah, he scored 62 in 2004. He's started the day with 622 runs to him. That one is going to kindly go to the fielder, so moves to 92. He's going to get nervous here now. No. He's going to get nervous. No. He's going to start to feel it. He's never done it before in the network. That'll be up there now. That's in his head now. You don't think?
It's in your head, Rico.
All right, it's in my head. I'm trying to put it in his head, maybe. Right. Hamiyun, gone for 13 or 3. And gets a dot pull through. That's the areas to go to Iqbal. He doesn't like it when he's outside his off stump. We know that from a little bit that we've seen it, but if you get it anywhere near him, he'll club it.
So, Iqbal yesterday.
He doesn't look like a guy. I know what you're saying. He doesn't look like the same player who hit the 50 of 9 balls.
It's good bowling, though, I've got to say. Varying the pace. But, yeah, he hit 50 off 9 yesterday.
That's the sort of thing he was doing. But it's not a good delivery. It's too short. So if it's too... he sort of flat bats it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's not like, you know, we saw some shots from Nouman Amjad when he's flicking it off his pads, stepping into it on the offside, waits for it and drives the ball down the ground. He likes... I mean, I'm not going to say he just got the one shot, but he does like the flat bat. He hits that ball away.
He does play that shot well, though.
Yeah, he does play it well. It's pretty effective. Another over comes to an end, by the way. And that means that the score moves now into the 120s, I think. If that's the end of the over, that should be 6 more being registered onto that. Oh, there might be actually a ball to go. I think there might be a ball to go because let's see what the umpires do here. There you go. Hang on a minute. Yeah, look, the umpire steps across and stops the bowler coming in. I think we're going to have to see Hamiyun come back and finish the over because if that last ball, yeah, he says, yeah, still one to come. 190 for 2 with the ball to go. And, well, he's still protesting. They're still trying to sort this out. But I do believe there's still a ball to go.
There is a ball to go.
That gives me time to finish what I was talking about. International Mother Earth Day is a global awareness campaign aimed at raising awareness of those threats to our planet, well-being and its life supports. The day also recognises a shared responsibility to promote harmony with nature and the earth. On this day, in 2016, more than 170 countries signed a Paris Agreement on climate change. Anyway, we will continue. It looks like they're going to carry on, and they have called it over, and then it's going to be a wicket. It's a little delay in time to sort things out, and guess what? Nouman Amjad, I told you he's going to be nervous. I told you wouldn't listen to me, Danny. He'll go for 92.
It's that little break, I think. That hold on, but the ball before, I mean, I might be wrong. You're scoring there. Wasn't it a 6?
It was a hit. It's 6 from Mudassar. So that was the over. Then it changed. Yeah,
but this is. It should have been Nouman Amjad facing.
Yeah, because they didn't call it in the end. They still called it over. So.
Oh, they did call it over.
Yeah, they called it over. That's what we were waiting for. That was that delay. They called it over. So yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And yeah, so going back to that 2016 treaty that was signed, all to do with reducing greenhouse gas and helping the environment. Anyway, the big man does go. That means we see another batter go out there in the middle. Yeah. So they did eventually get that right, and it was given as over. This is Ishan Javid that comes out.
Yeah, it's Fahad Azim who gets the wicket. A lot of damage has been done. Let's see what kind of score they can amass. But just under 4 overs left. He's tucked off his hip. Must be a single.
They go back to Farhad Azim, who his second over went for his first over. It was the second of the match, I should say. Went for 25.
Yeah, it's good to see Ghulam Mustafa in the chat. Does excellent work there as a blue spanner, as all the blue spanners do. Good little community. Nice bunch of people in the chat this morning. Oh, big spin race. So it's very active.
Always good to see the active chat. So Azim does pick up the wicket off. Got to say, it's still an outstanding innings from Nouman Amjad. I think we're all sort of kind of disappointed he doesn't get the 100. He thoroughly deserved it. 92-24. It was Arfan Zafar that eventually held on to him. Oh, that is muscle to the boundary. That is a big hit, and it just hits the fence and doesn't go over into that danger area. But talking of danger, this is a dangerous shot. Boom! Shaka Lagya. Mudassar Iqbal starting to find his touch.
Yeah, it's It's a bit ominous here for Mitri, because we know how hard he can hit the ball. He hit a 9-ball 50 yesterday. He's just getting going now.
Zim got to go outside the off to Iqbal, he knows that. And all right, in the air, will it carry? I think it's dropping just short. And just for a moment, as the batters, they do come back for two. The sun that we had for the first half hour of the morning seems to have disappeared. Some clouds have come across. It was going to be that type of day today, bit of cloud and sun. As we have a look at our calendar, we had a look at the left-hand side of that. Let's go back to the right. We talked about going to places we haven't been before in a while. Belgium, Germany there as well, Sweden. We go back to Terrains Park there in Wimbledon, Croatia. Go back to Kiel after we went there about 4 years ago, I'm going to guess. And then, of course, we've got Romania, Hungary and Switzerland on the cards. Then we've got the Melchior Shield and Western Shield, the ECC. And then places we've been to, Italy, in Rome, Portugal. But, of course, some new places as well in Spain, as that one is whipped away for 4. We go to Valencia and also to Alicante's, the Alfa SP ground, where we have been before, but it's been a couple of years.
I've played on that ground.
Which one?
Alphas.
Oh, have you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. I got constant swing.
Uh-huh.
I think I bowled 19 overs or 17 overs in a row, and for nomads. And I was just getting swing. I think I took 6. And I remember there were 2 left-handed openers. The next game we played, I'll come back to that in a minute. It's tucked around the corner. Might be a leg by, actually. Let's have a look what the umpire says. Nope. Came off the bat. Nope. Leg by. And they came up to the next day and said, oh, you know, a good bowler would, you know, we would have kept a good bowler out. And they're trying to get into my head. And quite innocently.
That's a good shot. He winds this one up, doesn't he? Mudassar Iqbal winds it up and lets it go. Hits it good. 6 more runs. And, well, Iqbal, he took a while to get going today. Not quite at the same pace as what we saw from him yesterday. But he's still there. And while he's there, they're still on for a big score.
They are. Agreed. Yeah, so quite innocently, because I didn't, I mean, I kind of knew what they were doing, but I was just chatting to them.
Yeah.
And said, oh, yeah, we would have kept, you know, a better bowler. We would have, you know, and I just love bowling to left-handers.
Yeah.
They're both left-handers. I got them that day as well.
I mean, I played a lot of cricket there, of course. Played there a lot for the Spanish over 40s. It's a beautiful ground, but it's one of those, it's a bit like here, really, as we see this one. Slightly shorter, and not for the first time that fielder at square in the action, and he's done very well, Hasib Afzal. But it's got a lovely atmosphere. It's got that beautiful clubhouse with all the memorabilia of all the clubs that have toured there. They've all got their little sort of memorabilia up there, little trophies, a little what do you call those rosette things? As that one's going to go to the boundary. I don't think anybody's stopping that. And the question is whether it goes for 4 or 6. I think probably 4. We'll probably need a boundary check. No, the umpires are satisfied that it does go for 4. But yeah, great atmosphere. And of course, you'll know the likes of probably, in fact, that's gone for 6. I'm sure that's gone for 6. The umpire signaled 4. That's 6. Let's see this again. It's cleared that rope by a long way. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's 6. So that's going to have to change. But yeah, Jeff Evans, Kevin Laundon, you must know those guys.
I played there twice 20 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, risky, but not the best of throws. But it's a lovely ground. And Alfa Step P, I mean, if you've stayed there, I don't know how long you were there, but the beach is only probably 10-minute walk away.
Didn't have time to go to the beach.
It's sort of just on the outskirts of Benidorm. Beautiful location, beautiful ground. And of course, you know about the duck pond.
I don't know about the duck pond.
You don't know about duck pond?
We were staying at La Manga.
Okay.
And then we travelled to
you travelled from
Alvas.
La Manga all the way there?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it has Alpha to P, I mean, maybe you don't remember it, but or maybe it was before it was there, but on the just before the ground, as you come into the ground, you've got the pond there where all the ducks are, and the ducks are always walking across.
Nice.
Yeah, it's lovely ground, lovely setting. Right, 147 for 3, still 12 balls to go.
Actually, we weren't staying at La Manga that time, I don't think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Long story. What's your opinion of Benidorm?
Benidorm, For me,
Yeah.
avoid it during July and August.
Yeah.
Outside of that, go there. It's a lovely city.
Yeah.
Lovely city. Very fascinating. It's beautiful. The beaches are fantastic. Great cuisine. And if you want, outside of July and August, if you want the nightlife, you'll find it on the strip. But it's a beautiful city. And Old Benidorm is sensational.
Okay.
It really is. And in fact, I know that a lot of the Spanish during Christmas time particularly take like a week out there because during that time, of course, the many hotels there are keen to get clients in,
Sure.
and they do good deals, and it's fantastic. Everybody who goes there always comes back raving about it. So it's just not for me, probably not for us, I would say, during July and August.
I think I was there during July and August, or August, and definitely not for me. It was an interesting night out. Oh,
it's Captain Caveman style as that one gets blasted out of here. Lovely jubbly out of the middle. 6 more. And well, at one point they were on for 150 at the, or for 200 at the halfway point. It slowed down a little bit. They've gone past the 150. And I think 175 to 180 is probably now on the cards as Usman Khan, nursing a bit of an injury, is not having the best of times here this morning.
no, he's not. And well, they relied so heavily on his slower ball, but that one, Iqbal, he's 42 off 19. He was a runnable 10 before.
Yeah, you're right, he was.
Around about.
It took him about 3 balls to actually get off the mark.
Yeah.
And by that time, I think, was he on 50 already?
Pretty close, yeah.
I think he was. Right, that's a dot ball. That'll help matter slightly here. The thing about this is, Mitri, when you look at their side, I think they're a side capable of 150, 160 chase. Honestly, that is high. Where is this going to end up? It's going to be 6 runs. I don't think the fielder could have done too much more about this. He's leaning backwards. The best he could have tried to hope for is maybe trying to lean back a lever, whip this ball back into play. But I don't think he's ever going to catch this and get the wicket. But just doesn't get off the ground, does it?
Doesn't get off the ground, but then it might have knocked him backwards anyway. I think he did the right thing because he had his feet pretty planted, put 2 hands up. Got 2 hands to it. If it had stuck, I think it would have been a great catch.
There's the bowling figures there. A lot of pain, really, for those bowlers. But I'll finish what I was saying. I think Mitri, even a chase of 162 as it is now, is they can achieve that, I feel, if they all bat well. But I think as soon as you start getting to the 170 and the 180s, I think that's when you start to think, nah, I don't think so, because then we're going to have to see one of our top 10 chases. But they've still got to get there.
Well, scoreboard pressure.
That's well struck, and that will help them get there. It's a good shot. Just waits on this one. Javid, this is the way he started. Ishan Javid played a lovely shot through the covers for his first boundary, and this time he plays a delightful cut shot. 4 more.
Dave B is pretty much, apart from the fact I didn't go in November, has pretty much summed it up for me. So you can read it in the chat if you like. But it's not my favourite place. I'm sure that it has its positives, and you mentioned some of them, so that, I can't judge it on one night. But
take the single, could be out here. Oh, he's missed. Should have been out, and they take this single purely because Mudassar Iqbal knows he's on 48. He wants to strike. He wants to get another 50, back-to-back 50s for him. But yeah, you don't and shouldn't miss from it. He had the time to actually lunge forward with ball in hand and break the stumps. That would have been enough because Iqbal had given it up. Right, Iqbal on 48. And he'll swivel on this. Now, the height on this will be interesting. I think if he really wanted the 50, he should have just stayed there because this could be a no-e coming up. Let's have a look at this side on. Iqbal, having played it, wants it. The umpires are having a look. Let's see it side on. Chris Tapps, if you've got a side on of this, it would be pretty useful. I think the umpires are waiting to see it. It has been called. Here we go. So free hit signaled. And gear, shaka, gear. So now we get to the 175, and this is when you start to say, right, Mitri, We know you got some talents, but I think it's too many.
Yeah, well, you're right about when you get to that 170 mark, it's almost impossible. But it is that scoreboard pressure, because psychologically you think we need to go 17 and over.
Yeah.
You get an over of 10 or 12, which is not bad, right? And you're going behind. And then once it gets over 20,
Yeah.
you know, it's
That's
impossible.
when we say point of no return,
Yeah.
isn't it? 20. It used to be 18, but too many teams were achieving that, so we've gone to 20 now. It still does happen, though.
It's ridiculous, the
does
scoring,
happen.
though, in this. I can't quite believe it. This is...
That's probably another one that will just be... Well, where's the fielder here? I want to see the fielder's feet. I want to know where the fielder is. Is he inside or does he step outside? It's worth having a look at, because there was a little bit of dancing happening. Where is he here? Where's he step? Let's keep an eye on that foot.
I think it's okay. Hard to tell.
Probably just releases it as we go back to the action. And this will be the end of the... well, hang on a minute. Well, they're trying to do something pretty clever here, but it isn't going to work out. They'll get just the single. Iqbal does bring up his 50, so well done to Iqbal. I think he gets his 50 and then gets himself run out. That's exactly what he did yesterday, actually. He got to 50 and then got out. But look, he's never going to get to running like that, is he? I mean, look.
Surprise!
And then just there. I mean, he does the right thing. He keeps his bat in long enough to let his partner get it, but it doesn't work. And that is the end of the innings. But it's a good innings. It's a good score. 177 on the board. They only lose the 3 wickets. Iqbal gets 50, but of course, before that was an incredible knock for Nouman Amjad, coming in with no score on the board and then smashing 92 of 23. It was quite exceptional there. We're looking at the man who is right up there holding the record for the fastest 50 on the network. 9 balls. He did that yesterday. Today, he needed a few more. He needed 23, but still, he helps his team to a very good score. One thing I'll say, just finishing conversation about Benidorm, is that in the old town in Benidorm, they've actually got an outside theatre where during, I mean, Dave was saying he went there in November. I think I went there about to October time, and during that time they've got all sorts of entertainment on. It is very cultural, but it depends on the time of year you go.
Okay, fantastic. We'll leave it at that, I think, with Benidorm. Talking about I lost him. Where is he? Let's go back to it. Just scored 50.
Send out the search party.
50, Rico. My short-term memory, you know.
We needed a search party for some of the Grizzlies, especially with Nouman Amjad, who was cracking the ball around. I mean, so let's just talk about that. No, I don't know. We don't have the facility to have a look at the wagon wheel. Well, there was the 50. But he played shots to every part of the ground, and that's what I loved about that. Quite often we see batters score big runs, and normally they're hitting in one part of the ground most of the time. We know what that area is.
Yeah.
But not Nouman Amjad. That was a great innings.
That was a fantastic innings, and it was one of those innings where really you couldn't bowl to him. He was hitting the ball so cleanly, and there was a little interruption, I think, in his concentration when they were discussing that short over. And this one was the one that was 6, that was called 4. So I'm sure that the scorers will look at that. Might have a chat to them if they haven't already. And they might this score might be adjusted by a couple, but we'll have a look. I'll have a bit of a chat to them. So, but yeah, the Mudassar Iqbal scored 50 yesterday and got out. He hit it off 9. He got out a couple of balls later. And here he is again, being run out. This is his 50, and he's run out for 50. So he's only scoring in multiples of 50. Exactly. So should have a guess of what his average is. You can see the overhead shot here of the Haunted Forest, and looking good. This ground, very, very nice ground, and great facilities as well. This is the Haunted Forest. You can't really see the scary hospital, disused hospital. There it is, coming in the shot on the right. But lovely part of the world in northern France here, in Dreux. So we'll have a look at the scorecard, and it's pretty happy going for Parasalmi. Even though Mitri did take 2 wickets first up through fantastic bowling from Koa Abbas. Great outswing bowling. There was one caught at slip, one caught with a keeper. So the opener and the number 3 went for ducks. So let's go through a few things because the score is being amended. Here we go. So 50 for Mudassar Iqbal. A little bit slow to get going. Didn't get any of the strike, to be fair. Noman Amjad was, I think, just around about 50 by the time that Iqbal faced his 3rd delivery and got off the mark. But the highlight is a fantastic innings from Noman Amjad, and 92 off 24. Also, nice little contribution, good partnership from with Ishan Javid at the end, 26. The bowling figures are going to look a bit ugly. No one went for over 20 and over, but no one went under 16 and a half and over either. That's Usman Khan. Wickets, very impressive first over from Kanwar Abbas, and then he got Amjadded. He got smashed all around the ground. Let's have a look here. So 177 for 4, and you can see the highlights of the batting for Parasalmi, and wickets for Kanwar Abbas and Fahad Azim. The big one of Noman Amjad. If he hadn't got him, it could have been any score, because he just kept on hitting the ball so cleanly. 178 needed at just about 18 and over for Mitri. It's possible but highly improbable that they'll get that, but you never know in this game. I've seen some crazy things happen in T10 cricket. We're back in a few minutes' time. This is match 6 from the European Cricket Series here in France between Parasalmi and Mitri. We'll be back just in a few minutes' time for the second innings, that of Mitri. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to France for this European Cricket Series here in Dreux, in northern France. It's a bit overcast today. There was a little bit of sun out before, but temperatures not too bad, hovering about 10 or 11 degrees. And just seen a pretty big score put on the board first up, 177 by Paris Zalmi. It was a big 92 from Noman Amjad, a big fast bowler who we'll see with the ball very shortly. And also a 50 for Madassa Iqbal, second in 2 days. He did hit one in 9 balls yesterday, not quite as quick this time, but still very effective for pumping that score up. So I think Paris Zalmi will try to restrict Mitri to 123. They'll get an extra point for that, and that'll be good for them going forward in this tournament. They are one of the favourites in this Group A to go through. Some quality players. Mitri, well, the first thing they'll need to do is to try to navigate some good bowling, but 123 is their first total to get that bonus point, and then they'll see if they can reach that 177, which is unlikely, but you never know in this crazy game of T10. So it will be Afzal Gujjar to open up. Comes in. Grunton Gujjar gets one down leg side straight up. That's a huge grunt, especially his slow ball. He puts extra grunt in when that's bowled. I'm sure you'll hear it. But, it's one on the board with a wide. He did bowl quite a few wides yesterday as well. He bowls pretty front on, and his accuracy does suffer because of it sometimes. Comes in again. And this is lifted over the top. Nice shot. Beautiful shot there from Zafar. Well, it's Aslan Zafar. Look at this. Nice shot. Kept very still. Lifted it over the top. Very safe shot in this power play. Of course, it's a 3-over power play. A couple of players back. There is a third man and a long on. Good job. See how he can come back from this one. First one was down leg. Next one was well pitched, but it was hammered. Comes in again. And same result. Lovely shot. This one's a bit straighter. Well, it's only the first over, but signs are looking positive for Mitri. Good attitude, just going for it from ball one, which is, well, how cricket's been played now, the T10. 177. It is a big score. It's a very positive start here from Mitri. Good jars. Enough for 13 off 2 balls. The other thing that's a positive for Mitri is their man at the other end, who hasn't faced a ball yet, is Mustafa Omar, the French national team player, and has been in good form. It's a good job. Comes in again. And he's lost it down leg side. Be another wide. It's a bit loose. That was another Grunton slow ball maybe. Not sure. Grunton wide. 14 on the board after 2 balls. Well, if they keep 7 a ball going, they're going to score a lot. Or at least the 177 they need. 178, I should say. Good to see Paul Kempin in the chat. Paul comes in and it's hit high in the air. Nomad can't get there. It's 6. Well, this is good batting. Really taking it to the attack. And very, very positive start from Mitri. 20 off the first 3 deliveries from Gujjar. First 3 legal deliveries, that is. So Grunton Gujjar. Bowled pretty much the same yesterday. I think he might take a little rest after this over though. Come back a bit later. Comes in. Another wide. I think he might need a rest and a lie down after this over. It's been a long one already. 21 off the 3 deliveries. Well, keeping up with that 7 ball. Zafar. He's 18 off 3. I'm sure they'll bring on Noman Amjad soon, just to get things back and on track. Parazalmi down the ground. Won't go for 6. Will go for 4 though. Nice shot straight down the ground by Zafar. He was on to 22 off 4. Mitri 25 for no loss. Still in the first over. A couple of balls left. Nice shot. Just lifted over the top. Again, very safe generally in this these power plays. 30-metre circles, not too far. The 50 metres boundary is not too far either, to be fair. Well, been joined back in the igloo by Rico Full. What do you think so far?
Oh, well, it's going well for Mitri. Give you my thoughts. Gujar, as I think you might have touched on, he didn't have the best of overs yesterday. He has issues getting that ball across to the offside to the right. I think he bowled very well. So a bit like you, I think he'd be good with left-handers because he naturally puts it on the legs, but he struggled. And I just feel that when you got a player like Numan Amjad in your side, a national team bowler, why he doesn't get the new ball, why doesn't he bowl the first over, I'll never know. Because we said this, if he bowls the first over, let's say it goes for 10, let's say it goes for 12, you're well in front. The way this is gone and the way this is going, there you go. Perfect delivery to a left-hander, but terrible to a right-hander. But the way this over is going, Mitri are well ahead. They've taken the rate down already. It's sort of now to around the 16.5 rate. Another maximum or two. A maximum to finish the over means it's a supersonic over. And Mitri will feel, you know what? This is definitely on now. So is the captain, Gujar is the captain, he's given Mitri a great chance here.
Yeah, look, sometimes captains take on too much responsibility. Maiden ball, Rico, maiden ball.
He heard us talking about him and had to get a good one in, but end of the over, it's 76 matches since the golden ball. I'll tell you what, with a start like that and needing 151 in the 9 overs to come, who knows, it could be. But, yeah, great start, 27 off the first.
It would be a remarkable golden ball, wouldn't it? But yeah, look, Noman Amjad, yesterday they held him back a little bit. They bowled him, I think, middle overs and maybe the last. But yeah, you've got a weapon there, and also psychologically as a batsman, you know that you've got a bowler of the quality of Amjad to come. So you're waiting on it. You just you've got to look at the bowler in front of you, of course, but you know that eventually Noman will come on, and to dry up a couple of middle overs, it's a pretty good tactic, I think.
Yeah, okay. This is Asim Mohammed who's going to come on board the next one. It's worth pointing out, and I'll touch on it maybe after this delivery, as it's a short one which probably will be a wide, and I think should probably be one for the over. I wonder if we can see side on this, please, Chris Taps, because I think it does look like it has gone over the shoulder to me. Here's a look, and see where this ends up. Yeah, oh, it's a close one, but he is on his tiptoe. Umpires at the moment haven't signalled that. But I think when they played Bling Bling Akota yesterday, remember the new side did score 143, and no bowler sort of excelled. That was 143 for 1. So they've definitely had issues in the bowling department. All right, they only had the one match yesterday, so their bowling has been an issue. They've allowed a team to score 143 against them. It was their batting that was superb, as it was very much here today that helped them out. But Mitri, as I said, they've got good batters, and if they click here, they could do this.
It's a long way to go. Long way to go. Well, that doesn't help Zalmi at all.
Good grab there, isn't it, from the wicketkeeper Imran Ahmed, who's behind the stumps. Full length dive, gets it in his right mid. But yeah, extra balls, because look, trying to score the 178 of 60 balls, yeah, it's going to take some doing. But if you're giving extras away and then those extra balls, well, it all comes into play,
Yeah.
All comes into play.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's better. That's a good delivery. That's where you need to be. Hit the deck hard and get that ball to carry through around about, what's that, a few inches outside the off stop. Better. Good delivery from a sim.
Yeah, much better. And the thing is that to continue to hit it at this rate is difficult. I mean, they're 33 off 1.2, and they still need just under 17 and over. So, well, that'll help.
Beauty. Absolute beauty. What a pickup. It's almost like Arslan Zafar says, all right, I'm likely to get the same ball again. He's ready for it, and he plays his delightfully. Arslan Zafar was one of their top scorers last year. I mentioned him when I was talking about Mitri yesterday, and this is why he plays shots like that.
Just a response to someone in the chat, Jonathan Elderfield, saying the bowling's like it's awful. It's like watching village team bowl. Well, it is amateur cricket, to be fair, in Europe. So, but at the same time, there are quality bowlers, and well, it's not bad.
Yeah,
So
well there you go, Jonathan. I think that's a bit better. Jonathan, yeah, I think I share your thoughts. I think that first over from Hamza Gujar was not the best, but as Danny says, I think there are better bowlers, and you will see them. I just think that the captain who bowled that first over just gets it a little bit wrong. I don't think he's your opening bowler. I don't think he's really doing anything with the ball. I think he's relying on his grunted slow ball maybe to get him a breakthrough, but there's better bowlers in the side, which he should really be turning to first. And that's well bowled as well. Better areas, as I said, just hit the deck hard outside the off and let the ball do the work. And that is a perfect delivery. It's around about chest high. And we've seen, Danny, that's a delivery that a lot of cricketers in Europe struggle to get away.
Absolutely. Well, it's hard. I mean, the ball's rising, and it's difficult to put anywhere, really. But the one thing you notice, especially being at the ground, if you look at it side on, the ball's coming through a lot quicker than what it appears. So yeah, bowler comes in again. Oh, good bowling. Bit of an inside edge. And we get a single. What we don't see. I mean, we can, because this is cricket on TV, we compare it to the professionals, right? And none of these players are professionals. Some of them are pretty quick, but you don't realise how quick some of the sort of, you think the slower bowlers, or until you go side on and you realise how fast that's coming through.
Yeah.
So it is quite deceptive. As you see the standings here, Royal 94 up top. They've won one, lost one on 5 points. Parasalmi, they got the extra point yesterday, and in that delayed, or the rain delayed game. So you are got that 4 points after one game. They're looking pretty good in this one.
Liking that view, it always shows us how the field is set. And thanks for that. 2 circles, our production partner. As we'll see another bowler. This is Rajula, who starts with a wide. Qureshi Rajula. I don't think we saw him yesterday.
No, we didn't. He's got a bit of pace about him. Let's have a look at what he can do. Yeah, these Grizzlies also will swing a little bit early, and in fact sometimes I've even seen them swing quite late in the innings. They're good balls for this format.
That's hit pretty well, and that's going to get over the boundary rope. I have to lean right over the igloo to look that way, but we saw already from the shot at the start of the over, there's no fielders there. He plays that shot very well, doesn't he? Arslan Zafar, he likes that little bit of width outside the off, and if it's not the Yorker length, he likes to get down on one knee and play it away. That's the umpire just confirming that did actually go all the way to the boundary. So 40 came off the first 2 overs. This is a big over. Can they win the power play? And they'll have to go some in this one to do it. Remember, the 3-over score for Zalmi was 60, but they had lost 2 wickets. Oh, that is a cracking shot. Oh, brutal. Absolutely brutal. And he's firing it at his own teammates. Well, once they duck for cover, They then applaud him. We've got a young man in there as well. I'm glad he's got a bat in a hand just to hit the ball away if it comes anywhere near him. There he is. What a hit that is, Danny.
Remember, the 50s come up, right? Remember the 50 came up for Paris Zalmi, and the non-striker hadn't scored. Look, Omer's faced one delivery.
That's quite exceptional. Mustafa Omar, national team player. Oh, that's a gundy ball. I think that's going to be wide. And once again, probably, let's take a look at the height on this as well, guys, because I think it's going to be there or thereabout. You can see the batter asking, actually. And let's have a look. How high is it? Yeah, that should definitely be one for the over. I think that will be communicated to them in a moment. Haven't seen the signal as yet. And there it is. So I think the bowler will be told one for the over. Oh, actually,
no ball. It's gone over the head. Did he call one for the over before?
He's saying over the head. They must have called it for an earlier delivery. So free hit. So license to really lay into this. And Zafar, he's going to get another wide. So it stays a free hit. The score moves to 55. This is going to be a really close contest. You can feel it.
It's getting there, isn't it? I mean, a couple of wickets might change things, but 55, and they're still in the power play. There was a 60-run power play for Zalmi. This is a good contest first up this morning.
Yeah, I was saying that Mitri, they've got the strength. We'll have a look later. We'll try and find you the highest run chases, and we'll put that up for you so you can compare as this one is going to go all the way as well. Bolle, and Arslan Zafar, he is back. 50 of 15 deliveries. He moves to 51. And you know what? They've only done it, they've won the power play. And it ain't over yet because there's still a couple of deliveries to come. You can see where he's hit. He loves to hit in the V. No doubt about that. And, well, Rajula, he's first bit of bowling. He's not going well. He's not afraid to bang it in. The long chase batters will, well, have they saved it? Have they not? He says, well, I did the stop. You can get the throw in. Well, I was, for a moment, thinking we're going to see another collision here as the two fielders do cross paths. Well, one of them gets a foot on it. I think we'll have to just check this again. But I was concerned for a moment here, Danny. I thought we could see a collision, and that's good work, actually. I just thought the other fielder was going to kick it over and he's follow through.
I tell you what's not good work, though, is the batsman thought it was 4 and didn't take the third. They could have run third there. They only ran 2. Means Zafar's still on strike, though.
And he plays this away. It's going to go to the fielder. And guess what? It's going to be exactly the same as what we saw in the last match. That Mustafa Omar is going to go through the power play and have no runs to his name. But amazingly enough, there's 60. In fact, hang on a minute now. I've got it wrong. There's a ball to go. He will face. Oh, I thought that was the over. All right, will he get a score?
Nope.
No. So it will be the same. He's not scored. Zafar scored 54, but unfortunately, there's quite a few extras in there as well. That's probably been the problem for the bowlers from Zalmi. 10 extras in the 3 overs. That's not good.
Not good at all. But Mitri are ahead at the power play after 3 overs.
Yeah, by 4 runs. Ahead. You'll see it here.
That's crazy.
What a match we have on for it. I think we do have the highest run chases. I wonder if we can follow that graphic up with the highest run chases. This will be, I think, right up there. Oh, so they're needing 178. Let's have a look. Yeah, look, it will take them into that 5th spot, wouldn't it? It would take them into the 5th
3 of them
spot.
at 177.
Yeah. So are we going to see a little bit more history here at this beautiful Drua cricket ground? Yesterday we saw a 9-ball 50. So we saw an international 50 scored of 11 balls. That's high. Fielder takes his cap off the captain and holds on to the catch. They get the wicket, and that's going to be the end of Arslan. So Arslan Zafar gets 50 and will go. It's kind of in the slot where he likes it, but this time you can see it's just elevated. And Gujar, the captain, took the cap off, holds the catch. They get the wicket. And Mitri lose their first at the score on 64.
Yeah, look, they needed that. Zalmi brings a new batsman out. It'll be Hasim Afzal to come in. But the other thing is that at the other end, Mustafa Omar is a destructive batsman. He's only faced 2 deliveries. Let's see what Hasim Afzal can do. The number 0 or 0-0. And he's hit that in the air, and it's between fielders. It'll go for 4.
Well, an agonising kick. Well, he might have hurt himself in the process there. That just holding his hamstring, Asim Mohammed. As that ball bounces, I'm not sure why he was trying to kick this, but you see he's running. And just here, he just goes for a little kick, and then as a result of it, he then pulls up and he starts to hold his hammy. Well, 4 runs. That's the thing here for Mitri. They've just got to keep going for it. Remember, they need 124 to secure a point, but at the moment, they're thinking more than a point. Good bit of fielding, like in the slide there for Numan. They still haven't called to Numan Amjad with the ball, which also is pretty surprising.
Well, that's it, is that if they can have 2 overs either late or these middle overs just to dry things up, it's a good tactic, I think, from Zalmi, because even if a team gets on a run like they have here, and good effort from Numan, almost wore it in the teeth, but attack the ball.
Yeah, I think Numan Amjad is saying we've got the runs on the board and plenty of them. If I can get another wicket here, then it puts us in a good position. The bowler is frustrated. When I saw this hit, I thought that maybe the play would have been to maybe try and save the boundary. I don't think he was going to get there to take the catch, and in the end, he almost wears one as it bounces before him, goes to the boundary. So KP, frustration for him, but it's another boundary, and Mustafa Omar finally gets off the mark. And gets a bit of the toe end of the bat. No run this time.
Well, Omar, the first 2 games he played for France at the weekend failed, and then came out and smashed a 50 in nothing.
Yeah, level balls, wasn't it?
It was brutal. So we know what he can do. Just hasn't done it yet. Missed out again. Good bowling.
I think this goes a little bit to what you were saying before the start of this innings. We touched on it. Batter's mindset is very, very important, isn't it? If you're thinking 17 and over,
yep,
then you're going to play shots like that, aren't you? You're going to get a bit carried away. You're trying to hit the ball too hard.
Yep.
Where if you're just playing in a normal zone and thinking, yeah, I'm going to play my own game and play my normal shots, then you're more likely to get that the required rate. He's putting himself under a little bit of pressure. Doesn't help that he's been off the strike for a long time
true.
As well.
Absolutely true. To be fair, though, I don't think I've seen a batsman from the weekend onwards who hasn't batted exactly the same. They've just gone for absolutely every delivery.
That last over, by the way, just going for the 9. Yeah. It was just what Paris Zalmi needed. So another over like that would see this rate rocket up back to around about that 18 to 19 mark. And Numan Amjad could be the bowler to do it. We know he's a serious campaigner, a good player, good all-rounder. Just rolls the fingers on this, I think. He rolls the fingers, bowls a clever slow ball because it's a shorter, slower ball. The batter's expecting this to be bouncing around about chest high. He thinks he's going to have to play a hook or pull shot, but the ball hardly comes up, and in the end just goes over the stumps.
So 74 for 1. That run rate creeping up over 18 now.
And plays this, Gujar, and we'll watch it go over him. 6 runs, good shot. A really good contest this, actually. Mustafa Omar and Numan Amjad both were playing for the French national side over the weekend, and now they're at opposite paths of each other. There'll be a good battle. Numan Amjad wins a little mini battle, getting a dot ball through, and now Mustafa Omar gets his own back. A bit of a tie at the moment. And now, well, once again, Numan goes in front, and I love the way he just says to the keeper, give it back, give it back. That's when you know a bowler is in a zone. He just wants that ball back as quick as possible. Wants it in his hand, walks back with it, feeling good, feeling comfortable. Look at him, he's focused, he's concentrating. He knows what he's doing here, Numan.
When Numan opened the bowling for France, in the first few games, and then they dropped him back a little bit in the order just to keep things. And I think that's exactly what Zalmi are doing. And it has, these last 2 overs have dried up the runs a little bit, and now that run rate is way past, well, it's gone just under 19 over just because of these 2 overs.
Yeah, 2 very good overs. So, Nasib Afzal will hope he gets it in the slot. The last ball off the over. They really do need a boundary here. Just the 8 have come off it. And they're not going to get one. It's another swing and a miss. Over comes to an end. Top quality over. So with 9 coming off the over from Kamal Patel and only 8 of that one, it puts Zalmi right back in the driving seat. A quick look at our upcoming events, of course, after France. I travel to Malta for the start of the spring series there. I know that Tina Goff will join me there. She'll actually start things off as I'll be travelling at the start of that event. Belgium on the cards as well. That's a night series in a new ground. That's going to look pretty spectacular, I've been told. Czechia, we love going to Czechia. That's where the pies are, by the way. The Liberation Series in Jersey, you'll be there. And we have some action in Greece as well.
Yeah, I'll be there for the Czechia series as well. It's only it's international games. I think it's men's and women's. So that'll be good fun to see everyone in action, the Czech national sides.
Kamal Patel does come back after going just for the 9 of his first.
Another good delivery.
Oh, he likes this one. I think he feels the batter
Keepers always
might have
love
been a bit slow putting the bat down here. I think the foot might have been in anyway, but I don't think the umpires were interested in the appeal.
So it's a little bit of a lull in this innings, unfortunately. Now it's creeping up to about 20 and a half and over. Another appeal.
Another appeal as it ricochets off the keeper and onto the stumps. Oh, we'll have a look at this one, why not? Sometimes these two end up being a surprise stumping, but you can see the foot does stay down.
Yeah, good comments in the chat was 1 wicket changed the game and got on back-to-back good overs for Zalmi. Right on both occasions. Oh, this is out. Caught a slip, and that's the end of Afzal.
Yeah, Afzal is going to have to go. Hasib just never really got himself going. He'll go for a disappointing 6 of 7 deliveries, but very good bowling. I love this, the length and also the flight that Patel's given. What I saw there is he's basically saying to the batters, if you want me, you're going to have to come out of that crease. Because I'm putting the ball that you're only going to get to the pitch of it if you come out the crease. But if you miss it, the wicketkeeper's going to have you. And you can see that Afzal just didn't fancy come out of the crease. He's reaching for it. And that allowed Patel just to hold the ball back a little bit more. Reaches for it, can't get to the pitch of it, slices it. And, well, not for the first time we've seen a catch taken in that slip area.
Exactly right. It's good bowling. And he's bowling around the wicket. Go back to that in just a moment. And good bowling. So a right arm bowler, especially a spin bowler coming around the wicket, what it does is it'll bring the ball slightly back in on occasion to the right-hander, but it'll also push it across the right-hander. So it sort of, just turn around the corner, a bit too full, 4 runs. It'll mimic what a left armer will do, but a left armer generally, if they're an off spinner, will bring the ball away from the batsman with the spin. This just moves it away with the action. And so they're hitting across the line if they're trying to go leg side, which is good. It's good bowling, good thinking, and if you can do it at a good level, like has just been seen here, then it's very positive for the team.
Yeah, very positive. And what it also shows is that once again, so the slower bowlers seems to be more effective on this pitch. They're getting the wickets as the batters obviously do like the ball coming on. And we're now at a point where they're needing 23 per over to win the match. That seems unlikely with 4 to go. So the 124 becomes key now. Yeah. That's got to, you feel that's got to become the new target. They've still got a good batter out there, Mustafa Omar on strike, though he hasn't really struck the ball well. He's on 12 of 10. That will change as the pace comes back on, and that is sent a long, long way. Adios, Bolota. This one may not be coming back.
That's not coming back. It's still on its way to Paris.
Crunched. Aziz is the bowler. Well, Aziz on the back, and I think you'll see the name is Bilal Ahmadzai, and that's crunched. All right, Bilal. It's the over they've got to go big on, and when you get 6 of the first, and it's the first one really that Mustafa Umar has got out the middle, I think he'll fancy himself here. Better delivery, Yorker length. It slows it down. Would love to get back for a second, he won't. So we're going to see Ahmadzai Hamiyun. Did get a boundary earlier. I'm a little bit surprised. I mentioned Hasnain Zafar was very good at hitting the ball around yesterday. We haven't seen him just yet. So we see a little bit of aerial action there. Well, we haven't seen a helicopter shot yet either. Maybe we'll see one.
Talking about not seeing a batsman. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Shot. That's a delightful shot. Watch out. Oh, well, for a moment, I caught 1 or 2 players that weren't keeping their eye on the ball, and that one almost wiped out one of the Vipers. Well, the Vipers, they're known to be pretty deadly. Well, not as deadly as the Grizzlies or the Vipers, and also that was, I think then the new boys that almost got taken out there as well. Watch out, there's a Grizzly about. I think that's Royal at 94, and the Vipers warming up there. That almost had one of them.
Absolutely. Look, well, sun's starting to peep through, I think. Maybe getting a bit brighter. Was that a share we saw yesterday hit 70-something?
Yeah.
Didn't bat. Didn't bat for Zalmi, I don't think.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Yeah. You know why we didn't notice him? He was out for 2 balls.
Oh, there we go. That's why.
He was out for 2 balls.
That's
yeah.
right. Why?
He was one of the 2 ducks.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
This one he'll take some stopping. Numan Amjad is after it, and good tidy fielding, and keeps it just to the 1 as well. Yeah, let's see. Can we see this fielding again? We've so many times see fielders running across and trying to stop these with their foot. This is the way to do it. Watch the slide. Watch the way he gets the body behind it. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's good quality fielder.
There you go. You see it again there. So well executed, and keeps it just to the 1. All right. Mustafa Omar gets a Gundy. And this one is going to go all the way to the boundary. It's going to be no ball, and I think that's going to be 4 byes as well. I don't think it touches the batter at all. And it's an interesting one. I mean, he obviously feels that the keeper's not got a chance here because he doesn't try to hit it. You see here, he sees it, and then he says, I'll just get out of the way of it. I mean, I'd still swing at that because you can't be out from it, but he gets lucky because the keeper wasn't expecting it either. This could change something here, you know. It's a little thing, but that's 5 runs from nowhere. It takes this over to 19. Still 2 balls to go. Free hit to happen. Mustafa Omar. Look at it bang this to the boundary. And he won't bang it to the boundary. He will be caught on it, but it's a free hit. Won't be out. He gets the singles, and not the outcome really that Mitri wanted.
Not the outcome they wanted at all. And he hit that big 6, and you thought that might just kickstart him in this innings, but he's 20 off 14. And just not firing today.
Yeah, what this over does do, it gives them a much better chance of getting to that point, but I just thought it might have just kick-started another response. Another boundary here could, and it will go to the boundary. So the over will go for 24. And at the start of this over, we said that they needed to go at 22s from there on in at the end. Well, that's one of them. So it's still on as we get set. The next match will be the Greeny Vipers taking on Raw 94. And the Vipers, well, they've made some serious changes to their side. 4 players coming in there. And, yeah, you can see now they've got certainly some changes, whereas Raw 94 looking the same. And why not? Because the top 3 we see there listed for them, Alastine, Uthai, Kuma, and Athian, they were absolutely sensational yesterday. They will be key as well.
Yeah, look, Vipers need a win. They're bottom of the table at the moment. But Royal 94 had a very good win yesterday. Looking pretty good. Oh, that's going to be close. Missing off.
Action's still happening. The umpire might be still thinking about it. Looked like he was giving it a long, hard think. Danny, let's have a look at this again.
I think it's missing off. I'm just watching it because the batsman was across a long way. And, whoa, that's missing off because it's hitting middle, I reckon.
I think if you have a look at this foot, it comes across, it hits the inside. I think I think he's very lucky.
Very lucky.
I think he's very lucky. Is the batter, Mustafa.
Maybe the umpire thought it was going down leg, but maybe not. I'm sure you'll see it again, and I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Oh, high, long, mighty, 6, big. Well, when he crunches it, I mean, he's got a bit of an unusual style, hasn't he, Ahmadzai Hamiyun? He likes to sort of flick. Watch this. It's not too much leg movement. It's all the arms and the hands. Here you go. But when he does hit it, it stays hit. And, well, the umpire gets, he's going to get a sore neck. If he's going to keep looking at those like that, well, they can just keep on going. That's all they can do there. Can't give up. Right, this is high as well. Who wants it? The bowler's got his eyes on it. It'd be a great catch, and he can't take it. He does well, actually, to get there. And in the end, the ball almost, it comes back off the deck and catches him on the nostrils. But no damage done. It's another single to Hamiyun. He'll move to 22. And Mustafa Omar, no back on strike, really does need to go big here. It's still on, but they need a big over.
They do need a big over.
That's going to clear the field, I believe it does. Gujar, the captain, watches it go over him. It's an interesting one. They're not out of it yet. They just managed to stay in touch, don't they? Just managed to stay in touch. They will now achieve the point. This is where now they can just go for it. They've got the point. You've got nothing to lose. You just go for it now.
I think they've been going for it, but there's just been some good bowling in these middle overs. This is high in the air again. The keeper's coming around. The bowler's getting in the way.
Oh dear, that's a calamity of errors, and now they almost throw it away. And what is the bowler doing here? Remember, he already went for one where he could have hurt himself. The wicket keeper's got to be screaming here, and I think he is, but the bowler doesn't want to take note. Asim Mohammed, now he think he's hurt himself here. He's in a bit of trouble. Well, he's in trouble with his teammates. He's in trouble with the wicket keeper. He just doesn't want to get out of the way. Look, he takes it right out of the gloves of the keeper. Imran Ahmed is fuming at him. And then the throw comes in while those three are arguing with each other. Oh, it's all kicked off out there in the middle.
Well, look at the magic spray out, and I think, he's still ringing that finger. And I think his captain's going, good.
Yeah, he said, Changi hoy tere lagi, hor bhi lagniya. Vapas aana jado aa jana andar, fir dekho, fir hor lagniya. That's not good. And he's shaking it around. It was the end of the over, by the way. 125 for 2. 12 balls to come. And this one is going to be fluffed. Oh, dearie me. And that's a Kurashi out there, Rajiula. He gets that wrong. Well, are these little errors that Zalmi are starting to make in their play going to cost them?
Yep. Critical over here. It's someone Amjad who's come back on. He's the best of the bowlers for Zalmi. Most experienced as well. 4 off the first. 6 off the second.
Shot. Like it. It goes to play what we call the Hollywood shot. When you've got a batter coming forward to a Kookaburra, look, he charges at him. He's already batting outside the crease. Charges. He backs himself to play this shot. Numan Amjad, probably, if he knew that was the case, might have banged it in. He might be looking to bang this one in because he's probably feeling that Mustafa Omar's going to try and do the same. 4 and 6, 10 on the first 2 balls. Mitri trying to pull off what would probably be the impossible here. And now, well, we just saw one bat change. It looks like we're going to see another one here. This time, I think it's Mustafa Omar that says his one's got a crack in it, so he wants another bat. And it gives us a chance. Just a lot's happened the last few deliveries. A chance to breathe and just reflect here. So they're needing still 43 in 10. I mean, they've got to go at an incredible strike rate. But you got 2 batters in that are just finding their touch.
Yeah, it's 25 and over. It is possible. But as I said, this is a critical over. Numan Amjad, this is the 9th. They'll want to get quite a few off him just to leave them a little bit of a sniff in the final over.
Right, doesn't get it right. Fielder comes in. and holds on to it. It's a big moment, but KP, Kamal Patel, does the job, gets the wicket of Mustafa Omar, and you'd probably feel now that they might just take a little breath and say, I think we're there, though I would like to see Husnain Zafar coming out next and having a go, and it is Husnain who comes out. He's built like a man who's built for hitting sixes.
Yes, he is. He's also got the red sleeves on, which indicates danger.
Good catch taken there by KP, and well done to Numan Amjad. He picks up his first. Here's the next delivery, and it's a good one. Well bowled. Didn't know too much about that, did Husnain? That one's gone past him before he's reacted. So dot ball really kills the contest here, doesn't it?
Well,
so after 4 and 6 and 2 dots,
it hasn't killed it yet, because I reckon Gujjar's going to put himself on for the last over.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay. It's travelling, and he's going to get over the fielder. 6 runs as Husnain Zafar does exactly what we'd expect him to do. The boy can hit a ball, and he gives himself a lot of room this time. And Numan Amjad doesn't go for the Yorker length delivery, and it ends up coming out the middle, goes for 6. 141 for 3 balls to go. Very important delivery here. Get a boundary here. It keeps the game alive, but you need to get a run at least. Oh. And they get nothing. The extra effort in the ball there from Numan Amjad. He'll finish with the good figures, 1 for 24. And with that dot, he should put the game safe, because it's 37 that's required.
Gujjar is going to bowl. Predicted it. The captain. This could be anything.
Well, he's going to bowl his first over, 1 for 27, and I think one that he bowled yesterday was probably about the same. The sun is shining, by the way, which is great news. Now maybe he's going to be shining on a victory for Parazami or Mitri. One of these two teams will suffer their first defeat. The other one will stay undefeated. 37 required. First one could be a wide. And it won't be, but it'll be hit pretty hard for 4. Thing is, though, 4 kind of doesn't help them.
No. Well,
yeah,
Gujjar sprays them down leg. So there could be a couple of wides here, but at the same time, 4 is a pretty good result for Zalmi.
Hey, I tell you what, though. Whatever the outcome of this, but that's the wide. I was just a ball late, that's all. I was a ball late, or ball early, I should say. But one thing for sure is, what a start to day 2 of the European Cricket Series. What a cracking match to start off with. It's had a little bit of everything.
Well, we saw Amjad. Amjad's the best bowler on this side. He also hit 92 off, I don't know, about 3 deliveries. And we saw another 50 as well. Oh. Well,
Bring it.
That's got him back on target.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Well, yeah, that helps. That helps. Gujjar. Hey, look, let's just focus on something for a moment. You've bowled a lot. I mean, you just mentioned you bowled an Alfast. You bowled, what did you say, 19 on overs or something like that on the
cricket
spin.
in Australia.
I played a lot of cricket. Let's watch this ball first before we continue with. It's high. It's going to go all the way.
Still on.
I liking this. It's still on. 6 runs. Says Karinas Mas, and Gujjar, we knew he would bowl the last when he backs himself to do it, but he's gone for 4 wide, and now 6. So this game is still on. But do you sometimes get a little bit surprised and maybe a bit frustrated the amount of wides, especially leg side wides?
Yeah, look,
I mean, I know you said
tight.
it's not professional, but even at this level, there shouldn't be that many.
I'll come back to that in a moment.
Arriba, Kinna Sona, Shakalagia, así me gusta, boom, 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 Shakalagia. Oh, yeah. Ole, ole, ole. Game still alive here. Game still alive.
We knew that Gujjar was going to come back on. He's the captain. He's taking responsibility, so he has to open the bowling. He has to bowl the death over, as a good captain must.
You know what? We actually on for a golden ball.
Oh, we are on for a golden ball. Yeah.
3 more 6s.
Yep.
Not out. Can't be. It's going down leg side, but it's a dot ball, and that
Just as good.
should be the game. But Gujar, no
Surely
front
he's
foot, no
not
ball for
bowling.
6.
No, can't be, can it?
I suppose he just needed to get that one ball in that didn't get hit to the boundary, and he just managed it. That one will be hit to the boundary, and it's a biggie. 6 more. It's a lovely shot. He plays his shot so well, does Hamiyun. It's been a brave effort, but unless Afzal Gujar does something very wrong here with his feet, then it's done. So what a match, though. It's been lively and entertaining all the way to the end. A ball to go, 165, and
It has been a great start to the day. Oh, Gujar brings up his 50, by the way.
And he's going to avoid going to the boundary. They're not even going to bother running because they know it's for nothing. Sensational game. The batter certainly did shine in this one. Gujar goes for 50 and handshakes all around. And in the end, I think Gujar will be really pleased that he had somebody like Numan Amjad, and also have to mention Kamal Patel in his side. I think Patel certainly bowled beautifully.
Yes, all those two dried up the middle overs. It was Patel's 2 overs coming around the wicket, bowling that gentle off spin that really turned this game, and Noman also with the pressure bowling, but excellent from both sides really. Mitri, 177 to chase. They gave it a great go.
Yeah, I love the way these the 2 sets of players. I mean, first of all between themselves, and then of course with the opposition, congratulating each other, because it really was a very entertaining and fiery encounter, fiery in terms of runs that we saw scored. I mean, we saw Numan Amjad at 92 at 24. That was spectacular. Arslan Zafar then went on and scored 54. But in this last innings, don't forget Mustafa Omar 37 to 20. A little bit slow by his standards, but he kept him in it. And then Ahmadzai Hamiyun, 44 of 14. So good hitting from him, but just a couple of overs there where, I mean, if any one of those overs from Kamal Patel went big, then it could have been a different story. But the cricket's not over. That's just match 1 of 5 coming to you from this beautiful cricket ground in France in Dreux. The next one is going to be the Greeny Vipers, who lost both their matches yesterday against Raw 94, who got a 1 record. Let's take a look at some explosive highlights from this match number 1 in day 2.
Yeah, it was a great start, and the first over went for 27, I think, including the extra, and it was game on, and they were lowering that run rate. As you can see, that was a good piece of feeling there from Noman, and then expecting his friend to pick it up. They saved a couple of runs there, but the runs just kept on coming, and then that was the first wicket. Nice catch there taken by Gujar.
Yeah, it was an important wicket as well, wasn't it, Gujar? He held on to it. It broke that partnership that was worth 64. The wicket fell right at the start of that 3rd over, but we saw a bit of Patel. They bowled well. This is Numan Amjad. All right, he did get hit for a few, but he never went for that magical over. And there's that wicket, very crucial wicket there from clever bowling from KP. There was Hamiyun. That was his first ball. He got his first boundary away, and then he would be pretty key. Well, they were coming in from everywhere, having a look at this match, even from the aerial view. And watch out, especially over there, when we saw almost Raw 94 and the Vipers taken out. Well, that could have taken out the batter or the wicketkeeper. That kept things alive. That over would go magical. And this one was a bit of a surprise. I think Mustafa Omar survives what looked like a very close call, but unfortunately for him, he wouldn't be able to go on and make it count. Hayumun at the other end kept on going big, but a very good catch here coming up was taken to remove Omar Mustafa. Well, that one hurt him. This one coming up here probably hurts him even more because he shouldn't have been there. A wicket-keeper's catch. No, I want it. And then, oh, look what happened afterwards. I think Asim Mohammed, Danny, is going to get a really good ticking off for that.
I think he will. From both his skipper and... Oh, look, no. He's broken a finger, but that's fine. Stay on the field.
Yeah, that was a shocker from Numan Amjad. But Numan Amjad when he had to get a couple of good balls in, he did that over number 9. Goes for 16, but it meant that 37 would be required in the last. Was it on? Yeah, it was, because there was some wides in there. There was a few sixes in there. It would go all the way down to the wire, but with a couple of balls, especially that ball number 4 hitting the pad and not going for 6, that was the end of it. It was a close one, but it would be Zalmi that continue there and maintain their 100% record, and it'll be the first loss for Mitri. But both teams, it has to be said, they look good as a batting unit, but there's certainly some frailties there in the bowling.
Totally agree, Rico. And yeah, so you see the batting card here. It was Ahsan Zafar with a 54. Mustafa Omer, 37 off 20. Never really got going, but Matsai Hamayun with 44 off 14 gave Mitri a sniff. 18 extras, including 10 wides and 2 no balls, is not good enough for Parazalmi, but they did win this game in the end by 12 runs. So I'll have a look at the bowling. Some of it's not going to look pretty, especially the top one. So Afsal Kujar taking the first and last overs, went for 50, and also expensive was Rajula has come into the team, 24s. But wickets for Kamal Patel, bowled very well and turned the game. Look at that, 2 for 14 off his 2 overs, and Noman Amjad was pretty tidy. He's going for 12s and over with that 1 wicket. So that was match 6 from this European Cricket Series here in France. We'll be back soon with the next game. But this is a good opener for the day, as you see a beautiful overhead view of the canola fields and of this lovely ground and the haunted woods and the disused hospital. So Parasalmi winners by 12 runs in the first game of the day. And so we'll be back in a few minutes' time with game number 7, which again should be a bit of a cracker between Sydney Vipers, who are desperately needing a win, and Royal 94, who won 1, lost 1 yesterday. Pretty good doing so. So we're back here in about 14 minutes time for the next game of the day. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back as we get set for match number 2 on match day 2, match number 7. It's going to be an interesting one between two teams that I think are going to give us a close match. We've got the Vipers in action. Remember, they unfortunately lost both their matches yesterday, and they're up against Royal 94, who got a win and also got a loss. Let's go straight over to the two captains. I know Deva is there, Alistair is there, so with Stefan Gooch.
Royals 94 to call. Tails is called. It's come down tails.
Oh, ball first.
Bowling? Yeah. Good luck. Thank you. Have a good game. All the best. Royals 94 have won the toss. They're bowling.
Royal 94 winning the toss and deciding they will have a bowl first. So we're going to see 94 in the middle with the bat. Let's talk a little bit about them. They got that loss against Mitri first up. It was a close game. They looked like they were going to get a win there. It never quite happened. But then when they played PUC, they were in sensational form. They absolutely smashed them. That was a big surprise. The only surprise maybe of this series so far when they won by 61 runs, bowling out PUC for just 94. Logarajan was in great form. He scored a half century. Priyan was good as well. So everybody came good at the right time. And I think those two are going to be pretty key as well. I think their captain, John Mary Ellerstein, we've seen from him already just how brutal he is at the beginning of the innings. If he can stay there for, let's say, 4 overs at the beginning, he could go on to a big score. And his bowling was very good yesterday as well. And Manam Mathram yesterday was really good as well. Let's take a look though at their opponents. I think they've also got some good players in there. They're not a team that you feel that should be 0-2. Hamadullah Dalutzai, he certainly is a cracking player. He can certainly get them going and get good score on the board. And everybody else can chip in there as well. One person I'm expecting to come back strong here today is Thivan Menikbo. He's a player that played very well last year. Yesterday he just had an off day. He scored 20 odd runs, but he faced 20 odd deliveries. I think we're going to see better from him today. And one guy who could make a big difference with bat and with ball is Neseri. He's got a good action. He's a good slow bowler, a good spinner. He caused lots of problems yesterday for the batters. And when he did get a chance to bat, he scored some big runs. Though I was a little bit surprised that in their second match that he came a little bit lower down the order. Danny Hudacek is in the commentary igloo, and Danny will tell you a little bit more about these two squads.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. And well, it should be a very good game here. Gridney looking for their first win. Royals, as Rico mentioned, had a loss first up, but then had a fantastic victory over PUC, who looked very dangerous yesterday. And well, with the Royals winning the toss and electing to bowl, definitely their top man up top is Logesh Austin, who was very impressive yesterday with the ball. John Marie Alliston, as also mentioned, and also Priyan, a very good bowler. But Nasiri with the ball on the bat, definitely a big one up top. Thivian Menikbo and Ahmed Kabir should be the first two up. Also, Chowdhury is very good for Grigny. Let's have a look. So 65% for the Royals 94. The Royal 94, it's they're definite favourites here. Grigny haven't won a game, but don't count them out. They're a good side, and this should be a very even contest. So there will be those two. In Thivian Menikbo, there are two Menikbos in the team. Dushan coming in, and Ahmed Kabir, the wicketkeeper, opening up, left-hander. Menikbo, and it will be that man Logesh Austin to open the bowling. I'll look to get early wickets here, Royals. No, I don't want to get these two batsmen set. The sun is coming out, it's peeping through, still a bit cloudy. Might be a bit of swing early. And again, perfect conditions for cricket here. Not expecting any rain today, which is good to see. We did have a little bit of a delay with a couple of games yesterday. One of them came back. We still had the 10 overs. The last one we reduced to 6 overs. And just about ready for a start. Logesh Austin, as I mentioned, very impressive yesterday. And we have number X as well, Ganesh Lakitharan. Here comes Logesh. And down leg side, bit of a noise. Umpire says no. Might have flicked a bit of the hip. That's what the batsman indicated, and that's what the umpire indicated. Big appeal though. Have another look. And yeah, I think it's hit his hip. Don't know if he got anywhere near the bat. Yeah, I think it might have hit his. Yeah, but there was a definite little noise. This one's been guided down the gully, no run. Good cricket. They're right up for this at the moment, Royals. I saw them practicing before, playing a little game, passing the ball around. And they were very, very keen. A lot of chatter. And a good start here from Logesh. Comes in again, bowling to the left-handed Menikbo. And hit down the ground, got past the field, 4 runs. Tried to get there. Did Alliston, the captain, is good in that position. Just couldn't catch up to it. Let's have another look. Hit pretty firmly, just away from Alliston, who just couldn't get down to it. First runs on the board for Grigney Vipers. Logesh Austin comes in again. And hit into the covers, the quick single chance. Oh, it could be gone, you know. Nice take by the bowler. Umpire not very interested. Direct hit probably would have been out. Let's have another look. Bit of hesitation. Takes the ball and safe. Well spotted by the umpire. Direct hit would have been very, very close. 5 on the board. Couple of balls left of the first. Brings the right-handed Kabir on strike. We do see a lot of wicketkeeper batsmen in this this format. Just up there at the top of the order. This one could be caught. Player coming around, won't reach it. And just waiting on the call from the umpire. Just a single. His arm out, just waiting on some sort of call. Didn't appear. 6 on the board. Pretty good start here for the Royals. Often you see the first day go over for a lot. There's 1 ball left, Menikbo. He's a top quality bowler, is Austin Logesh. Or Logesh Austin, I should say. Big swing and a miss. Good over first up for Royal 94. Not far away from those stumps. 6 for no loss after 1. Welcome to the Igloo Rico Full, as we see the Premier Division here coming up for the ECC, the European Cricket Championship.
Yeah, folks, good to be back, and good to be back with some glorious sunshine as well. This is the Euros of Cricket, of course, will be happening once again at the Field of Dreams at the Carter Oval there in Andalusia. Of course, getting known around the world there in Malaga. What a lovely ground it is. It'd be great to be going back there. And, of course, we see the 3 groups of the Premier Division. Only the winners will go through to the Championship group, which starts on Thursday, the 16th of October. And, of course, the winners, England and Netherlands, the runners-up, are there already. Yes. That's out. It's a hoik across the line. It's a horrible shot from Ahmad Kabir. He just totally loses his shape, loses his line. And John Mary Ellerstein, who is a very good all-rounder, this is a clever delivery. I think he holds his back a little bit. He looks like he's really going to push it through. He totally deceives the batter, who has a horrible hoik at it in hope. But he misses, and John Murray hits. It's the first wicket that will go, and it's a good start, this, isn't it, from Royal 94. Just 6 of the first, and a wicket of the very first ball of the second.
Yeah, very good start here for the Royals and for the captain, John Murray Alliston. But as you said, horrible shot. Brings a good batsman in Nasiri, though. He's very, very handy. Another left-hander as well.
He was somebody that we were quite surprised, weren't we, that yesterday when they were having that bit of a run chase, they never called upon him, and yet we saw him do good work in the earlier match, and he never he didn't feature with the bat second time around. He's a left-hander. Let's see how he goes.
It's not a bad shot. There's a player out there, won't stop it. Logesh gives it a go, and doesn't quite catch up to it.
He does a lot of this off the field. I love the way that he gets up. And we see this again. By the time he catches up with this one, I see what he's trying. I think he's trying to clip that back in while he keeps his feet in play. He's a little bit disappointed. It's a tremendous effort. It was a good shot, good start there from Nasiri. Nasiri, I mentioned in my intro, he's certainly one to watch out for. I am happy that he is getting a hit higher up the order, but he'll certainly be useful with the ball as well.
Slightly mishit. It's gone to Logesh again. Just a single. And the other left-hander, Menikbo, on strike. So not often we get two left-handers. Actually, it's the first time I think we've seen it in France so far. Not many left-handed batsmen have been seen in this tournament or the at the weekend. It's firmly hit to Logesh, but he won't be able to stop. That was nicely timed there by Menikbo. And that's 4 runs. Very nice shot. And I said all timing. Looks like Rico's going to open the side of the igloo. Just let a bit of sunshine in, get some vitamin D. It's not a bad idea. Bowler comes in again. Across the line, that's 4 runs. Dragged it from outside off to the square leg boundary. Nice shot. Again, in this format, just go for everything. I know, we have a scenic view of the forest now, the haunted woods. And the multiple grizzlies that have disappeared. Get a better view of them. And here comes a bowler again. And again, nice shot past the fielder, 4 runs. Well, often players are trying to hoik it over the boundary. But Menikbo is just playing very nice shots and getting 4s. That's 3 in a row.
That was a lovely shot, and this is more like the Vivian Menikbo that I remember. Yesterday just wasn't his day. It sometimes happens. He stuck around for a 21 ball, 22, I think. So it just wasn't going, but this is more like it, 17 of 8. Yeah, I've opened up the side, and well, I did mention that it is Mother Earth Day today. It's all about the earth and how the earth sort of, what's the word I'm looking for, gels in with the environment around it, with nature. And as I open up the side, I see that there's a lovely big spider that's just sat on one of the legs of the cube as that one gets over the fielder and will go to the boundary. So we're certainly opening up to nature here.
There's a dodgy inside edge, went straight to the pitch and over the fielder. Look at this.
That's one way to do it. And it just goes to show there's a fair bit of bounce out there.
There's a lot of bounce off that pitch. But it is a good pitch, actually. I've been really impressed with it. There's a lot for the bowlers as well. If you dig it in, if you're quick enough, you'll get quite a bit of lift. But it's a very, very consistent bounce. No gremlins in the pitch. And the ground itself's lovely. Comes in again, Logesh. Oh, such a good bowler. He puts it right in the right areas. And we've had a lot of players. We do have a lot of players, often with left-handers, pesky left-handers, just troubled with their line. But not Logesh. He's very consistent. He's got a very economical bowling action as well. Doesn't do anything extravagant. Just comes in and bowls it down. Go. Not a very long run. Again, lovely delivery through the gate.
He's got that little whippy action, hasn't he? And I know that you like the look of him. He did bowl about Ostindis. He's one of those bowlers I would describe. He doesn't try and do too much. He knows the basics. He's got a little run up, nothing major, and just getting the ball right in areas. The umpire just saying that he'd like to see him just run a little bit off the pitch. He might be running right in front of him.
He very rarely puts it in the wrong areas. There you go. He got a dodgy outside edge. The fielder back there, just a single. It's just everything. It's pitched up. It's in the right areas, just outside off stump, where batsmen they want to be able to free their arms and hit, but they're not allowed to. And especially with a left-hander, he's bringing the ball slightly in, getting through that gate. Very impressed with Logesh so far in this tournament.
Yeah, keeping it simple, and going back to the basics. And he's a little bit quicker than you think as well. I think he comes through quicker than you expect. Right, Nasiri. Oh, well, he tried to do something different. Yeah, that's the lesson. The moral of that story is if you're going well, don't try and change it. It's been called a wide.
Oh, I think it's
I'd like to see it again. I reckon this one hits the edge of the pitch. I think probably.
Oh, it's gone past.
I think it's because it's gone past.
Yep.
It's gone past the line of the stumps. So that's why, even though it's very wide, it will be wide is the right call. It's a good call from the umpire, actually.
I said he very rarely gets it wrong. But all bowlers do get it wrong at some stage.
Yeah, good call. They're just checking on this.
I think it's because it's gone past. I don't think it's. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. It's a good call from the umpire. It's a good spot. It's one that sometimes gets us. So it's just going to be a wide.
Oh, that's a bit quicker.
This is the thing. I often say sometimes I think bowlers can overcomplicate things. If you're bowling well and batters aren't getting bat on the ball, I think we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Stick to what you're doing.
Yeah.
He didn't need to try the slower ball there. The batter's not getting you away. They're just getting little edges. There's singles. It's tiki-taka. Don't worry about it.
If you had 5 Logesh Austins in your team, you'd be happy because you get consistent bowlers just bowling well every time they come out. It's been hit straight, 4 runs, but again, in the right areas. Nice shot there by Nasiri.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. 11 come from it. It was a boundary at the beginning, a 1 at the end, and a sort of unnecessary 2 wides that came there in the middle. But he still bowls well. He's always going to take wickets, you feel. He'd be pretty happy with that spell of ease. He doesn't get a wicket, but the economy rate is good. Just the 17 of his 2 overs. And the Greeny Wipers, at the moment, they are 34 for 1 at the end of their power play.
Yeah, not a bad power play for both teams, really. There's that 1 wicket that went down, but 34 at this stage is not bad. They've got 2 good batsmen out there who look set, so I think it's pretty even. And they've got the 2 overs of Logesh Austin out of the way. Here's another good bowler. It's Priyan. We've seen him with a bat as well, but handy bowler.
Yeah, Priyan. We saw a good all-round performance from him yesterday. Of course, he scored that 57. In sort of losing course really yesterday against Mitri. Alagarajan was in there as well. With the ball, he's been pretty tidy, keeps it more or less in the right areas. So let's see if he can keep the pressure on. And of course, he took some good catches in the field as well.
That's Priyan. Let's just dab down. Just be a single, slight misfield, easy single. You know, I do like this this open side igloo. I'm missing a couple of things though. We're just missing the sound of waves in the background and a cocktail. Do have a coffee, not quite the same. Do like coffee though.
Yeah, sometimes we forget that these sides can open up. I was just, that's hit away. There's 2 men out there, and it's not going to quite carry. I love the way he gets into position. He's ready to take the catch, but that's Kapil Raj out there. Just doesn't carry. I think we'll see this here. He's hunting it. He gets into position. He lunges forward, and you see the ball just dropping short. But I like that from his effort, and I love the way the fielder behind is backing up. Good cricket all round.
Very good cricket. Lovely shot as well. That's good bowling.
Out. Gets that on the finger, and that's not nice. And the Priyan says, "Ooch, Satalagi." See this again here, and yeah, just gets the fingertips on it and says, "Ooch, ooh la la la."
Pretty straight, and again, well done. It was the skipper who went down.
Good hustle, good hustle. That was once again a good stop. This time around, it was Logesh. Logesh.
Yeah.
Good fielding, saving boundaries.
It's only Alliston who's in that area. Again, just swept. Just be a single. Been pretty tidy from Priyan, just taking the pace off the ball, just going to run a ball here is Priyan. Try to avoid the boundary, but again, drying things up slightly. Still lost the 1 wicket of Grinya Vipers. Well, couldn't avoid that one. That just got launched, and that's 6 runs. So end of a pretty good over, 11 from it. Priyan just not be able to hold it together. Difficult with batsmen who want to smash you into the trees every ball.
Still though, you take that. It was the only boundary off it. It goes for 11. The one before from Logesh, also the 11. So by now you'd expect, but just bear in mind they've only lost the 1 wicket, you'd expect that acceleration. You've got 2 batters there that are capable of doing it. And this area you'd expect is the little bit more of the more attacking. He's moved to 23. Divian is 19 off 10, so he's just under that 200 strike rate. So he knows now's the time to get going. And the way that they finish, the way they go in the next 6 is going to be pretty key. At the moment, that expected score probably going to be around that 120. Yeah, 124. You see it just coming up there. But I think we've seen, like I said in that last match, actually, funny enough, I did say that when we saw the batting, of course, of Parizami, and they were around that 150. I said, well, 160, you leave the back door open, and they needed to get to the 170s because Mitri did get to 165. Yeah, so I think 120 is going to be your minimum. I think 130 is probably par on this.
Oh, it's
gone. That's a good catch.
Nice catch.
Smart, sharp catch. It doesn't really get that far off the ground, and that's going to be the end of the vein. Menikbal, he plays the shot, lashes out at this. Sees a wide delivery. In fact, that probably would have been called a wide. That's why he doesn't get the power in the shot. The fielder, I said, and I always say, and I maintain it, when you're diving forward to catch these, it's always hard, and he does well. Good catch executed. And Thivian won't add any more to the 19 that he scores. He's going to go for 19. A very good catch taken to remove him, diving forward, holding on to it. The second wicket departs.
Yeah, it was a very nice catch. They're always tough coming forward like that. And second wicket goes down. 45 for 2. This is the 5th over. We're going about 11 and over. I want to bring that run rate up. It's been pretty good bowling from the Royals. This is Harry Karan, the bowler. The series still there on 23, looking pretty good. Now it's a right-handed, left-handed combination, which always throws bowlers out. Let's see, Harry Karan can adjust. Does pretty well. Hits it to cover, no run. Good dot ball. It's amazing how dot balls are celebrated in this format.
Always said right from the beginning, really. I think I came up with the phrase when I was doing the first T10 there in, we've talked about it already, is that just out of the reach of the fielder. We've seen some catches taken in that zone already today, but this one just went a little bit quicker and out of the reach of the outstretched fielder up there. But yeah, we've talked a little bit about that Sporting Outfest ground at Alphas there, P. That's where we started, remember, the first, I think it was that Dream 11 series. And I came up with the phrase there, dot balls are like gold dust in this format. And it's no surprise that they do get celebrated. Chowdhury, he comes out. Starts with a bit of a lucky boundary and then plays and misses at this one.
When was your first series, Rico?
My first T10 one was actually at Sporting Outfest.
Okay.
It was the one there. That's how we started off. That was the very first one after the European Cricket League in 2019. So we had then 2020 when things started off there at Alphas de Peak.
I actually thought that, I know there was a series up in Finland, which was the network covered local cricket.
Yeah, I think before Sporting Outfest there was some short ones, wasn't there?
There was me and Terry.
Yeah, that's right.
We were in the Czech Super Series. Look back at it, and it's evolved.
Was that the one which was done over weekends?
Yeah, it was done over weekends. Yeah. I had my dog Oki with me, which is great. And I'd never done commentary before. I was there with Terry, who'd also never done commentary. And the players had never played T10.
Yeah.
So the players played in white, and it was very random. We had one guy who was bowling in hiking boots. We had one team that had numbers basically stapled. Oh, it's gone! So I went for the big shot, and that's the end of Chowdhury. Unlucky.
What an unlucky way to go. Well, Dulipal Chowdhury is somebody who had a good time last year for his side. He's not this time around, and that's so unlucky. Watch this. I mean, he gets a fair bit of this, but we've seen the ball hit the deck and go over the boundary. This time it hits the deck and goes onto his stumps. He's very unlucky. Inside edge, and look at this bounce back onto the stumps. He sort of, well, I suppose you could say he hits himself out. Oh, that's very, very unfortunate for Chowdhury. So he's got to depart for 4 or 5 deliveries.
Yeah, it was unlucky, but it brings a new batsman out. Another left-hander. It's in the water in Grigny. Or was it the end of the over? It was the end of the over. It is Nasiri on strike.
What a good over that was, by the way. 2 wickets.
Yeah.
And just I think it was just the 5 runs that came from it.
So the 50's up, and by the way, for Grigny. Yeah, going back to that series, we innovated quite a bit because it was all new. Things like Comcam. I think we were one of the first to do Comcam, if not the first, because it was the Czech. It's in the air. Great catch! What a catch there from Logesh Austin. Coming forward and diving full length. Difficult and a fantastic catch.
That is a superb catch. It really is. We've seen so many that have just fallen short. But one thing that Raw 94 have done is they've gone for them. And because they've gone for them, well, sooner or later, one was going to stick. That is brilliant. The one that we just saw a little bit earlier from Ganesh was good, but nothing beats that. Coming in from the boundary, diving forward, he takes it literally millimeters off the ground. And I love the way that he keeps it in his hands as well. That's going to be the end in this series.
Yeah,
watch this catch. This is brilliant. Absolute top draw.
Yeah, what a catch. What a catch. Any level. That's a fantastic catch. So, it's Priyan with his first wicket. He's bowled well. It's just that last 6 that spoiled his figures off the last ball in his previous over. Apart from that, it's been pretty good. This one's turned around the corner, just be single.
2 new batters now in. One of them is this guy, Kukulan. He's an exciting guy to watch with the ball in the field. And you would imagine if he strikes it, it stays hit.
He's a big unit. Whoa, good bowling.
Yeah, he wants to open up his shoulders, doesn't he? Does Kukulan. He's out there with Danidi.
Yeah, Benoit Danidi. Benoit, a very French name. Oh, lovely shot. Just took it from outside our stump and hoiked it over cow corner. It's gone into the tent.
Well, that's what we're talking about. If he opens those shoulders up and strikes the ball, it's likely to do that, go the distance.
We had a nice mint tea from that tent yesterday. So I thought, very nice little treats. The barbecue, we never stopped for the barbecue.
The barbecue, I think, went on into the night. Yeah, they've got also, I think they've got a machine there that makes crepes as well, by the way. That's hit hard. Should be stopped and will be stopped. Fielding, I have to say, from Raw 94 has been very good.
Yeah.
I think some of the other teams could certainly learn from the way that they've applied themselves in the field. They've covered the ground well. They've dived forward. They've saved runs. And there you go again. Perfect technique.
That's a nice shot. Turned around the corner just for a single. It's all gone a bit slow here. There was that 6. But it's a little bit slow here for Grigny Vipers. Look at the expected score now, hovering around 100. It is a total, but there's only been 1 score so far, including the weekend. There's only 1 score under 100. That was when PUC were bowled out yesterday for 94.
Biggest surprise of the tournament so far. Dave liking that catch, saying it was a great grab. It certainly was. Hello to John Heasham. in the chat as well. And everybody else that's new, hello to Nayan Chowdhury. I've seen him hovering around. Sky Quest in there as well. I know that our friends from Australia also in the chat. And yeah, welcome to, at the moment, probably it is a sunny Drew. Hope it lasts.
Let's hit down the ground. Maybe Shoston will pick it up. Good to see Peter van der Steen in the chat. I know he's got a reputation as Peter for negative comments, but a couple of very nice positive comments. Thanks, Peter. Good to see you there.
Surely not, Peter. Surely not.
Yes, big hit that. And yeah, positive like that catch. Nice one. I love it.
Problems continue here. Like the introduction of this guy, Nagarasara Harikaran. He bowled a very good first over. 2 wickets from it. Only the 5 runs, and now he starts. Just again, it's about keeping it simple. He's doing basically what Logesh Austin did.
Exactly right. And nice cut shot. Good piece of fielding. Knocks it down to his partner. Always going to be a single, but again, really nice positive fielding from these guys. And they'll do the little high five afterwards.
I like that. I mean, this is where I think, you know, I don't know about you, but when I used to play, a lot of my fielding was done on the offside. I was either normally long off a lot of the times or at point. And you know, when you're a good team, you do things like this. Classic example of what I'm talking about. They all come together and high five each other now. Yeah. Because before the start of the match, all of that line of players, you get together and say, hey, nothing's getting past us, guys.
They're really,
and you challenge yourself. And they've been superb.
Well, they're playing as a team.
Yeah. Look at this. Great fielding, helping each other out, and then they all come over and high five. I love it. It's good unity. It really is. Good unity, good dynamics, good vibes, and that rubs off on everybody. This is a very polished performance so far in the field from Royal 94.
Absolutely, Rico. Bowler comes in again. And whoa, under edge. Keeper does well. Look, cricket's pretty unique in sport in that it's a team sport, and you have to win it as a team. There are individuals who can definitely influence or win games, but it is an individual contest between the batsman and the bowler. But that fielding team, this is just chipped away. As a fielding team, if you're not with the bowler, if you're not with the captain, then that whole team element drops off and the performance drops off. What we're seeing now with this team is that they're playing as a team, supporting the bowler and supporting their captain.
Yeah, definitely so. Right, we had a look at this a few times, and I think most people are getting the gist of it. In a nutshell, we're going to a lot of places, a lot of nice places. We're going to places where we've made a lot of good friends, and we're going to go to some places we're going to make some new friends. It's going to be a blast. We're very much a family affair on the European Cricket Network, and we welcome you to be on the road or be on tour with us as we travel to these fantastic places. It's going to be a great year, isn't it?
Is there anywhere there you haven't been?
Finland. Never been to Finland. And I think that's it. I did go to Switzerland for a little bit last year. And, of course, England, specific grounds like Hornchurch. Not been to the Hornchurch ground, but, of course, England I've been to. But, yeah, Finland is one. And Jersey. So, on the left-hand side, Jersey and Finland.
I just noticed we're playing Wimbledon.
Bring the Wombles up. I didn't get to see the Wombles when we were at Rains Park last time. Up in the air. Fielder has got his eye on it and will, unfortunately, put the catch down and push it over the rope for a boundary. It's the first real blip, if you like, that's been in the field there. That's Harikaran, who's chasing after this. Never easy, these ones. But he's got his eye on it, and just at that moment, if he holds on to it, he'll take a great catch. Whether he would have stopped in time would have been interesting, but unfortunately, it's a boundary. We've had to wait a long time to see a boundary.
Yeah,
but, Wimbledon, the Wombles. Didn't get to see the Wombles maybe this time round, if I get there.
It's not exactly what I thought about first up talking about Wimbledon. This has been a dodgy inside edge, just be a single. I've not been to Wimbledon. I went to the French Open a couple of years ago, quite a few years ago.
Okay.
And that was interesting. But not been to Wimbledon. I think it's one of those events where I mean, I don't mind tennis. I think it's good. Watching it live is very different to watching it on TV. But going to an open tournament like that, like a Grand Slam tournament, this is lifted over the top, fielded there. Great catch again. The skipper this time. That's Jean-Marie Alestin. It takes a beautiful catch. Wow. This team, Raw 94, I think they're becoming people's favourites.
It's a good catch. He's a little bit late actually on it, but what he does do, and sometimes look, he makes the catch maybe a little bit harder than what it was, but what he doesn't do, you know, sometimes when fielders run in early, and then the ball's going over your head. What he doesn't do, he refrains from doing that. He sees the ball hit, he waits, he gets a good visual of it, and then he charges in. That means he gets there a little bit late, but he pulls off a great grab. It's another one taken low, and low to his right. He's a big man. He gets under it well, and he removes the dangerous Kulan, who will go for 8 of 6. And it's Abisan who gets a wicket to his name.
Yeah, look, as I said, a lot to like about this side. In Royals, this one's over the top. Nice shot, just guided for, what's it gone all the way? Couldn't have. He just stuck a bat out. Let's have another look at this. Just literally stuck his bat out. And it's 6 runs.
He literally just opens the face of the bat. It hits right off. It pings the word right off the middle.
Yeah.
And this is Dushan Manikbal. Now, we've seen, whether they're related or not, don't know. We saw Thivain open. So, Dushan, he starts well with a 6. And now he tries to play the cut shot, gets beaten. Speaking of Wimbledon, I get what you mean now. I have been. And, yeah, I went on a day where I actually got to see a fair bit of Spanish tennis, I would say.
Okay.
So Rafa Nadal play, he won. And then I thought the ladies, the doubles, and the Spanish ladies won. I couldn't tell you their names. But it was great to be there. It was a good day as well. We had sunshine. And, of course, yes, I did. I had the Pims. And I did have strawberries and cream.
Yeah, that's the thing to do in Wimbledon, I think. So, end of the over. Pretty good one. And Abisan taking 1 for 12. With a very nice catch from the skipper, Alliston.
Can they get a push on with 12 balls to go here? And at the moment, they're touching on maybe getting to 100. They need one. They just haven't had that one big over. The best over they've had so far was the one that came off from the captain, John Marie Elliston, went for 17. Then after that, the next highest, the one we just saw, 12. So credit to the way that Raw 94 have been. Not only have they bowled very well, but their fielding, as we've said already, just been absolutely outstanding.
Yeah.
Some of the catches we've seen are just, I mean, credit to a good unit. They, as I've said, the word I used is they've been polished today.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally agree. But, yeah, they're just not let Greeny Vipers into the game at all. Swing and a miss. Again, really good bowling. They haven't bowled too many wides. I can remember one.
After the run fest we saw in the first match,
yeah,
this is completely opposite.
It is.
But I suppose what it does do, it underlines how important. That's a very wide delivery.
I think it's a no ball.
The umpire's having a look. I think the umpire wants to check.
Yeah, if it's gone past the stumps.
Let's see here. Where does this ball? Does it go past that? I don't think it does. I think that's going to be a no ball.
Yeah, no ball. Free hit. So
yeah, free hit coming up.
How many times do we put a curse on bowlers?
Sorry, Elliston. That's what he wanted to do, but it's probably a good job that he didn't, because that's been hit pretty well. Well, Dushan Manikbal, maybe he should also be up the top of the order. He hits that pretty well. That's his second boundary, 2 sixes. One just sort of pinged off the bat, and it was effortless. This time, a bit more power in it, get 6. Trying to get them past the 100 mark. Maybe a 105, 110 if they can. Bit fuller, Yorker length. Same shot attempted, played and missed, dot ball.
At this stage, it's just not enough runs in this format, especially on this ground. And the way that the T10 has evolved, it's just not enough runs. But you know, at least it's some sort of target. If they can get it to the 100 mark, All right, that'll help, or will it? Oh, good effort. And, well, he's playing beach volleyball out there.
We've seen a lot of good football being played at the moment, Champion League and all that, and a lot of people, of course, following the Premier Division. A goalkeeper would be very, very pleased with that. That was going top corner, you know. Top corner, keeper comes across, that's Kanesh. Good effort. You see what he's trying to do. He's trying to palm the ball forward and save the boundary. Unfortunately for him, he goes backwards.
Again, pick that side off. Like I mean, with a rare exception, the bowlers for Royals have been in the right areas constantly. Not dropping too short, just not too full either. Again, good example there from Alliston.
Just the 3 wide to 1 no ball in the innings. So you were asking about the extras. And once again, that's another example of good fielding. It was just a single, attacking the ball. This time it's Harkaran who saves a potential boundary. It's the end of the over. It's a good one. And still, they can't get that magical over or that big over that they're after. And even though there were 2 sixes in that one, it still only goes just for 14.
Yeah, look, they're 12 away from that 100. It's maybe a psychological thing with the bowling. Harkaran just 4, 2 for 4 of his 2 overs, but good bowling all round pretty much. Okay, it will be Avisan, the bowler. They come in.
Hey, you know what I've clocked in that marquee? The barbecue's out again. You know?
Already?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a good day for a barbecue.
It is a perfect day for a barbecue.
It's a good day for a barbecue. I don't know about you, but I'm going to wander over there a bit later. I'm going to tell everybody I'm going for another mint tea, but I'll see what's on the barbie. And if it's a nice sausage or a nice patty on there, I might be tempted, you know. They'll take whatever they can get here. So Malik Bow is going to settle for a single. So can Dayan Needy, who's struggled a little, 8 balls for 9. Can he get something out of the middle? You got to. I think what you got to do. You've lost only the 5 wickets in the last over. I think you got to be prepared to run here. You even maybe chance running on a ball that gets past the batter to the keeper. You got to try and take it on. Got to try and get as many runs as you can from the next 4 deliveries. And, yeah, that's the right idea. They've taken 1. They are taking the 2. It's a wild throw, and they will get it. So that's why it's worth it. That's why it's worth in the last over, wickets in hand. You got to try and double up. So that's good from the 2 batters.
Yeah, very good running, and you're right, exactly right. Need to take every run they can at the moment. They're shy of a decent total, really. The supercomputer reflects that 93% for the Royals for a victory. It's not. They still need to do it with a bat, but still have set themselves up in a very good position. Here comes the bowler again. Hit straight, hit hard, 6 runs, good shot.
Well, there haven't been too many Maximos in this innings. We saw 1 from Nasiri, we saw 1 from Kulan, and we've seen 3 from this man, that's Dushan. And he definitely got to be coming higher up the order. He's a talented player. And in fact, it wasn't Dushan, it was Dan Needy. Beg your pardon. Well, Dan Needy adds a 6 to his name. Well, he says, Rico, 1 is not enough. I want 2. And despite a tremendous effort from Elliston, he will get the 2nd. So they will get past 100 mark, 103. And 2 big hits from Danidi. Back-to-back 6s for the first time in the innings. And Abisan, his bowling figures are taking a bit of a dent.
Yeah, this is the over they needed. They just needed it about 5 overs ago. And at least they're over the 100. And psychologically, that's a little step for Grigny.
Here we go, classical finish. Batter will go for 2. In comes the throw, and it's going to be a photo finish. The on-field umpire saying no, now they're not going to get back for a cheeky 3rd. Well, we're going to have to watch the second first. Umpire said no. We'll have a look
One of
on
them's
the
out.
replay. But, yeah, one of them's definitely out. We'll have to sort that out. So first, let's have a look at this. Here comes the throw, and
Safe.
I think he just gets back. So that's sorted. Now, I wonder if we can sort out what happens then after that.
It's going to be the same one that's out because he's running the danger end both times. So have a look. It's definitely Benoit.
Here we go.
There's
And
one.
They just make the second, but yeah, I like the thinking. He says, "Come on, wait, where are you going? Come back!" And he says, "Yeah, The thing is here, I wonder, can we see a bit more of that? Because I think the scorers would like to see a bit more of that to see when actually they cross or not.
Yeah. He was on his way back.
Okay,
He was walking.
He was walking. So an interesting finish. They'll get 17 of that last over. And with 2 more to go on to the score, they'll finish on a 105. I said at one point, if they can get to a 105, between 105 and 110, they'll do well. So they have done well. They've managed to get past that 100 mark. Thanks really to Dushan. I mean, he does well, 21 of 12.
Yep.
And Dan Needy, well, they certainly did Needy what he did. The 2 sixes there towards the end, and gets him on a good score as well. I think he'll finish on 24. So this is the replay of the first. They thought they had their man. It wasn't to be. This one did get past the fielder, but in fairness, not a lot did. They fielded very well. This was another very close one. If it was a direct hit, that would have been out. But couldn't really get going. And then we saw a bit of an ugly shot for that wicket to go down of Ahmed Kabir.
Yeah, look, most of the highlights you see, we see a lot of fielding highlights, but also just very good bowling. And it's T10 Manikbo hitting a few 4s, but it did sort of. It's a little bit of a lull in the innings. That was a good effort on the boundary. It cut off 4 runs. Nice low catch. I can remember 3 nice low catches by this team for all 94. As you see, this one was the one that was played on. And that's Mr. X, the man with no number, Kanesh Lakitharan. That's a beautiful catch there. That's taken by Logesh Austin, diving forward. I saw the skipper take one as well. So that one goes into the barbecue tent. One almost took out his batting partner. That's the big man there. We'll see with the ball, no doubt. First up. It's again just good batting, but just not consistent enough because mainly the bowling was great. This is the catch by the skipper. Again, low down to his right. Fantastic take by John Murray Elliston. So and there's a little bit of late hitting in the final over. This one, the volleyball, one that just went over, and a couple of big 6s to get them over the 100 mark. And then we saw the run out after that. So this is the one that went just over Elliston's head, and this is the final delivery with the run out. They did come back for 2, again 2 vital runs, and then expecting a little bit much from his batting partner. I think nothing to lose really, apart from what there is in the scoreboard and the averages, which don't really matter too much, I don't think, in this format. This will be a lovely overhead shot of this ground in Dreux. It is the home ground of Dreux Cricket Club, which you'll see in Group B coming up in a couple of days. Look here. So T10 Manikbo, 19 off 11, and Nasiri is a class act, 23, and good contributions from Benoit Dainidi and also Dushan Manikbo towards the end with 25 and 21. Only 4 extras, 1 no ball and 3 wides. Good discipline from the bowling team. Very few loose deliveries, which contributed to the low score put up by Brunei Vipers. See the bowling here. Logesh Austin, as usual, very economical. Didn't pick up a wicket. 1 for Alliston, couple for Priyan, and look at that for Harry Karan. 2 for 8 off his 2 overs, and that really dried up the runs. And Abisan with 1 for 29 off his 2. 105 for 6, probably not enough, but it is a total to bowl to. As we see here, the summary, and 106 to win Only just over 10, about 10 and a half and over to get there. And in this sort of format, especially on this pitch, it shouldn't be enough runs, but you never know. We've only seen one score of under 100 so far since Saturday, and we might have to see another one if Grinny Vipers are to win this game. All right, we'll be back with the innings of Royal 94 in a few minutes' time. See if they can get that 105. They might even be going for the extra point as well. But firstly, I'll have to see if they can get past the opening bowlers of Grinny Vipers. They've got a couple of good bowlers in that team. See you back here soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And welcome back to this second innings of this European cricket series match between Grinny Vipers and Royal 94. Good bowling and fielding performance from the Royals, and keeping the score down of the Vipers down to 105. So here's the bonus point equation. 73 or less they need to keep the Vipers, the Royals down to. If they can do that, they've got a bonus point. The Grinny Vipers, I think 105 is a bit shy as well. If they get there in over before number 8, so 7 overs, then the Royals will get the bonus point, which is more likely, I think, than the Vipers getting a point. But the Vipers do have some very, very good bowling. Very impressed with Haji Faridun yesterday. The big man, Kokulan, well, probably, it doesn't look like he's going to open the bowling. And also, Rashmagul Naseri is an excellent bowler. I think it will be Naseri to open with a bit of spin. So that's I think a good move from the skipper. So Naseri, good cricketer, good with the bat, but also I think possibly the best bowler. Wow, they've got, as I said, 3 good bowlers in Faridun, Naseri and Kokulan, and a few that hold up an end, I guess. Dave talked about the chicken biryani and the barbecue hot dog. So you did try the barbecues here. You weren't allowed in the clubhouse, so you didn't get any of the staff meals. Sorry about that. I know that you came and visited us here last year. And you're more than welcome back as well if you want to come for a quick chat. I know that John Gray is going to be here next weekend. Comes Nasiri, good start. Just dabbed down to the covers for a single. Don't have to take too many risks. The Royals early up. Still need 10 and over. No, wouldn't want that run rate to creep up. But they know the quality of Nasiri, the left armour. Comes around the wicket. So he'll push it in through the air towards the right-hander and then move it away from the bat. It's really quite difficult and quite a good weapon to have a left arm finger spinner in the lineup. Cricket Watty saying, yeah, agreeing with the outfielders. This is a dot ball. And Montelus, good looking outfield. It is lovely here. There is a patch, as we mentioned, just behind square on the offside, which was dug up by wild pigs, who have now been removed from this area. Hit straight and 6 runs. Nice shot. There's Kokulan out there, who covers that area pretty well, but that was hit pretty flat and far enough to cover the to reach the boundary. Ziri, look to keep the runs down, but they look for early wickets as well. They want to get through the top order of the Royals to have any chance. They've got some pretty good batting. Yeah, it's Alliston, the keeper. It's one of them. As Kokulan can't get there. And the big unit is Kokulan. And that was hit very, very firmly. Let's have another look at this one. So hit pretty straight. That's what's the undoing at the moment of the fielder. Just a little bit wide, but with only 2 men back, and they are both straight. It's a bit tricky defending the power play, especially as an off spinner. Well, left arm off spinner, I guess. So a good start here for the Royals against the nice one straight to Kokulan, and does pretty well. He just decided not to come forward. He was a bit undecided in the end. He just fended it off for and stopped the boundary. Chance for a catch. He took a nice one low down earlier. Probably should have taken that one. Oh, it's a good piece of bowling from Nasiri. Good comeback. 12 off the over. Pretty good one for the Royals. First up. Oh, there's the barbecue.
Yummy, yummy, yummy. And a few people were thinking Rika's a bit quiet. Has he gone there already? Not yet, but I saw the sausages on there. 77 matches since a golden ball. Do you think that last it's only the first over, it sort of just shows you perhaps already the difference perhaps in the field between the two teams? I mean, there was one there for Kukulan. I think if it was the Royal 94 in the field, they're diving forward to trying to catch that ball. And that was the difference. Those sort of shots were not going to the boundary. 12 of the first, so good start. We know that John Murray Ellerstein and Priyan Uthiakuma are two very good, useful batters, and they've still got a couple good ones to come.
This is hit straight again. Everything they've hit is just dead straight. And it's Tivian Menikbo, the bowler, which, yeah, it's difficult. You can't put a man everywhere, but you definitely can't put a fielder over the boundary. It's not going to help much.
That one, we saw that disappear into the haunted woods behind us. Another ball comes out, and well, this is another one going into the same place. 6 more. Shaba, Inna Sona, Priyan Uthiakuma. He was in good form yesterday. He hits the ball beautifully well. He's a stylish player. And they've got some good stylish players there as well. He scored 57, remember, in that chase against Mithri. Never were able to pull it off, though. But he's class.
He's it's just in front of the fielder. I think he might have copped it in the face or in the knee. He's okay.
He's in agony. That's caught him. Now, I'm a bit like you. I thought it might have caught him fairly higher up the body, but in fact it hits the knee. I don't know if we get a chance to look this again. The thing is, he has that knee kind of looked like he's got it bandaged up already. So here's the shot. So, yeah, it's right on the knee. Fortunately, I mean, when we saw him holding his head there, we thought, oh no, it's not a facial injury, but I think he was just holding his head because of the pain, and I think, yeah, that's going to hurt, and I think the freeze spray is out. There you go. Well, that normally cures anything. Bit of the old magic spray. Let's see if it does the job here for the fielder. Can't quite see who it is at the moment. We'll get. Oh, there we go. We can see who it is now. It's the captain. Amir Dilang. I'll try that again. Amir Dilangamage Deva. I should just say Deva, but I like to sometimes try. Well, there he is. He's hopping along at the moment. Well, is he trying to make his way off the field? Where's his teammate? He's Billy No Mate. Nobody's helping him get off the field. They're just watching him hop along. And he's saying, thanks, boys. I'll remember this when I do the batting order for the next match.
He's doing the mermaid now.
Oh dear.
Just get off.
Amir Dalingamage Deva. He's got no mates.
That's a skipper.
Let's see him getting off the field. That's the best bit here. I mean, look, he's down, he's out, he's hurt. There was a little bit of concern for him, and then he has the magic spray. And let's just say, after that, there he is now. But he had to hop off the field himself.
They do hurt, though, Rico. They do hurt. Just a quick response to Johnny He. Did the pigs go to the butchers? Well, I asked our driver yesterday because he was the one who told us about the pigs, and he said bouger, which means to move, okay. But very close to boucher.
Is he coming back? He's coming back on.
Is he?
He's coming back. I think
he's the captain, Rico.
He's coming. Well, he went off, and I thought somebody was going to take him over a pillow and a blanket or something, but he's come back on. Well, you know what's going to happen here. I'm pretty sure the next ball will be coming his way. Deva is back. And, we saw him get hit. We saw him get treatment. We saw him hop off. He's now come back on. We haven't seen the ball in between, by the way. Here we go.
Bowler comes in. Hit high and long. This is over the fielder. It's going to bounce once, and it'll be 4. So, just going back to the pig story.
Yes.
So, bouger means to move. Okay. Boucher means butcher. Bouffer means to eat. And I asked him, is it bouger or bouffer? And he said, definitely bouger, which I don't know.
All right.
Could be, but moved apparently. They got
So
moved.
if I go to that barbecue now, I just have to say buffet.
Buffet. Je
Buffet.
veux
Plenty
buffet.
of buffet.
So it's very slang, but it means to eat. Oh, this is high
Well,
in the air.
who wants to have a buffet of this one? Is up in the air, and he's completely missed it. No buffet. He doesn't eat the grizzly, and it's an opportunity you got to take. I said after the first over, the difference was clearly seen in the field, and we're seeing it again here as Alistin should already be back in the shed. He won't be. He'll get dropped, and not a good look there for the fielder.
There's a bit of difference between the two fielding sides, isn't there?
And now a no ball being called as well. So, oh dear, it's all going wrong.
It is, and it's 2 good overs first up for the Royals. Grinny Vipers still winless in this tournament. Oh, this is going high, man. Coquelin tries to knock it in and can't. That's another 6.
Well, that sort of tells you the story, really, Coquelin. Again, it's a good effort. He's a big man. He has to try and get there, and then he's diving forward, trying to get a hand to it to stop the ball getting over the rope, but can't. Priyan Yakuma.
There's quite a few people calling that a 6 for the for that one.
No, it wasn't.
I saw it out of the here, and it was definitely bounced just before the line. But there are 4 people calling it 6.
Yeah, no, it does definitely. Unless our eyes are going, we definitely saw that bounce before.
I do wear
rope.
glasses, Rico, but I'm pretty sure that bounced before the rope.
Well on target, 38 with that loss, and when I say on target, I'm talking about maybe knocking these runs off before the start of the 8th over, because if they can do that, they will take all the points here.
Even more importantly, Rico, we get an early lunch.
Hey, we do, yeah. Well, that's if I haven't seen the white vans coming again yet, so
yeah,
maybe
the
lunch
white-
isn't here yet.
the
But
mysterious
if it's
white
not, we're
vans.
going to the barbecue.
Yes. Oh.
Well,
We're
let's go to the barbecue as well. Well, we almost had a grilled grizzly for lunch. Follow this one, boys. And you'll see the barbecue just coming into your shot. There it is, smoking away quite nicely. The bangers are on there. And the grizzly was almost there as well. Can you imagine the grizzly hit the barbecue and all those bangers go to waste?
Yeah, look,
I'll have
that
to
would
feel
be
the wild boar was with them.
knocking over the barbecue, setting the tent on fire. Nah. Someone asked how close the hotel was. Not too far, actually. We're pretty much in the centre of Dreux, which is probably about 10-minute drive.
Yeah, I mean,
10, 15,
when we
10
had
drive.
no traffic, I think with a little bit of traffic, yeah, no more than 20, 15 to 20, I'd say. 15 to 20
no,
on
it's
a
not 20
normal
minutes.
day.
No, it's not 20 minutes. Couldn't be. Let's see.
Depends who's driving.
True, depends who's driving. It's really not far.
It's not far, though.
We're just out of Dreux, in a sense. So that's another 6. Yeah, we did leave. It's still in the area of Dreux, but it's out in the countryside slightly. But,
Well, we've been talking barbecues. Well, let's talk about buffets, because this is buffet bowling, isn't it? And it's normally much better than this in this area, but he's putting it in areas where batters are putting it away. The 50 has come up, and Priyan Yakuma is enjoying himself out there at the moment. He's moved to 36 of just 9 deliveries.
yeah, it's good cricket from the Royals.
I just saw Deva having a little bit more of that magic spray as he's hobbling around on the boundary now. We all wait for him to get inside the circle for the next ball to be bowled. Still in the power play, of course.
Hope he's okay.
We'll soon find out.
That's what got past the fielder, racing towards the boundary, and it'll be 4.
You know who it gets past, and that's why he doesn't move, Deva. Now, well, if we endeavour to watch him, he's being moved now to a different part. Look, there he is there. He just doesn't move. He just had more magic spray applied, and now I think they're trying to hide him somewhere on the field. I'm guessing they don't have a 12th man.
He is the captain, Rico, so he's trying to hide himself on the field somewhere.
He's moved to point. Here he is. Oh, no, not quite. 4 more. And talk about placement and timing. Priyan is on his way to himself, as we've seen already from many a player in France, another pretty rapido half century. He moves to 44 of 11.
Yeah, look, I'm very impressed with him. His bowling's good as well. Very handy player to have in this lineup for Royals. They do rely on a few players though. There's well, the top two of their bowlers as well. Let's hit the batsman. No run. So we saw David bowl yesterday. I think he bowled the death over pretty much, and he is the world's slowest bowler. He just looped it up, and you thought, oh, this is going to be launched. And it was. Talking about being launched, this is just wide of the fielder, is it? Oh, great fielding. They've moved Coquelin, who hasn't bowled yet, Rico.
Yeah.
And they've put Tivian Manekpo out there, who's a bit faster along the ground, and he's cut off that boundary.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Coquelin, well, it looks like he might be. Well, it's somebody who's big coming on the ball, and it's got to be Coquelin.
He's huge. He's tall and wide. That's definitely Coquelin.
Yeah, I think they missed the trick a little bit here. I'm not saying. I mean, they say he's a good bowler, but when you're only playing with 105 runs, you probably don't open with your spinner because you know the batters will go after him. But when you've got somebody who's built like an ox in your side, and the opposition see him and think, oh, I bet this guy's a fast bowler. They're already talking about him. He's already got into their heads, maybe. You've got to give him the ball. Well, he's got it here now. Let's see if he can make it count. 59 without loss. Start off the fourth.
And turned around the corner. That'll be 6 runs. And that's his 50.
Well batted. Really well batted. What a good knock this has been from Priyan Utyakumar. Continues to be in very fine form. It's a heavy length ball that's into his body. He angles it into it, but he deals with it so well. He gets a swivel on it, a little bit of the, as that one goes all the way to the boundary. A very nice shot.
Yeah. Here comes Coquelin again. And short and cut this time over the top. Lovely shot again, 6 runs. Well, I think it's an early lunch, Rico, especially if Priyan keeps on hitting the ball the way he's doing.
Great cut shot, really good cut shot. He loves the ball coming onto the bat with a bit of pace. Look at the way he executes both of those shots. That one's gone, has it gone through the fence? It looks like it's gone through the fence. Not allowed in there, boys. And that's why they're coming back. That's well, that definitely is the danger zone. I want to say hi to Monty, who's joining in. Hello, Monty, who was commenting on the ground. Looks really nice. It does. It's had a fresh cut this morning, and when the sun is out, surrounded by the trees and the forest and the haunted woods, it looks a picture.
It is a lovely, lovely ground. And the facilities are excellent here as well. I mean, I've been to a few grounds. You've been to a lot more. All right, but to have a real toilet rather than one plastic sauna, I think that's excellent. And you know what I did notice about that? I mean, they were talking bathrooms here, right? So he comes in and good ball. Good ball. That's in this pitch. There's a little bit about it for faster bowlers, especially tall ones that just get lift off a good length. That was just short of a length, and excellent bowling. Yeah, look. Not only are they good and clean, they get cleaned very often. It was a short again, and I don't think he called him for one for the over. This one's all right, but they're all wheelchair accessible. They all have like a bidet type attachment for the bathroom, and the one I noticed there's got a heater. There's a heater in the bathroom just for those cold days.
You mean you can use the bidet and warm yourself up as well?
I think I might move in.
Worked away.
But
no, look, you're right. I mean, obviously this is an established ground.
Yeah.
The facilities are good here, and I think in time, and that's the thing. I mean, the way we've seen cricket grow and develop as well, in time we'll see the facilities that we go to as well, and of course that's what we're all looking forward to. For example, we've just been to Madrid for the very first time. It was excellent setup there. I know it's a baseball ground, but again, you know, you've got all the facilities there, and it's a lovely place to be. I'd love to go there again, and I know that's going to be very much the same when we go to places like Valencia for the first time, the Levante cricket ground. They also play at a baseball ground, has all the facilities. So growing and developing all the time, and that's the beauty of cricket in Europe at the moment, as Royal 94 well, wide, but they're not going to take the extra. Look at seal this off pretty quickly. 33 required in 36, but of course they don't want to take 36 to do it in. They want to do it inside the next 18 deliveries, and the way they're hitting the ball at the moment, particularly Priyan, they'll do it quickly. John Murray Elliston, it's almost like he's decided this time, you know what, I want to stick around. Normally he plays some big shots and gets out, but at the moment he's still there. And that's Ariel, gets it over the man at point, and it's going to be saved, I think. The fielder, I had money on the ball going to the boundary. That ends up being a really good save. This is another bowler that we're a little bit surprised comes on the bowl a bit late. Is Haji Faridun. Let's have a look at this. It gets over the fielder, and how does he save this? Well, with a bit of dandy footwork. That's how. Good save.
Yeah, only took one out of it as well. And I was impressed with Faridun yesterday. I think he's a very good bowler. And, you know, they've got 3 in the lineup. I think are excellent in Kokulan and Faridun, and also Nasiri. Nasiri took a bit of stick, but he did bowl in the power play.
I think, though, I don't know if you think the same as me. If I've got this group of players and I've got a bowler like Kokulan and Haji Faridun in my side, they're my 2 openers. And then once the power play's done, 3 overs done, then I go to Nasiri.
Yep.
Nasiri needs those 5 on the boundary.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I mean,
that's lazy keeping. And it gets a chance for us to see the white van as well. That goes by. That means that lunch is probably arriving. But let's take a look at this. Keeper's got to get down here. Got to get down, and look at that. He just doesn't move. Doesn't move his feet. He takes a little gentle step and just arches over. Yeah, that's not good. That's a sign of a team that have already accepted that they're well beaten. And that's going to be the 3rd loss on the spin for the Greenie Vipers, and the chances of them now making it through into the top 2 to get into finals day here after this defeat, it's going to look pretty slim. Yeah, it's this one's down leg side. Yeah, they've not really looked up in the same calibre as some of these other teams, and especially 105 is a low score, well below par here. I mean, the average score so far in this tournament has been about 140, so you can see how far they are away from that. And 177 was almost not defended in the previous game, so as we see, they've always got him. Played on. Good bowling by Faridun. That's the end of the skipper. It tells you a story, though. To get a wicket, where's the celebration? There's no noise at all, no cheer, no joy, nobody running over to congratulate them. They know they're a beaten side, even though they get the wicket here. Yeah, gets a edge on this, crunches it back onto his stumps. That's going to be the end, once again, of John Mary Elliston. He makes starts, but doesn't really get going. It's not quite the normal ballistic, brutal assault from him in the 11 balls that he does face. He goes for 15, and, well, Manikbo is telling him which way he has to go. I think he knows which way to go, Tavian.
I think it's pretty friendly, maybe. Yeah, so there's no reaction from Elliston. He knows he's noticed his team are well on top. Yeah, doesn't need to react. But I mean, these are local teams. They all know each other very well. Yeah, Greenie is. I don't know where Greenie actually is. I know that most of these teams are based around Paris or around northern France. This is in the air. Player under it. Takes it. Takes it, knocks it up for himself, and takes the catch.
Second time lucky, and not too many people get a second chance in life. Well, that man certainly does. Holds on, and now look, there's a little bit more belief as Dushan Manikbo holds on to the catch. He's had a good day, actually. I liked his batting. It's in, but he keeps an eye on it, takes it second time round. It's going to be a first baller. It's a new batter. Is going to go first ball, and that's all you can hope for. Look, one wicket brings another. Maybe it changes things around, maybe it doesn't. But it's an opportunity for Haji Faridun to maybe pick up a hat-trick as a Logarajan, who was excellent yesterday. But that's a big man to send back early. He goes for a golden.
Gangnam Styles come in. Yeah, he's going to face the hat-trick ball. And as I mentioned, I think Faridun is a very, very good bowler. And this is him for the hat-trick. Comes in. Pretty good ball. There's a bit of a noise. I think it's bat hitting the pitch, though.
Yeah, there is a noise, gets picked up by the microphone. It's good delivery, it's that little bit of movement away. It's good ball to a new batter because you know he's going to chase it, gets drawn into the shot, similar to the wickets that we saw earlier this morning, the start of the day, from Kawar Abbas, who bowled a similar line. But this is Ganam Mithran. He batted very well yesterday, scored a fine 40. And, fuller delivery, the attempted Yorker gets played down. They're saying 2, but I don't think they're not going to risk being run out. So applause from Haji to the fielder, but applause for Haji. Faridun does well, 2 for 10. That's why for us, Haji and Kukulun should be opening the bowling. We had a look at this before, and yeah, as you said, you'll be there in Czechia for some of that. Is that right?
I'll be there with Phil G in Czechia. I think it's men's and women's internationals. Then I'll be there with Vinny in Jersey, my first time to Jersey. And I'm looking forward to that. It'll be a really good, the Liberation Series, both ECS for men's and women's. So yeah, that'll be a really good tournament. Good, high quality cricket too.
Oh, that's not a good ball, is it? It's Gundy. It's a soft delivery down the leg side. Look, he goes wide, tries to angle it in, but it's too short. And if you're going wide, angling the ball across and it's short, batters see it. And if you see it, you put it away. So that's been a nice strike there as Ganam Mithran puts it away. He's a brutal hitter of the ball. And just to give you an example of that, when we saw him, he smashed it big. He yesterday 40 of 16, helping them, of course, to that 155, which was enough to destroy PUC. They were bowled out for 94.
Yeah, it was good effort from Royals. A good side of PUC. You saw it yesterday when they did 90 off 6 and they got it in 4. Some brutal hitting. Comes Coquelin again. This one's a dodgy edge off the toe end of the bat for 4, and they're doing it in a canter now.
Yeah, almost there, aren't they? That will take them into a 90s. All right, a little bit of a good fortune maybe. And Coquelin, the ball he's got to deliver is that short of a length outside the off. When he gets that right, unless a batter is very good at playing the cut or the uppercut, you're going to beat the batter. He just, at the moment, maybe he's going for the stumps. He's going for the wicket ball. He's trying to knock the timber over. I think he'd be better off trying to get it outside the off. Let's see here. Well, that's high in the air. It was outside the off. It would be a good catch if it's taken, and it ain't going to be taken. I like the fact he's gone for it, though, the fielder. The batters are still running. And eventually, the man who makes the effort to take the catch, that's Ras Migul Niseri. You see here, Niseri can't quite get there. He gets applauded. I like the fielder applauding him for the attempted catch rather than trying to get the ball and stop another run.
Honestly, he should have been the man coming in because it was coming straight into it. Doesn't matter, I don't think. It's shot. Whoppa!
Or is it?
Down the ground. Oh, caught.
Wow. Well, Dulipal Chowdhury has come in from nowhere and taken a super catch because, first of all, it was a really nice looking shot. I'm thinking he's going to the boundary. Have a look at this again. Hits it pretty nice. But how about this? He comes from nowhere. Watch. He's not even in the screen. There he is. What a good catch that is. Sensational.
That's not what I was worried about. I saw them both coming at each other. And, well, you could say that Chowdhury, he's a pretty solid unit. And I think he would have made a mess of his fielding partner if they'd collided, and they were pretty close. That's a nice shot over the top.
Sizzler. Absolute sizzler this. Short ball outside the off to the new batter. And he says, give it to me. This is Keppel Raj. He started like this yesterday, remember. Came in, hit 1 ball for 6. And then a couple of balls later, he got out without scoring any more. So they got guys that can hit a ball, that's for sure. Coquelin, he's gone for 32 with the ball to go in his spell. The score, 101. And Maximo will seal the win now for Royal 94. And they've, well, as we know, they've got 7 balls to do it in to take all the points.
So they'll go behind the keeper. Don't know if it'll reach the boundary. They'll look for 2, and they'll get it. Random slide. So But they're going to get. They've got an over to get the 3 runs they need to get the bonus point, which will be a job done for 94. That'll be the second time they get bonus point actually after that win from against PUC.
Yeah, that will serve them really well actually, and when you consider it sort of makes up for the loss to Mitri where they just picked up a point. Well, if they take another 4, then that'll serve them well. It's almost like the match that they lose.
Yep.
The 2 points they lost out on the game back. So this is a very important over. They're trying to defend 3 runs in it are the Vipers, and if they do that, they themselves could pick up a crucial point for their cause. But you're bowling to a man, Priyan with the Akuma, who is in super form.
Taradun, and well, plays up between his legs, I think, and that'll be it. 4 runs.
What a shot! What a way to do it. I mean, it's I wonder if he's played this through his legs.
I think he has.
I'd like to see this again. Is it a nutmeg to finish the match? Let's see. Is this the old nutmeg shot? I think it is, you know. Incredible. It goes for 4. It goes all the way. It's done and dusted. And Royal 94, the same way they did against the Paris University Club, will take all 4 points.
Yeah, that was a good victory, and it was Royal 94. As you said, they went down to Mitri in the first game, and but they've really improved. A couple of really very impressive victories against 2 good sides, especially the Paris University, who were shocked to be bowled out by them. But
yeah, they're showing me that their performances have been, look, all right, they lost a match to Mitri, 143 to 131. But I think we felt at the time that they were in it for a long time.
Sure.
I think up until the 7th over, they were favourites to win it. Then they lost wickets at the wrong time. Mitri, thanks to the good sort of tidy bowling performance for them. Remember, they've got some good bowlers in this side, just managed to hold on. But their performances, all of their performances have been good.
Yeah.
They're certainly a side to watch out for. And if all their batters click, they will go and score a big runs. We take a look forward to the next match coming up. Mitri will be in action again.
I can smell the barbecue.
I can smell it from here as well. I'm trying to concentrate without smelling the barbecue. Mohammed Ilyas comes into the side for Mitri, and a couple of changes for Akota CC as well. You see Salidul Haq in the side, Shaheen Khan, and Amran Hossain. But the key player there, you would have to feel, once again, is Abdullah Al-Mumin and Mubarak Hussain. Both of those guys scored half centuries yesterday. Cue the highlights, and let's see. They're going to be short highlights, really, and most of them are going to be that fine batting from Priyan Uthiakuma, who scored 63 from just 18 deliveries.
Yeah, look, it was a good assault first up against a good bowler in Nasiri. But yeah, that was the one on the leg for Diva, the captain. There he is doing the mermaid on the sideline. He came back on and hit himself beautifully in the field.
Well, he did. This one should have been taken. It's one that no fingers on, actually, from Haji Faradun. Maybe he was worried that he might injure those fingers for when he comes on the bowl. There was a lot of chasing to be done by the fielders. It was just a very good, well-timed run chase from Royal 94. We said that they were pretty polished when they were in the field. I think the batting was pretty decent as well. There's the 50 for Priyan. He got good support from his captain, John Marie Ellerstein, at the beginning of the innings, and it was almost like Ellerstein was there to try and stay the course with him. We thought that he would be the aggressor early on. Well, he tried to be the aggressor on that one, but it ends up chopping that one onto his stump. So that was the end of him. There was a little bit of joy because Logarajan, who we know is a very good batter, came out and he tried to go bang right from the very first ball. And, well, that one got away from Dushan a little bit, but he does make amends and he holds on to the catch. 2 in 2. But they would pick up one more wicket, but it was all in vain. And this one was a straightforward victory for the Royal 94 side, and they would pick up all the points as well.
Yeah, look, an impressive win. That collision almost happened. Really wouldn't want it to it's never good to see. But good performance from Royal 94. Grinny Vipers still winless and still got some good teams to play as well in this Group A. But Royal 94, they march on, and they're looking good for the finals coming up. As we see the overhead shot of this beautiful ground.
Wonderful, isn't it? The Haunted Woods, everybody. And in there is a lot of wild boar as well that we're talking about. What a picture that is, isn't it? It's great. And that's what makes our days so wonderful and so pleasant, when we know we're coming to places like this. Beautiful scenery on, of course, World Earth Day. And that just shows just how wonderful and how beautiful our planet is. And then to be here and watching and talking cricket, all the better. And Royal 94, they'll be feeling better as well after that win. Priyan Uthiakuma, 63. Not out, lovely knot from him. A good little combination is there from between him and John Mary Ellerstein, and also there from Gunnar Mithran. I think he's a good batter as well. He's certainly going to score some runs, and well, a couple of Raj just came in towards the end just to finish things off. So comfortable victory. And bowling, any bowlers that impressed here, Danny?
Oh, look, I think they've got good bowlers. They only used 4. Faradoon, I think, is a class act. But Nasiri, he went for 33 off his 2 right at the top of the innings. I think he's a very good bowler. And Kokulan as well. But again, he's gone for 17 and over. He really should be opening the bowling, and Nasiri should be coming in the middle order.
Yeah, I think the Vipers, on reflection, should have thought about the fact that they know you're going to probably lose the match unless you do something spectacular. So think about getting past the 7 overs. And I think bowling Nasiri at the beginning, and if it goes wrong, you then lose the option to try and pick up a point.
I see what the logic was, because I think Nasiri is, along with Faradoon, are the 2 best bowlers, and as a spin option, I think he's excellent. So try your main weapon first, and also bowling spin first often does put off opening batsmen.
Yeah,
so I see the logic behind it. It just didn't work. But you know, on another day it could have. If he'd taken 3 wickets, then we'd be saying what a genius that Deva was, the captain, for putting him on, and how good Nasiri is. So I think it was nothing wrong with the tactic. I just think that it just didn't work.
Yeah, so I think I agree with you. I think sometimes you've got to take a gamble, and the gamble could pay off. It didn't pay off this time round. So we're going to take a break now. You can see on your screens, thanks to our official time partner Rado, that we've got about 30 odd minutes. It means that we're going to mingle. We'll walk over to the barbecue, and we'll have a spot of lunch. And maybe you will do the same, depending where you are. Maybe it could be breakfast, maybe it could be lunch. It might even be dinner, but whatever it is, do join us back in about half an hour's time, as we're going to see another good match. Mitri, they were good this morning. They take on Bling Bling Okota in the next match coming up, match number 8. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to the start of match number 8 here on day 2. This is going to be an exciting one. We're going to see Mitri in action. Mitri, a team we saw get a win yesterday against the Royal 94, and they were involved in a very exciting contest with Paris Zalmi, but unfortunately just losing out. And they're taking on a team that made their debut yesterday, and they got a win on debut as well, and we're calling them Bling Bling Kota. And if you want to know why, you'll have to watch the match because you'll see plenty of bling. They got a win against the Vipers on their first match on European cricket, but then when they played their second, they got absolutely annihilated by Paris Zalmi, even though they got 143 on the board. Going to be an exciting match. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Kota to call. Tails is called. It's come down heads. Batting? Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Mitri have won the toss. They are batting.
Mitri winning the toss and their captain deciding they're going to have a bat first. I like that move. The reason for it is they've got good batters and batters are coming good. And Arslan Zafar, he was a guy that we know played very well last year. Didn't quite hit the right notes yesterday, but he certainly did this morning when he scored a very good half century. You also have Mustafa Omar in the side, and I love the hitting there from Hamiyun as well. He certainly showed that he packs a punch, and you still got the likes of a very good bowler in Kawa Abbas. I love the way that he got the ball to move around early on. A little bit later in the day now, whether he still gets that ball to move around, well, we'll have to wait and see. Bling Bling Akota, they had a dream start yesterday, as I've touched on already. They'll be hoping though to go back to winning ways after they got absolutely smashed by Paris Zalmi. They put 143 on the board, and that was thanks to a good half century from their captain, Abdullah Al Mamoun. There was also a lovely knock there from Mubarak Hussain. He also scored a 50, but despite having the runs on the board, they didn't bowl well. The bowl too short, too many full tosses, too many extras, and Paris Zalmi punished them for that, and they didn't get a single point from that match. So that was that's a bit of a hiding when you put that many runs on the board and then don't get anything from it. So they're looking to come back strong. I think Abdullah Al Mamoun is going to be pretty key with them for the ball, but their bowling and fielding is what let them down yesterday. Can they come back good in this one? I know Danny Hudacek is looking to see a little bit more bling bling on the camera. Let's go straight over to Danny, and Danny will give us a few more hints and tips about the players to look out for in this one.
Well, thank you, Rico. See, again, a lovely overhead shot of this ground. Should be a good game, this. Mitri had a good game this morning. But Kota, first time we see him today, bling bling, as we mentioned. They do have their shiny gold numbers and the line at the front. And they're coming onto the field right now. As we see here, Mitri, they won the toss, elected to bat. Look for Omar Mustafa, who missed out a little bit this morning. He's a class batsman, both for Mitri and for France. New player in, Mohamed Ilyas. So, and for Ekota, it's Sahidul Haq is in, as is Shahin Khan and Aman Hussain. So they're rotating a little bit. We've got a couple of kits without bling blinging, actually, just for the white numbers. They'll stand out on the field a little bit. 66% for Mitri, 34 for Ekota. Ekota, of course, a new club to this competition, and they'll look to get another win on the board. They had a good win early on, then went down quite heavily in the afternoon. Mitri, they've been pretty consistent, have a good side, and they would have to say favour to get into the finals. Whether they can compete with the big boys in this Group A is well, yet to be seen. They're pretty close to it. So I'm just about ready for a start. It is Zafar and Omer to open. It is Aslan Zafar and Mustafa Omer. Big applause coming up. Bizirak, the bowler for Ekota. He was pretty good yesterday. It's the first game of the day. Mitri, of course, went down fighting this morning to Parazelmi. So one's going to be a wide first up. In fact, called a no ball by the umpire off the pitch. Oh, we have theatrics from the umpire and big cheers as well. Keep an eye on the umpire. There you go. There's the 4 and the twirl and the free hit. Bling bling umpires as well. That's going to be wide again. Wide called, wide and wide. There we go. Grizzly on his back. Nothing grizzly about the umpire, just a bit of flash. So, let's continue. Zarek hasn't hit the pitch yet. Not the legal part of it. Zafar and Omer, the two opening bats. Big cheering for everyone. The sidelines is hit over the top. Nice shot. There should be 4, I think. Will be. And it's Zafar off the mark. Bit of a streaky shot. I've never seen that before. Cheers for an umpire. It's obviously a big personality in this part of town. First runs off the bat, 6 for no loss. And let's have a quick look. It's umpire Anton, I think. This is in the air, player coming back, player coming forward. Can't get there. They'll come back for 2. And just made it back. And did Zafar. Struggled a little bit. Always 2 on. The umpires for this game. There's Anton out there, Raghu and Muhammad. You got 3 umpires. Bit of a shout out. Been good in this tournament, the umpires. First time we've seen umpire Anton. Here it comes in again. And down leg side, called a wide, or will be called a wide. I'll take an extra one as well. Wide, 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 and by. There we go. Entertaining. It is Anton back again. Dave, it is Anton. Okay, let's continue. Still only 2 legal deliveries in this over. Seems to have been a pretty long one already. 10 on the board. Omer faces his first delivery of the this game. This is a wide again. Basirik, he can't find it yet. No, he hasn't been teaching anyone other signals. I think most umpires are quite conservative. Well, I mean, of course, there are going to be comparisons with Billy Bowden. This is hit straight and long. Nice shot. 4 runs. I'm not sure about that signal from Anton. It's definitely a 4. It looks a little bit Elon Musky for me. Just bouncing in front of the line. Greatest cricket on the planet. Bazari comes again and again bowling to Omer. And this one's dragged away on the leg side. That'll be 4 again. He hasn't hit the ball very cleanly, Mustafa Omer, today. He's he batted. He was a bit slow to get started with the internationals against Sweden for France the other day. Then he came in and out of nowhere absolutely smashed a 50 in no time. But it's looking just a little bit like his timing is not quite right yet today. Maybe just one out of the middle, and he'll get there. This one again, he's flicked down for 4. Not the most convincing of shots, not out in the middle of the bat, but I think he'll accept the result. 23 for no loss, and still ball left. Pretty of a scrappy start from Ekota, but Mitchell will be happy with this. I think we saw earlier on against I think it was Parizalmi that both teams were struggled a little bit with the ball and conceded a lot of runs, but both have got heavy batting lineups. So it's not unexpected that Mitri are 23 already. And down leg side, and called a wide. And what she is. There's a character, is Anton. We just had lunch with the crew. Umpires were there, so did get to say hi to Anton. Bowler comes in again for what seems about the 40th time in this over. He's got that out of the screws, Omer. And that's gone way, way back. That's another 6. And, well, 30 off the over. Not what Ekota have wanted in the first over. Here's the Challenger division of the European Cricket Championship coming up, the ECC, starting in September. And this is actually the Challenger division starts in October. It's a promotion relegation this year. There's the Premier Division as well. 2 groups and some good teams there. Of course, Czechia are looking to get promoted. My home team have a tough opposition from Malta, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia and Slovenia. Jersey got relegated last year and they look to get promoted. Estonia, we'll see Stefan Guc in action for Estonia. Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia and Turkey. That's the Challenger division for the Kartama. Hopefully I can get down there. I would love to do a Kartama tournament. They've denied me so far, but it would be great to get down there for that tournament. I did go down there as a spectator once. I'll tell you a bit more about that later. And that's starting with a no ball again, I think. Let's have a quick look. I'm going to check whether it's gone past the stumps. Let's have a look. And it hasn't. That's going to be called a no ball. Again, we're playing on the artificial, not on turf. So it'll be a no ball and a free hit first up. Or will it? That has not been signalled. Should be a free hit. And misses out. Good bowling. It's Hussain. There's a couple of Hussains in the team. It's Amran Hussain. Very good delivery. The second ball. And that free hit nullified. Run rate is 26 after that first big over. 30 from it. Well, it comes in again. And gets a little bit of an edge. Goes to the keeper. No run. It's good over so far, apart from the fact that he missed the pitch with the first ball. Maybe a loosener. See this kit they're wearing with the shiny gold on it, with the epaulets. I like the epaulets, And I think it's a lion at the front. As the bowler comes in again. Lovely shot over the top. That'll be 6. It's over point. Just open up the blade of the bat. And Zafar moves on. 37 for no loss. So look at this. Lovely shot. Just opens up that blade. Gets down on one knee. And 6 runs. Finally gets one away. It's been a, well, like I said, the balls he's pitched well. Hussain, those the 2 dot balls were just about where you want to put them. Just a little bit wide. Comes in again, bowling to Zafar. And it's a full toss just over the fielder. And it'll be 4 runs. Well, those fielding restrictions come into play there. Normally they would have had a man back. Maybe they wouldn't have reached it anyway. But would have cut off the 4. But this one with all but 2 fielders inside that 30-metre circle. Just lifted it over the top. And it was 4 runs. Another 4 to the total. 41 for no loss. Hussain comes in again. And, oh, that could be close, you know. Not out, says the umpire. Maybe missing leg. And I love when batsmen start to demonstrate what they did. Oh, it's a pretty good shout. Maybe it was missing leg. It was coming in a bit. I think well, it's my opinion that an umpire has to be 100% sure that that's going to be out. And obviously the umpire wasn't 100%, so not out is the verdict. Oh, nice shot from Omer. It's got a lot of height. Has it got the distance? It does just. Got the perfect club length. Landed it on the green. 6 runs over cover. Nice shot. And, well, if he can get going, Mustafa Umar, then this score could be anything because he is a big hitter of the ball. We see here the standings. Ekota, they've played 2, won 1, lost 1. But the one they lost against Paris University was a big one. We'll see Paris University a little bit later. They're a good side. They're one of the top teams in this division. 48 for no loss after 2. And Hussain, he goes for 18 off that over. Zafar's on 17, and Omar moving off to 24 off 5. Again, hasn't looked fluent yet. But once he gets into a roll, he's a delight to watch. Now comes a new bowler. Been hit with the covers, fielded nicely, just a single. New bowler is Mubarak Hussain. Gets the single, brings Omar back on strike. He's one of the players with the, obviously the old shirts for Ekota, without the bling bling on it. It's hit past the bowler, it's coming towards us, but just a single. Bring up the 50 for Mitri off 2.2 overs. It's pretty good going. But so far, just the 2 singles off Mubarak Hussain. It's been pretty good. Comes in again. This is hit over the top, and that'll be 6, I think, by a long way. Nice shot there over cover by Zafar. This onslaught continues. I don't know what you do as a captain. Shahad Umar is the captain for Mitri, and Ekota out on the field. It's Abdullah Mamoun, who you'll see with the ball is a good bat as well. And he's probably the best bowler as the Ekota side. I haven't seen him yet with the ball. Hopefully he'll come on and tighten things up a little bit for them. It's a bit of a swing and a miss. 56 the score. But definitely Shahzad Umar was with the happier of the two captains. This has been lifted over the top. It hit a long way over the barbecue. And that is 6 for Zafar. I didn't have the barbecue. I might have some a little bit later. And so definitely go back for another mint tea. So well catered for here. It's a real community atmosphere at the Dreux Club. I saw a few kids running around yesterday and playing a bit of cricket. And just a nice atmosphere around this club and this beautiful facility. All the trees around. This ball comes in again. Short. Oh, gets away with it. A bit quicker than the previous ball from Hussain. And 14 from it. Not a bad over in context. 62 the score after the power play, going at about 20 and over, which is what we saw in the first game from Mitri as well. So 30 off the first, 18 off the second, 14 off the third. It's going in the right direction for Ekota as far as the economy rates go. Still no wickets though. And Mitri will be pretty happy with the way they're going. They're going at about 20 and over. Expected score 175, which is almost what they got in the first game. Let's see how they end up. So some spin coming on. The helmet being brought onto the ground. Of course, the wicket keepers and batsmen have to wear helmets. Well, if there's a spin bowler on, the wicket keeper must wear a helmet. Batsmen, for safety, must also wear helmets. So it's a good initiative from the ECN. Just for player safety, we do see the odd injury like you would in any sport. We saw a player get hit on the knee and having to go off and then come back on because they didn't have a 12th man just earlier. That was the skipper for in the previous game. So Ishtiaq Ahmed, the bowler. And this was just over the top of the fly slip. And it'll go for 4. Not too far away from that fielder's hand. Let's have another look. And just, I can't, well, he goes flying in from the side of the screen. Just about got there. Would have been an amazing catch if that had stuck. Didn't quite get a finger to it though. That's another 4 to the total. 66 the score. Ishtiaq. I like what I saw from him yesterday. So have a bit of deliberation, a bit of a chat. Umpires discussing something. And interesting. Not quite sure what that's about. I think I do, but we'll see. And this one's got an edge, got past the keeper, and that'll be 4 again. So it's very, very close to the keeper. Almost a first wicket there. Ishtiaq's not happy. Not much the keeper could have done. Those ones go into the gloves or they don't. Omar moves on to 33, 70 the score. Ishtiaq, it's not bad. They've got a second slip in. He's going to slam one past his ear now, right down the ground with the middle of the bat. That's normally what happens when you change the field in this format. Ishtiaq again. Exactly, it's coming towards us, Rico. And it's just outside the igloo. Rico's here just having a coffee and just brushing up on paperwork. And that's a nice shot. Another 6 to the total. I had to warn him though. He had his head down, doing some work. 76 the score. We passed the power play, so no more field restrictions. And that's hit a long way. That's still going up. Whoa. That's what he can do. That's one out of the sticks from Omar. And he's moved on to 45 off 10. As I said, I don't think he's been hitting the ball as cleanly as what I've seen him. That was pretty clean. And that went huge. So 82 the score. Omar, as I said, 45. Zafar 30 off 14, and this score is looking frightening at the moment for Mitri and Ikota. They've got to do something. Have to put Al Mamoun on, I think, the skipper. And didn't get hold of that, just got it over the infield, going towards the boundary, and it'll reach it. Another 4. Again, not a clean hit from Omar, who's on to 49. Another expensive over here from Bling Bling Ikota. Just nothing going to hand, nothing going near the fielders either. Well, one of them's still in orbit, so that one nowhere near a fielder. So it's Jack. It's going to move on. And nice shot, hit pretty firmly. It should be stopped. It will be. It'll be just take a single. Omar will get his 50 though off 12. So a big cheer from his teammates and acknowledgement from Omar. So 50 off 12, very, very quick 50 from Mustafa Omar with 6 4s and 4 6s. Strike rate of 416.66, pretty good going. Still, it's not the fastest 50 we've seen in this tournament. It was one off 9 balls yesterday. And it will be, as I mentioned, Abdullah Al Mamoun, the skipper, to come on to bowl. I think he's the best bowler in this Ikota lineup, and he'll have to do something and in this over, because 87, it is unlucky for some, 87, but with no wickets down off 4 overs, it looks like it's, well, hopefully lucky for Ikota. Let's see what Mustafa Omar can do to the bowling of Al Mamoun. Comes in. That's a wide. Well, the skipper, I don't know if he was aiming for that, but there is a leg slip in for some reason. And the keeper does well. Leg slip doesn't come into play. Just a wide. Ball to be bowled again. And whoa, he's got hold of that one. That was a bit too straight, a bit too short. And that ball is still travelling. So I might take a little break, have a cup of coffee before we get that ball back. Nice shot there. Omar moves on to 56. We did see a batsman get to 92 this morning and miss out. It was Noman Amjad, who was hitting the ball all over the place. Mustafa Omar, his French national teammate, is hitting the ball very nicely. Omar, more recognised batsman than Noman Amjad as well. Opens for the French. Comes Al Mahmoud. Down leg side, whipped away, lovely shot, and another 6 runs. Just 2 leg side there from Al Mamoun. And I think that's the 100 up. As I see the 6 signal there by umpire Anton. 100 up for France. We're only in the, not even halfway through the 5th over. The score is going to be huge if they continue like this. Mamoun. Stuttering run up, and this one's hit nicely, still not quite off the middle, gets the desired result. Another 6 for Omar, moves on to 68, and then umpire Anton getting the cheers. I agree with you, Peter Van Anderson, really nice hitting. So, Mamoun, what can he do? I mentioned he was the best of their bowlers. That's a better delivery, a low full toss, just pushed out towards the covers just for a single. Omar, take a bit of a breather. He's 69 off 16. And Zafar is 30 off 14. 107 the score, still no loss of wicket. So they've got to try to do something. As I said, I think the skipper brought himself on to try to break through this partnership. Hasn't happened yet. Bit of a slower ball. Good fielding by the bowler. And well, those Grizzlies are pretty hard. Oh, I think he wants the magic spray. He's yelling at someone. Anyone coming on with a magic spray? Maybe. He's done something to his hand. Hope he's okay. It's important to this this side. Ekota. And we'll take a... Well, there's still no magic spray coming on. The Ekota boys are looking around for it. They're still just sitting there, just looking around. It's one of the fielders who's going to look for the magic spray. Yeah, looking in bags, looking around. So he got hit pretty hard. And I think there's a fielder there counting the bowler's fingers. And Shaheen Khan. So, magic spray will fix it, no problem. Dave B saying 200 plus on the cards. Well and truly is. If these two stay in, they'll definitely get to the 200. They're hitting the ball pretty cleanly. I said 107 at the moment. Sometimes you do see a couple of wickets go down and the scoring start to go down accordingly. But Mitri do have a lot of big hitting batsmen in this this lineup. So I'm fearing a little bit for the Ekota bowlers. Here comes the bowler again. And full toss. This could be out, you know. I think it's out. It is. That's the end of Zafar. Sometimes that happens. They get a little break, loss of concentration, and a low full toss. There's something a little bit not naughty, but something that does often get wickets. So first wicket down. Zafar is gone. And the score is 107 for 1 after 5. Yeah, just to answer you, Johnny He, Rico, not having barbecue seconds. I'm not sure if he's tried the barbecue yet. We had a good lunch again. The lunch has been fantastic here. It was a little macaroni salad. Not salad, a little warm macaroni. But also some beans. There was a beef and potato curry, and some chicken on, which was yeah, delicious. I think we might all try the barbecue a little bit later. So it's the man who just took the catch, Shaheen Khan, come on to bowl against Mustafa Omer. Short and gets away with it. Didn't quite time it, Omer. Just got the single. And that's good from the fielder. He came in from the boundary very quickly and threw the ball back to the keeper. Just one off that one. So far, let's see, in-game analysis. So far, Mitri have been smashing them. That's a good analysis. Taking a wicket though, Ekota. Bit of hope. Well, not anymore. That's been absolutely hammered by the new batsman. As I did mention, they do have a good batting lineup. And that's Ahmed Zai Hamayun, the new batsman, number 79, who hits that one straight back over the bowler's head for 6. 114 for 1. And I think the highest score we've seen this week has been the 177 that Mitri conceded this morning against Paris Zalmi. Ball comes in again. Pretty firmly. And the fielder out there, it's Abdullah Al-Mamoun, who did take one on the hands on the left hand on the previous over. He could have come forward and tried for the catch. Instead, he just stopped the runs, saved 3. He was on 70. Ball comes in again. Hit nicely through the covers and no chance for the fielders. That was hit very, very hard there by Omer. So crunched through the covers. Moves on to 74. I'm not going to mention anything about the 8 word because I did curse Noman Amjad this morning. But no, Bowler Shaheen Khan, gone for 12 already. Not been terrible, but still a couple of balls left. That's a bit short and gets away with it. It's, I think just short of a length. The direction was good though. Just not quite wide enough to cut, and couldn't really hook it. There's a man back at third man as well, also a gully, or deep gully. So a couple of little traps there. Pretty good bowling. One ball left for this over. And tries the same thing again. Omar has got a little bit of it, just a single, keeps a strike for the next over. And after the end of 6, the run rate on 20. Mitri are 120 for 1. Let's have a look at this. It's a good opening partnership between Hassan Zafar and Mustafa Omer. It's Omer who's really gone on with it. Zafar did pretty well at the start and slowed down a little bit. And then Mustafa Omer, even though he probably didn't get the first ones out of the middle, has been recently. 75 now. Expected score according to the supercomputer, 186. It will be Al Mamun to continue. I'm sure Bazarak will bowl probably the last over, but he did go for 30 in the first. So let's see what else they've got. Ekota with the bowling. This is it straight and hard. Play coming round, takes the catch. That's the end of Omar. So same combination. Well, not quite the same combination. It is Shaheen Khan. Actually, it is the same combination. Shaheen Khan taking the catch off the skipper Abdul Al Mamun, and just didn't get the elevation. Hit it pretty hard, did Omar, and that's welcome relief to see the back of him for Ekota. New batsman is Shah Pandikahil. Yeah, wicket keeper. I'm sure he'll be in the same mood as the other batsman. They'll start swinging from ball 1. And, well, it doesn't, just pushes it forward. It gives Hamayun the strike. It's been good from Al Mamun so far, the wicket. And just a single. Went for 20 off his first. So 2 new batsmen out there. And hopefully they can stem this flow of runs. Slow ball, not bad. Got past the fielder, 4 runs. Slow ball, but ended up being a full toss. And didn't try to overhit it, the batsman. Just flicked it around the corner past the fielder. It's 4 more to the total. I agree with you, Wayne. Good spinners worth their weight in gold in T10. Oh, good bowling. And we do see the occasional very good spin bowler. We saw a couple on display on the weekend for Sweden and for France. That would have Ahmed Zai, I'm sure we'll see sometime during this week, probably in Group B. As Al Mamun comes in, it's going to be wide. As umpire Anton does the mating call of the greater spotted crane. One comes in again. Down leg side, hit the pad. Optimistic appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Going down leg side. There's quite a few of Al Mamun's deliveries have. There's an angled. Have another look at it. And that was clearly going down leg. Not a bad shout, to be honest, but missing leg stump. Run rate dropping down below 20 for the first time in the game. And this is in the air. Good luck catching this one. It's high. 2 of them coming together. Great catch. Really nice catch. Another wicket for Al Mamun. he's made the difference here, the skipper. It's Mubarak Hussain who took the catch. Ishtiaq Ahmed tried to put him off as much as he could by getting close to him, but he backed off at the last minute. But good concentration there from Mubarak to take a very, very good catch. That went high in the air. And end of a good spell there from Mubarak, taking 3 wickets. As you see here, this is Group A. We've seen all the teams Group A. Group B starting in a couple of days. But Group B, I think a couple of very good sides here. The 2 Paris clubs there, Zalmi and Université, very impressive. This is Mitri. And of course, we saw Royal 94 as well. I think they're very, very good sides. Ekota, after a good first up win, got hammered yesterday afternoon by University. And, well, it's not looking pretty for them at the moment. Making a bit of a comeback. And here's Shane Khan, who only went to 14 off his first. Coming again. And big swing and a miss. Good result. If they can get a good overs here, nice and tight overs, they could keep it under about 150 realistically, which gives them a chance at Ekota. Looked like it was going to be over 200 at one stage. And comes in again. And hit nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. Pick the gap well, square of the wicket on the offside. And, well, Amayun is on 12 off 6. Yes, 4 off 2. And dodgy outside edge over the top of slip. Not much you can do about that. The captain's in front of us. He turned around and is having a chat to his teammates on the bench. Again, unless you put a 3rd man in, you really don't have much of a chance of stopping that. Lots of runs have gone down there over the tournament here, the tournaments here in France over the last few days. He has put a man back at 3rd man just to stop those runs, and the gully's come up to it like about a 5th slip as well. Interesting. Shane Khan comes in, and this is hit straight, thumped, and 4 runs. Hit hard, hit low, and hit between 2 batsmen, or 2 fielders, sorry. 140 for 3. You can see just no chance for the fielders. Shane comes in again. And thumped in the same sort of direction, this time straight at the fielder, who, well, can't get behind it. Tried, almost bowled him over. Let's have another look at this. Smashed at him and got right behind it. Somehow blasted through him. I think there's a hole in his chest. There is now, at least. So, you see there's a bit of a dip after the first over. Still pretty good. Those 2 wickets in the same over from Al Mamoun, and they took 1 in his first over as well. And the 5th and 7th have been good wicket-taking overs. Still not cheap, but not bad from Ekota. 144 for 3. Couple of overs left. And Span who took the catch. Couple of overs back. Mubarak Hussain to continue. Comes in. And that's high and long and 6. So just to the right of the mint tea man, as Anton gives us the 6. A little bit less cheering as the novelty wears off slightly of Anton's umpiring antics. Bowler comes in. And this is high in the air. Player coming under it. Should take the catch and does. Well judged catch there. Out at point, who had high in the air. and I think it was Saidul Haq who took that one. But very well positioned. He got there early, set himself, and neat catch. That's the end of another batsman. Still 150 up. It will be 00 Hasib Afzal that will come in. He's sure will only just have one thing on his mind, and that's to launch this ball into the forest. It's normally where grizzlies live, though, in forests. And wow, he checked his shot. Good bowling from Hussain. Last wicket, it's Hamanyun who was out. Yassir's still there, 16 off 5. Afzal just checked out of that shot, which you don't normally do in this format. Whoop. Pointing at something. It's a dead ball. Comes in again. And another good ball. Just short of a length, pretty quick. I mean, as I said before, there's a bit of life in the pitch if you dig it in, and it does come up quite sharply. So it's a pretty good ball. Yorkers, as per usual, are also difficult to get away, but quite hard to bowl. And whoa, I got that one, got a bit loose, and got away from the keeper a bit. I think it was an appeal for some reason. Not quite sure why. And umpire Anton signals a bye. And bring Afzal back on strike. Mubarak Hussain. It's been not a bad over. And that's called a wide as well. Yeah, so 16 off 5. Couldn't get to that one. Hussain, been a bit of a mixed bag this over. A couple of very good balls that beat the bat. Then that wide has not really helped too much. That one's going to be dropped. Well, the skipper's in front of me, puts his head down and walks away. And he's put in the third man for that edge. And he's been put down. Istiak's down there, and I think it might have hit him in the face as well. Looks okay. Let's have a look. And it has. It's hit him in the mush, but he's fine. Big swing and a miss. So, end of the over. Not a bad one there from Mubarak Hussain. And at the end of 9, Mitri are 154 for 4. You can see here, Nakota, economy rate. Bazarek, I wonder if he's going to bowl the last one. We'll see. Went for 30 off his first. He's a good bowler, but just got taken apart. But bowling figures for most of these bowlers haven't been the greatest. Istiak also going for a few. And it will be Amran Hussain off the extra long run. He's on the 30-metre circle. Running in. And pretty good ball. It's hit to mid-off just for a single. Good result. Yasa was the man who set 18 off 7. And bring Afzal on, who has yet to score. He's faced 3 deliveries. And they want to keep the runs down. 155 is still a pretty hefty total for Mitri. And got him. Good bowling. And he's happy with that. So it's been a bit of a comeback here from Ikota. And if they can keep this score to as low as possible, they've got a chance of getting this. So it's quite difficult against a good Mitri side. I did mention, though, that Mitri probably don't have the bowling depth. And they've been conceding quite a few runs in their games, Mitri. Ikota, if they can keep these runs down over the last few balls, they'll have a very, very good chance in this game. Even though they did look down and out about the the halfway mark when the score was going at 20 and over. It's down to 16 and a half. Still difficult to get, but definitely possible for Ikota. Imran Hussain coming in again. And well, big shout, big appeal from the bench. No one on the field appealed. It was going down leg, just got a leg by. They won't get a leg by. Yes, they will. Just looking why. Just got to update the score slightly. Zafar is not facing. I think I'm not sure if the umpire did call a leg by. There we go. That's what we missed. Here comes Hussain again, and hit pretty firmly. Picked the gap, I think, and has. Nice shot, 4 runs. There we go. Just played off the back foot. Smashed it pretty hard and just bisected those fielders. Sand will come in again. Bowling to Yasser, 22. Oh, it's a loose one down leg side. Keeper does well. Very well, just to keep it down to the wide. It could have been 5, which would have been well, a bit of a disaster. This innings has been a little bit of a disaster for Ikota, but remember Mitri, they did score 160 odd against Paris Zelmi this morning, so this is pretty much par total for them. 161 for 5. And this is over the top. Will the catch it this time? He will. Takes the catch. That's nicely taken. It's Istiak Ahmed, I think, who's down there. It is Istiak. So, I don't think he's trying to get up, just can't find feet. There we go. He's got up. He's up. He's okay. So Yasser goes to 22. Another wicket goes down. 161 for 6. Another drop ball. Keep it around about 16 and over. Still a lot of runs, but Ikota will think that they've got a good chance of getting there, considering how it was early on. And called a wide. It's Kawar Abbas, a new batsman. I saw Kawar Abbas this morning in the bowling first. Took 2 wickets in 3 balls. One caught it slip and one caught behind, getting the ball to swing a lot. So it'll be handy for Mitri up front, no doubt. This one's hit pretty nicely out towards the boundary, but they'll only get 1. They'll come back for 2. Keeper gets the run out. They get only the single. Abbas didn't have much pace on him to try to get back, so a pretty good finish there for Ikota. They'll be buoyed by that, giving themselves high fives. A good comeback from them. And you never know with this game. It could be just that's enough emphasis for them to start this their batting innings in a positive manner, and to get to this total. It definitely gives them a bit of a buzz and a bit of a leg up for the second innings. We'll see some of the highlights, and most of the highlights first up will be from Mitri. That was wide. That's one of the highlights. Umpire Anton. But mostly it was just good stroke play. I said Omer took one little while to hit one off the sticks. He was getting inside edges and such, but when he started going, he really got going. Did Mustafa Omer. It was a class act. And this one's just hit over the top, but generally it was hit over the boundary by Omer. Istiak, he took a bit of hammering, as you can see. It's just a little unfortunate with the edge, but all up, Mitri that laid the platform for a huge score. That was a big hit. Quite a few of them, actually. And there's umpire Anton signalling a 6. See in the chat. Good comeback by Ekota. Thank you, Funny Time. I totally agree with you. And it was. It was a good fight. I don't know if they're fighting for their tournament yet. They need to get in the into the semi-finals. And that was the first of 2 catches out there by Shaheen Khan. And it was Abdullah Al-Mamun who took 3 wickets. 2 short caught by Shaheen. And that was a nice catch as well by Mubarak Hussain out on the boundary. They kept on going. It's unfortunate. It blasted through the fielder. They kept on going with the scoring. Mitri to a point, but they were held back by a few wickets, and then some good bowling late on. It was Istiak that decided to deflect one into his face, and the wicket, that was Mubarak Hussain who took that wicket. Bowled pretty well. He's happy about that one. That's the one that Istiak caught, then couldn't quite stand up. Like a Saturday night out on the town. And this is the final ball with a run out. So, I wouldn't say it's an even contest. Mitri definitely the favourites to win this game. However, Ekota with late comeback, give themselves a chance. Look at this. So Aslan Zafar, 30 off 16. The highlight, Mustafa Omer, 75 off 21. Score also for Hamayun, 18. And Hussein Yassir on 22. Too many extras as well, 16 extras, 2 no balls, 12 wides, couple of leg byes, 163 for 7. So doing themselves no favours there with the extras. And the bowling figures, not pretty. 2 for Amran Hussain, 3 there for Abdullah Al-Hamum. The skipper going for 13s and over. That's not bad, but 3 big wickets, and did help to for that late comeback. So Mubarak Hussain with a wicket. So it's Zarek. We didn't see him back, but he'll be back in the next game for sure. Ekota, as I said, just a bit of a comeback towards the end, giving them a sniff. 163. It is a big total, but they might be able to get it. As you see here, the mid-match summary highlights, definitely Mustafa Omer, that's 75. But Abdullah Al-Mamun with 3 for 26, including vital wickets, really, I think, helped his team, Ekota. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time in this European Cricket Series, France match 8 between Mitri and Ekota. 164 to win for Ekota. It'll be a tough ask, but they're capable. We'll see if they can do it after a short break. Back here soon.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and thanks Danny for covering for me for doing that first innings, and it was an exciting one as well, plenty of runs being scored. Mustafa Omer once again, pick of the batters, 75 of 21, got good support from Arslan Zafar, who seems to have found his form back again. So now it's time to see what the reply is going to be from Bling Bling Akota. As well, one thing they've got to do if they want to take anything from this match is get past 113. Get to 114, they will pick up a point, but they're looking for more than a point. If you take a look at where the standings are, remember that the top two from this Group A, which comes to a conclusion tomorrow, will go through. The teams that finish top from Group A and Group B will play the qualifier. That means that they'll also have the double chance. The winner of the qualifier goes to the final. The loser plays the winner of the eliminator. And the eliminator will be played by the two teams that finish second. So at the moment, you can see Akota, they've got some work to do. If they can pick up a win here, certainly will help their cause to try and finish in the top two. But at the moment, Raw 94 and Parazalmi seem to be leading the way. But that could all change. Remember, Parazalmi are going to have a tough contest against the PUC. That's coming up next. So big innings this, you feel, for the new team, Akota CC. 164 required for victory. And we're going to start with Kawa Abbas. Now, he bowled sensationally well this morning. Just checking to see that he does have a slip in place. And that was an important field positioning this morning when he picked up those wickets. One of those was caught by slips. Not sure what the umpire had to say there to Shazad Umar, the captain of Mitri. But something said to him about something. I guess we'll never know. We might find out. Anyway, we're ready to go. Rado says, let's go. We do. Of course, Rado, official timekeeper. And he'll start with an OK delivery. He does. Oh, well. I say an OK delivery. And just like that, Anton comes to life. Maybe he just needed winding up. Well, let's have a look at this. It's, I don't know. No, I think he does get a little bit of the line there, but he takes a long time to give the call, does umpire Anton. Yeah, Anton, of course, we've seen him before. Well bowled. This time the bowler says, all right, then I'll get it a little bit closer. Anton, how's that for you? Ants everywhere, by the way, here. And the old saying, ants in your pants? Well, like, there could be. There's millions of them. And it's not like me and Danny have been eating here or anything. They're just all over the place. And I was saying to Danny yesterday, ants are funny. Yes. The next delivery from Abbas comes through. This time he wants this to come back. I know exactly what he's thinking here. Wide ball called. He's hoping this ball does come back because he does get a movement away. But this one just continues down the same line. Done it many times myself, and you got the ball swinging away. You thought, you know what, if I pitch it on leg, it'll come back and take off, but it doesn't quite work that way. I'll go back to what I'm going to say in a minute, maybe after this delivery. This one on the pad, no run. Yeah, yesterday, as soon as it was the last match, we had that little bit of rain, remember? And as soon as the weather turned a bit wet, they disappeared. They just vanished. And I said to Danny at the time, well, where they've all gone? They just seem to all disappear. Whereas right now, they're walking all over the place on my paperwork, they're on the table. Well, Danny, who's taken a bit of a break, it's his turn to take innings off. He's better check his headsets when he comes back because they're crawling in there. Ants. Anyway, I'm not gonna say anything about the ants today because, as I've already mentioned, it is International Mother Earth Day, a global awareness campaign. It's all about how we have to share responsibility of promoting and being harmonized with nature and the earth. And of course, that means all of the animals, no matter how big or small, including the ants. I'm going to leave them alone. And, well, the batter doesn't want to leave this alone. It's a Gundy ball, and he literally just casually flicks this for 6. So 6 runs. Here we go. It's not the best of deliveries. He has strayed onto the legs just slightly. He still wants to get that magical ball in, doesn't he? The one that comes back from leg stick and takes off, or even straightens enough to go into the middle. It's not going to happen. That gets played away. It's a good-looking shot from Abdullah Al-Mumun. Has been in good form. Scored that half century yesterday. Interesting that that's a wild swing. He really loses his shape on that one. Not a good shot from Mumun. Yeah, I'm just going to say, interesting going with Abdul Muhit. Muhit can certainly hit it. We have seen him score runs pretty quickly. But still got the likes of Mubarak Hussain in the side. And you would have felt that you would open with him, but he did score a half century yesterday, but they're not going with Mubarak to open. And more of the same. So, an interesting little over there. Abdullah Al-Mumin, we know he can play some lovely shots, and he did play one beautiful one. And then 2 sort of number 11 looking hoiks at the end of the over That means that there'll just be 8 runs from it, 8 off the first, and Kawa will be more than happy with that over. 78 matches since the golden ball. Well, we said this at the start of the day when it was 177 on the board and Mitri had made a great start, and we thought, well, maybe it could be. It'll be a high-scoring one. We have seen high-scoring ones here. It was we saw a 161 here last year, and that featured Mitri against PUC. So not saying can't happen. Big appeal and gone. Gets his man, and this is Hamiyun. Comes in, gets the ball full. He likes it. He wants it. He's sure. And the umpire, Raghunath, agrees. Let's have a look here again. And I suppose it's one of those, isn't it? I know there's some people that will go, ooh, la la, I don't know. But doesn't have to hit middle. And I think on impact that this ball is going to hit probably a little bit in the middle, but definitely going to catch the leg stick. I think that's a good call. It's a fair call. That ball is not going to miss. And unfortunately, that's going to be the end of Muhit. He's going to go for a golden duck. A little bit of the old... Well, harmonising with nature and the earth. And ducks are animals as well. Hello to all the ducks. Had a few out here as well. And Hossein will now come in at number 3. And he gets a juicy full toss to get his teeth into first up. Doesn't get it out the middle, but with the field the way it's set, with a man on the 45 and 2 inside the circle, if you go either side of them, especially with this outfield being nice and quick, after his fresh cut this morning, it's always going to be 4 runs. So that's 4 runs. Ahmadzai Hamiyun, I liked his work in the earlier match for Mitri. He scored some fine runs, 44 of 14. He's certainly another good hitter of the ball. And that one's gone right through the legs of the batter. Now, well, we did see a nutmeg with the batter playing a shot for a nutmeg in the match earlier. And this time it goes through the legs. The keeper does well, actually. Difficult one for the keeper to see. Sometimes you see those get through, but well done to the keeper. Keeps his eye on it. Now it's time for a little bit of helmet time. That ends off the lid. I think you heard the clutter. Well, let's have a look at this again. There's the short delivery. Yeah, I'm sure that is off the side of the lid. You know, by asking the batter if he's okay. You see it here. And yeah, right on the side. I think it catches a bit of the shoulder as well, so it takes some of the impact away. Hamiyun, slow ball, cleverly bowled. Rolls the fingers on it. Doesn't come out anywhere near as quick and fast as the previous deliveries. And Abdullah Al-Mumun, it's another swing and a miss for him. So he's now going at less than run a ball. Remember to stay up with this. They really need to be, I think, 45-ish at the power play. And unless they get a really good over in the next one, because that should just be a single. It will be. Man who's got the red armbands, Shaheen Khan, doing the fielding there. So over comes to an end, and it's a slow start, to say the least. And just the 6 coming off that one from Hamiyun, and takes the score at the end of the 2 overs to a pretty below par 14. And, they've lost a wicket there as well. Welcome to everybody that's tuned back in. And Dave is saying plum pudding with plum sauce. Well, maybe that's where Danny is right now. Maybe he's found a bit of plum pudding. I bet you he was saying that I was there near the barbecue somewhere. Maybe I was. Or maybe I did find something to put in a bit of French bread with some nice sauces. But to be honest, though, I think I did hear Daddy say we don't really need to venture that far, because Lunch was once again absolutely superb. Plenty of variety for the crew and some of the staff. So once again, a big thank you to the organisers here in Drew, keeping us well fed and well watered. We certainly can't ask for more, and the cricket's been pretty good as well. If only we could order sunshine on cue as well. High in the air. Fielder, will he have a play on this? No, you won't. It's going to go all the way. It's a genuine Maximo. His umpire Anton does all sorts of antics. All he's got to do is put his two arms up in the air and signal 6. But Anton, knowing Anton, he goes for a walk around. He's like a mechanical umpire. If there was such a thing as a mechanical umpire, it would be based on Anton. And I don't know how he doesn't get tired, actually. It's going to be a swing and a miss, and just not getting the momentum going here at the moment. Kawar Abbas. Hasn't he bowled well today, Kawar? He doesn't try to overdo it for me, Kawar. Just tries to get the ball in the right areas, and he's successful in doing that as well. And sees the batter coming, so deliberately bowls this just a little bit shorter. Well bowled. It just goes to show that he's watching what the batters are trying to do as well. So Abdullah is getting a little bit frustrated out there at the moment, I would say. Now being joined, of course, by Mubarak Hussain. Muhit at the top of the order just didn't work. He went for a first ball golden from LBW to Humayun. That's really well bowled. Good delivery. Good delivery. The batter wants to give himself a little bit of room to cart this one away, and Kawar says, okay, all I've got to do with that is to keep it nice and straight and just tuck it in the line where the wide line is. You see, Abbas, what I like about him, he's not greedy. He's not greedy in trying to get wickets. He's trying to keep the ball in areas where he feels he's going to join the dots up, and that's exactly what he's done. Once again, another marvellous piece of bowling. And too rightly, he should be applauded. So that's the power play done. 21 coming from it. And that means that's taken the rate up now to, with 7 overs to go, every over has to go for 20. Look at the difference between the two. And that's huge, isn't it? 41 run difference at the end of the 3 overs. So they're way behind. Now when is the fight going to start here? Going to fight back pretty quickly. Hello to Wayne in the chat. Wayne, I hope you're well. Dave is in there as well. Dave, we missed you for a few days, Dave. It's good to see that you're back, and you're back with a bang. Humayun, why not come back for your second? Oh, good delivery. Really good delivery. It's the second time he's bowled this sort of delivery. The time before in his first over went through the legs of the batter. I said then it was a good take from the keeper. This one's a good one as well. Nicely done. There's a Shah Pendikale. Oh, that one is overdone. The keeper still does superbly well. Has he done enough to save the 5 wides? Well, let's make sure he gets inside the field of play. He does. No mistakes from the fielder. He takes the pace off it and allows the fielder to get a foot on this before it goes to the boundary. So I think it's a combination of the wicket keeper's glove and a good hard chase. On the Iba from Hussain. Yes, here. He stops it going to the boundary. And not the best of deliveries. Humayun is trying to nail that Yorker, isn't he? So he's a little bit different in his approach to that, perhaps, of Kawar Abbas. Abbas is happy to keep the economy rate well down and perhaps doesn't need a wicket to his name. Humayun wants that wicket, but that's better, you see. How about this for a casual take? Sometimes wicket keepers want to look cool as well. This is as casual as you get. One-handed. Thank you very much. Well, you don't always have to use two hands. One is as good as two, is what Shah is saying there behind the stumps. Now that's probably going to get a little bit of the body or the bat. Let's see what the umpire. Umpire's given 4 from the bat. Again, it's not another good delivery. It's about the third one. And I think he has then changed it to leg buys. All right, so just got the signal the wrong way around there, the umpire. Well, he got me. Hopefully he didn't get the scorers. That will be leg buys. I did think it was a bit high to get the bat unless it got the gloves, but off the body, they all count, I suppose. Needs to get it back outside the Abdullah Al-Mumin. Well bowled. Very well bowled. Variations. I reckon it was also the 5th ball, perhaps, of his last over where he put that cheeky slow ball in. He's done it again. And Abdullah Al-Mumin just didn't pick it. It's another one that gets through. It's starting to get to a point now where the captain himself, who's out there, is going to have to start saying, well, am I actually helping my team at all? I've had 17 balls. I've scored 14. I'm not helping the team's course here. What started off before the start of this over, well, that will help. He needed it. He needed that. Well, maybe that will probably encourage him to stay out there for maybe a few more deliveries. That will get him to 20. 20 of 18, though, at the moment, as the last ball on that over gets crunched to the leg side boundary over mid-wicket. And that's going to be 13 off the over, but still, even with that 6, is way below where they need to be. Score moves to 34. 34 for 1 now. You can see they are way behind rate required. Now hovering just below the 22 required from here on in. And well, while we're waiting for the next one to start, Anton is saying to the fielding team, come on, hurry up, get going, as the wicketkeeper wants to get the lid on. Let's talk a little bit about on this day in 1988, the start of one of the most thrilling tests of modern times, it was called. And it didn't happen often in those days, but the West Indies were definitely drinking in the last chance saloon against Pakistan in Barbados. They were 0-1 down with 1 to play, and their 8-year-old unbeaten siege run, not to mention their claim to being the world's best side, was under serious threat. And more on that after this delivery from Umar. And it's dragged down the ground to long on. To just be a single. Magnificent match, seesawed in a way that nobody could imagine. Only Viv Richards in the first innings scored any notable runs with 67. This is going to be just another single. And at 207 for 8, chasing 266 with only Courtney Walsh to come, Pakistan looked to have it in the bag. But Jeff Dujon, he blocked. And Winston Benjamin blasted West Indies to a 2-wicket win. There's more to this story, by the way. I'll carry on after we have a look at this. It's 4 runs. So Hussain gets this away. See it here. It's not a bad delivery, but he doesn't put any pace on it. The fielder probably should have done better there. And that's what allows that to go to the boundary. So there was, Benjamin blasted the West Indies to 2-wicket win. Pakistan were left to lick their wounds, not least Abdul Qadir, who allegedly punched a heckler on the boundary and ending up paying out of court for a settlement. So that's the way things finished, as tempers did fray back on that day in 1988 when Pakistan thought they were going to get that series win against the West Indies. Good shot, this one. Once again, no pace on the ball from Shazad Umar. But I have to say, if he's going to keep putting the balls there, they kind of hit me balls. Let's see if he changes it up slightly here. No, he doesn't. It's just, this one is going to get past the field as well, you know. And he trips over his own feet. And, oh, let me play. I want to have a go. I want to play. You can see that looks like PUC are doing some warm-ups or whatever's happening. The alarms have gone off as well as the fielder there trips over his own feet trying to stop that one. 16 off the over. Shazad Umar to say. He's kind of bowling runs, isn't he? Exactly, same spot again, but this one now gets missed by the batter and the keeper. They'll take a bye. That means that Hussain will stay on strike. He's certainly going better than his captain at the moment. And we are at that halfway point. 50 does come up. 51 for one. And we've seen this before. Of course, it's the upcoming events that we have. I'm looking forward to going back to Malta, in fact, the spring series at the Marsa International Ground. I know when I was there last time, they've been doing a few refurbishments. I wonder how that's going. I'll get a chance to have a look. Belgium, of course, the night series. Also coming up in a new destination. Danny's already talked about. Looking forward to start things off there in Czechia. He'll also go to Jersey. And Greece, with those ECIs and T20s, is on our schedule. Now, it's a good delivery, but very well played. Beautiful timing. That's a lovely shot from Mubarak Hussain. Farhad Azim thinks he's got a decent ball in there, and I don't think it was a bad ball at all. Gets it in a good area, but that's been very nicely timed and placed. Nicely played away. Few changes being made. Nayan Chowdhury just putting a comment in the chat. Nayan, I don't normally respond too much to negative comments, but on this occasion you've sparked me into one, so I will. As that's the swing and a miss. Nayan, everybody has to start somewhere. We often say that these are not professional players. We are going to countries where probably the sport of cricket is not the #1 sport, and certainly the facilities in a lot of these countries. I know we've got a beautiful ground here in Drua, but in a lot of these places, the guys and girls that play, both young and old, don't have superb facilities. They've got to start somewhere, and you've got to remind yourself you're not watching professionals. You're watching people that work hard, taking time off work to play the game. They're not being paid to play. So I don't know if you're expecting professional cricket. Well, you're not going to get it, not all the time. If we were talking about the Melto Shield or Western Shield or European Cricket Championship that we are talking about from time to time, I can understand your comment. So, not all players are going to be at a very high standard or the standard that you're expecting to see. And I think one thing that we have seen on the network, and a lot of people that are on the chat will back me up here, is that teams, every time we come back, teams will improve, and that's what we're trying to do here. That is our #1 focus. That's our goal, to bring cricket to countries in Europe, help it grow, help it thrive, and show the world how the game has grown. And it will take time in some places. Some teams will be better than others. Ikota CC are a new team. It's the first time they're playing on the network, and they started with a win, and I'm pretty sure that they will also get better. So, and I'll finish off by saying, and I don't normally say this, but if you can't be positive, and if you can't understand that, then this cricket's not for you. You're not being forced to watch it. Go watch something else. That's all I'll say on the matter. Back to the commentary. There's Azim looking to finish a very good over here. Just the 6 have come from it, and one of those was a boundary. Bowling here to Mubarak Hussain, who will be looking to get this one away, and well, he has the right ball to try and do it on, and he might have got a little touch on this. The bowler wants it, the wicketkeeper wants it, the umpire now will give it. Well, he's taking his time, the umpire. I think he's probably trying to give the benefit of the doubt to Mubarak Hussain to perhaps walk. I'm pretty sure this catches the gloves. Here we have a look at it again. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You can see wicketkeeper goes up straight away. The bowler knows he's got his man. And the umpire is saying, right, you're going to walk or not? No? All right, then. I'm going to give you a marching orders. And in the end, a little sneaky look there to the square leg umpire. I think maybe he's just getting clarification that he also agrees with him that it does catch some of the glove. And together, they do give the decision. So another one bites the dust. Second wicket goes. And Mubarak Hussain, who started to get things moving, he's going to go for 25. 25 off ball number 14. Shah takes the catch behind the stumps. And Azim, very good over from him. Didn't start well, but finished beautifully. Just goes for the 6. Picks up that wicket. Well, we're seeing the man with 150 on his back. This is Ilyas. Mohamed Ilyas, who comes into the side, and he's a tall man. And if he gets, if he bowls this from a good height, he's gonna cause a few problems. We like to talk about good battles. At the moment, this is got a wicket here. This is quite spectacular because you're going to see Abdullah Al-Mamun smash this ball, I think, onto his leg, and then it goes back to the stumps. That's what I'm seeing. We'll see it on the replay here pretty well. Let's see. Yeah, he's hit that ball onto his own pad, and then the ball goes on the stumps. Here we go. Yeah, onto the foot, actually, the back, sort of that padded part off the foot. And that's going to be the end of the captain. And joy there for Ilyas, who picks up a wicket off his second delivery. No joy, though, for El Capitan Abdullah. No heroics from him today. In fact, I think he's hurt his team more than he's aided them with kind of a run-a-ball score of 22. So he's going to go here now. Now you get to a point where you really start to wonder where the runs could come from. One's just pushed out there. Might think of 2, but the wicketkeeper in the end reads the situation pretty well. Yeah, what I was going to say is that we like to see a battle. This one is not going to be a battle. It's going to be pretty one-sided. So I'll take you back to a battle back in 1998. Battle Royale, it was called, between 2 legends of the game who had faced each other in several face-offs. Well, that's pretty well struck, but fielder might come across and take the catch. And in the end, I think he puts off the fielder who's backing him up. The 2 men getting involved in the action there. There's Husnain Zafar. Zafar with the red armbands goes for it. I wonder if he gets a little touch on this. No, he doesn't. It gets past him, but for some reason, the man who was backing up there, Farhad Azim, just stopped. If he had kept going, then he would have been able to stop that. So a boundary. I go back to 1998 in a minute. And this one's up in the air. That's going to be 4 more as well. Cuatro guerreras. So this is Bazrak, who's at least he's getting bad on the ball. And that one was not quite where he meant it to go, but he will get some runs there. Yeah, of course, I'm talking about Sachin Tendulkar and Shane Warne. This was when they came together in Sharjah. It was Sachin Tendulkar who would win the battling again. And everybody remembers the pictures of Shane Warne swatting flies away. That's a good slow delivery from his face, looking perplexed at Tendulkar, who read Warne's deliveries before they landed and sent them across the boundary. Tendulkar scored 143 in 131 balls. That then was his highest in 1 day. And though India lost, thanks largely to a well-paced 100 from Michael Bevan, they qualified for the final. Tendulkar made 134 in that match on his 25th birthday, and India won the Coca-Cola Cup. And just was another battle in 1998 between the great, 2 legends of the game really, Sachin Tendulkar and of course the late and sadly missed Shane Warne. We had a quick look at what's coming up next, as this one's hit pretty well, but to the fielder. And I think what we've got coming up next should be a battle. Let's face it, 2 teams that you'd expect to be right up there at the top of the standings. PUC, the Paris University Club, taking on Paris Zalmi. Zalmi undefeated at the moment. Just slices up in the air, and catch gets dropped. And they seem to be pushing and shoving each other out of the way here. But the batters just don't seem to have... It's almost like they have no energy. You should be thinking that you're running hard to try and get 2 here. And even the shouts from the normally pretty loud and vocal supporters of Ekota and teammates can't get their batters going. And if you think they've gone flat, in the middle. They've gone even flatter in the team dugout. Uma. That's well bowled. Uma went for quite a few in his first over. He does get given another one by his captain. Went for 17, didn't he? But I suppose with the rate as it is, the captain's quite happy to let Uma get another. And to be fair, this has been a better over from him as well. I think Mitri are just using this because it's so far ahead in this match. I mean, it's done and dusted, isn't it? Let's face it. That they're just saying, right, let's use people who probably wouldn't normally bowl in a tighter fixture. This is a catching chance. Fielder gets underneath it and has taken a good catch. That's Farhat Azim. And he's rewarded Shazad Uma with a wicket. Uma finishes his spell with a wicket. Thank you very much. 1 for 19. And Ekota lose their fourth. They are 69 at the end of that 8th over. So 69. 4 wickets down, 2 overs to go, and let's face it, they look like, once again, they're not going to get any points here. Just to remind you, they need to get to a score of 114 for a point. So a team on debut on a European cricket series who started so well yesterday. Remember how they were up and about with that victory over the Vipers, 131 to 118, and they were lively, they were vibrant, they were throwing themselves around. And it's gone a little bit wrong since then. Of course, lost their second match when they were blown away by Paris Zalmi, and they picked up no point in that one. And not going to pick up any points in this one either by the look of things. And Mitri, I mentioned before that Mitri, they're definitely a team that have got their eyes on a top 2 finish. This win here, they get 4 points here, they will leapfrog Paris Zalmi to second. All right, Zalmi will have a game in hand over them, but there will be then just a point behind Royal 94, who have played the same number of games. So it's a big win, this for Mitri, and it's Mitri showing their intent. That would put pressure on the likes of Paris University Club in their match against Zalmi, and that probably makes that a must-win match for them, really. So this is certainly, this result, the way it is putting some pressure on PUC, who of course had that astonishing loss yesterday, where they wouldn't take a point. That one may be called a wide, and it will be called a wide. It's over the head of the batter, and Anton finds a number of ways to signal that wide. One thing's for sure is the scorers definitely won't miss Anton giving a signal, but trying to understand what he's signalling could be the issue. On that occasion, it's quite clear. Azim, he's been good, hasn't he? He's bowled well. And pace off, catching chance, and well taken. No issues at all from Hasnain Zafar. We'll see a good look at this. Gets it in his sights, gets himself in a good position, holds on to a good catch, wraps the fingers around it, and that's the end of Shaheen Khan. We'll get to 3 of, I think, 6 deliveries in the end. Yep, it is. And couldn't really find the boundary open when he went for it. He found the safe hands of the fielder. So Zafar. Zafar holds on to the catch. It's another wicket to Azim. 2 for 7. Plays that well, does the new batter. This is Aniat Khan, who's come out to partner Chowdhury. 2 guys who we haven't really seen too much from them. So really, I think they're just going to have to put this down as a once again, an experience, getting more experience playing this format. Ekota, they just never really started well. They needed a good power play. Only got 21. They lost a wicket early as well. It's dragged again towards the leg side. And Mitri, I think they've been really good. I've liked Mitri here today. They've really have played well. They lost out in the earlier match, the first match in the day, to Parazami, but they gave them a fright. 177 and 165. They did well to pick up a point there. And now they've totally outclassed Ekota. They've had a good day. Think about the runs they've scored in the day, 165 or 163. You'll be happy with that. That tells you that the team's playing well. The bowlers are bowling well. The batters are performing when they have to. And a little bit like Royal 94, I think they put in a very good team performance. Just going through the motions here, really, of sealing a very comfortable victory. Ekota, well, how do they come back for this? We will see them one more time in the day. They will play match number 10. Not going to be an easy one, because I mentioned that for me, Royal 94, like Mitri, have had a good day. And Ekota will have to play Royal 94. So we'll see them up against Priyan with the Akuma. Remember Nagarasa Harikaran with his bowling. And I also expect Lagrajan to come back well. Remember, he didn't score any runs in the last match for Royal 94. He's due some. And then, of course, you've got Stuart Ganamithran and John Murray Elliston to also deal with. So it won't be easy for Ekota. They need to regroup and come back strong. There's the bowling scorecard. And it wouldn't surprise me if the man with 150 on his back is going to bowl the last. Ilias, just to round things off, 73 for 5. And well, I think it's probably fair to say that wherever Danny ventured, whether it was over to the T10, remember it was World Tea Day yesterday, or whether he's just mooched around and looked at maybe some of the memorabilia in the clubhouse of some of the great pictures of Drew winning that European Cricket League in 2023. I think he's had more entertainment than we've seen in this innings from Ekota. That's going to be another soft dismissal. Smiles on the faces, of course, of Mitri, but despair on the faces of Ekota. There's not only are they going down here, but they will also put the lowest score on the lowest score that we've seen in this tournament so far in this run chase. As it looks like, unless we see some hits here from the two batters out there, looks like they're going to not even get to, let's say, a score maybe even in the 80s at the moment. They're 75 as they lose another wicket. That's the 6th down. So Chowdhury does go on strike at the expense of running out his partner. And the new batter that has come out there is Ahmad Ilias. Well, lofted and gone. 6 runs. So finally, I would say something to shout about, but nobody's shouting anymore. They're just all quiet, and not even a clap of hands for this shot. But it's a good shot. Holds the shape well. Does Marajan Chowdhury. Well, they do get to 80. All right, high. Wicketkeeper should want this. Should take it comfortably. And will take it comfortably. So Marajan, he has his highlight, hits a 6. But that took him to 7. He wouldn't add any more to that. 7 or 4. So Chowdhury now comes back. 81 for 7. That's the end of Chowdhury. And now it's Arif Mia who makes his way to the striker's end. A few people still nice to see supporting the comments that I made about some of the people who have been, I just think, a little bit insensitive and immature in the chat. But of course, all the normal and all the loyal and all the spanners just agreeing as well, and that's what we're all about. Come on, guys, we are a family. You know, we're a family. Look how we've grown, and I know that a lot of you have grown with us, and I think all together we sieve out the bad ones, and we do a great job in doing that. And that's what keeps us a healthy family. That's a healthy shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played. And Arithmia says, I want to be in the action. So Elias will go for another bounce. Has picked up 2 wickets, but it's 2 for 22 now with that one played away. A couple of balls still to come in the innings. And it's going to be... How many times have we seen this today? I think I'm already going to turn around and say, I don't think, even with this match not done yet and a couple more to come, I don't think I've seen as many as these. This is probably the 4th one where the batter has hit it back onto his stumps. Now, I don't know if this goes straight on or off him again. Let's have a look. This time it is off his back foot onto the stumps. You might see a good shot of it here, yeah. Onto the foot and back onto the stumps. It's another one. We just saw a picture there of Ghulam Ali, or I should say the captain of PUC, leading his teams to this point because we're getting ready, or they will be getting ready for that match. Yeah, Mukhtar Ali Ghulam. Saw him at the coin toss earlier with Nouman Amjad. 2 guys, of course, who played together for France, now playing up against each other. Now that one's up in the air, and it will go to the boundary. So I suppose a little bit of credit for Okota. They do get to the 90, but they're not going to be able to get past the 94, which, of course, was the lowest score we've seen so far. Some people will say, Rico, don't forget the 82. Yeah, but that was in a 6-over-a-side match, which was reduced also. Of course, referring to the Greeny Vipers, who were 82 for 3 after 6.3 when the rain came in that match number 5, and then DLS came into play. And 90 was the target required for PUC in 6 overs. So we don't take that into account. This is next. Paris University Club taking on Paris Zalmi. Zalmi unchanged. And Patel will be key. I think that's probably coming on Patel. I don't know why we got those the wrong way around. But anyway, he'll be good. And we know that Nouman Amjad was sensational with his 92. But the other batters are going to have to perform as well. He can't do it on his own. I'm expecting Zala Sher to come back strong. And Mudassar Iqbal has scored 2 half-centuries already in this series. PUC, we've only seen them good once. Mukhtar Ghulam will be very key. Usman Shahid in the side has to score at the top of the order. William Singh and his bowling is going to be pretty entertaining and useful. But once again, will it be Faisal Safi who's going to be the key for them, the very powerful left-hander? We're going to have to wait and see. But it's certainly one with the way this result has gone, and with Mitri taking all 4 points, I think this becomes probably more of a must-win match for PUC than it does for Paris Zalmi. I just get the feeling that if PUC go down in this match, then it'll be pretty difficult perhaps for them to take a top 2 finish. They'll need other results to go their way. But what we did see in this inning is that there were very few big boundary hits. I suppose I don't have to tell you that. You just need to have a look at the score. Abdullah Al-Mumun, he does hit 3 sixes. That's 18 runs, but he only finishes with 22. So that tells you that of the other deliveries, the other 20 balls, that he only scores, 4? Yeah, so that wasn't good from him. 25 from Mubarak Hussain. His strike rate was better. He scored 25 of 14, but he was caught well by Sharp and Hill behind the stumps. And then other than that, batters came and went. Some of them did find the boundary rope, but most of the time they were also finding the safe hands of the fielders. Mitri, I don't think they had to work too hard here. I think it was only probably about 45% effort from them in the middle out there. Speaking about the middle out there, as that match has come to an end, a little shower has developed, and I have to say, it is raining out there. Where it's actually raining from, it's a big question mark, because there's no really dark clouds above us. I know it is overcast, but not dark clouds. So I'm hoping that's just a little passing shower, and that the next match scheduled to start in around about 18 minutes time. It's not going to have any issues. There's that lovely looking cricket ground nestled in the beautiful countryside here in the north central part of France. It's a beautiful ground, a beautiful facility. It's always a pleasure to be here. And Akota, they found it hard to be here at the moment. They got a win in the first match, but they've gone down once again here. 22 from Abdullah, but more impressively, Mubarak Hussain scores 25, but just couldn't get those partnerships going. Just never really threatened to threaten Mitri in this match. They will once again, as they did in the last match that they played yesterday, they will take no points from this game. So that really, I think, means that we won't see them in on finals day. But they do have another match later today. Will not be an easy one as they take on Royal 94, who are on a bit of a high themselves. A quick look at the bowling figures you saw there. I think Mohamed Ilyas, he'll be very happy with his contribution. He bowls his 2 overs, picks up 3 wickets, and well done to Farah Azim Asar. I think he bowled really well. And I think also the captain, I like that also from the Shazaruma. I know he gives himself a couple of overs. The first one not so great, the second was much better, but he uses the opportunity in this kind of a no contest to give some of the other players a bit of a chance. So we're going to take a short break here, and Danny Hudacek no doubt will be ready to go for the next match, match number 9 coming up, and it's going to be a big match. And I think myself and Danny are going to be in for a good battle between PUC taking on Parasalmi, which I think is shaping up to being a very important match. So join us back in 14 minutes time. Get yourself a coffee, get yourself a cup of cha, and sit back, sit tight, ready for the action to start. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers, we're getting ready for match number 9, and a bit like some of the matches we've had already today, I believe that this one is going to be an absolute cracker. We've got two teams with very talented players coming together. PUC are taking on Paris Azami. Now, both teams have found their way to winning matches, but it didn't always go to plan. We'll talk a little bit about that later, but first, let's go and join these two for the coin toss. Two men that were playing on the same side a couple of days ago for France, and now they're at opposites with each other. It's going to be Mukhtar Ali Ghulam and Numan Amjad are at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch. Let's see what happens.
Paris Azami the call. Heads is the call. It is heads. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Paris Azami have won the toss. They're batting.
Numan Amjad for Zalmi winning the toss and deciding that he will have a bat first. He certainly is going to be keen to get out there again, isn't he? He scored 92, just missing out on a century a little bit early on. He's never scored a century on the network. He came within 8 runs of it, but he's going to be looking to go out there again. But he's got some good players in that side. Iqbal, remember, Mudassar Iqbal, he scored 50 in 9 balls yesterday. Scored another 50 earlier today, though it wasn't quite as quick. I'm also expecting something like Zadashir to come back, where he didn't manage to score any runs. But keep an eye out for the bowling of Kamal Patel. He certainly was very good, and I'm expecting him to pick up a few more wickets as well. We've seen that spin bowlers seem to be doing well, and I think he is right up there as one of the quality spin bowlers that we have in this series. What about PUC? They suffered a surprise loss yesterday at the hands of Royal 94. They were absolutely thrashed. They needed to get to 156. They were bowled out for 94 with plenty of balls to go. But they came back well in a shortened match against the Greeny Vipers. They needed 90 of 6 overs, and they got there. Faisal Safi was in incredible form. He's a left-hander, very classy. Another national team player. I expect him to go well in this match. And then the man that we saw out there in the middle, I think Gulami is going to be key again. This is going to be a very exciting match. And I think Danny Hudacek, I'm going to join you in the commentary box in a moment to talk through this one because I think it's going to be exciting. I feel it's going to be high scoring. I also believe that we're going to see some sensational cricket. So get ready for a real humdinger of a match coming up next.
Thanks, Rigo, and I definitely agree with you. This is going to be a humdinger match of the day for sure, with Paris University and also Paris Salmi. I guess old rivals in a way. Played some good matches on the network over the last year. As you see, 2-0 Paris Salmi, 1-1 Paris University, but maybe slow out of the blocks. But they absolutely blasted the opposition in the last game. So it was Zalmi that won the toss, elected to bat, and got some good batting for them. I'm sure they'll open with Kamal Patel, who got a first baller in the game this morning, and Mudassar Iqbal. But it was Norman Amjad that hit that 92, sparkling form earlier in the day. And PUC 37%. I think it's a lot closer than that. Paris University with some quality throughout, especially Mukhtar Ali Gulami, William Singh also, and Faisal Safi, all with the bat, but with the bowling also very, very good side. So we're about to get underway. That rain that sort of came past the ground earlier seems to have disappeared. Might be a little bit damp, not damp underfoot, just a little bit skiddy for a couple of players. But it's good conditions again for cricket. So hi to everyone in the chat. There's quite a bit of going on. John Gray's there, Julian Dawson, Thomas Martinez, Dave as usual. Good to see you there. So Paul Kempen. So I'm looking forward to this one. This, as I said, should be match of the day. Let's hope so. Two good quality sides. Starting with spin. It is William Singh. The men in purple. We'll start off bowling, I think, to Kamal Patel. And lifted over the top, 6 runs. Well, that's hit the barbecue tent. Nice shot. So, lined it up. Let's have a look. And hit that edge of that barbecue tent. No safe place to be in this ground. Nice shot. First up, in fact, it's not. It's Ahmadzai. Dawood Ahmadzai, who's opening the batting. Not the Mighty Mouse, Mr. Universe, Dawood Ahmadzai. Different one. This is turn around the corner. Nice shot going towards a boundary. Being cut off. Good bit of teamwork. It's 2 on the board. Interesting to see they changed the order around after Patel hit that golden duck first up. Good teamwork there from the university. Ball comes in again. Slow full toss. Oh, that's out. Well, a little bit unlucky. There's a low full toss. It went past the outside edge, hit the keeper's pads, I think, and went onto the stumps. A little bit of luck for PUC. Let's have another look at this. Quick work from the keeper, sort of. And first wicket goes down. Have another good look at it. It was a low full toss outside off stump. Let's have a look. So he overpitched it, charged it, missed it, and hit. I think it was the pads of the keeper went onto the stumps. And good quick work, in essence. Got the pads just at the right angle did the keeper. First wicket goes down, and there's Dawood Ahmadzai. He'll have to walk back. So new batsman will be Zadar Sher. And we saw him briefly this morning as well. He went, I think, first or second ball. Got another duck as well. They were in trouble this morning with Zalmi until they they unleashed on the bowling of Mitri. So Williamson gets a wicket. It's a good option, I think, starting with that pace off. Keep the batsmen in check, keep them in their crease. Unfortunately, Amatai didn't stay in his crease. Williamson comes in again. And got him! First up! And Cher, who hit a nice 70 yesterday, has gone for a golden quacker. That's a king pair for Cher. Wonder if that's ever been said before. All right, Zada Cher has to go, and William Singh's on a hat-trick. He fired that one in, coming left arm around the wicket, and just slanted it into the right-hander. Not the greatest shot there by Cher, and have to walk off. So on a hat-trick, it is Noman Amjad. If he gets a hat-trick, this will be huge for University, because he hit 92 off almost nothing this morning. Comes William Singh. And, close, not out. I think the angle did him. Hit the pad. I think it was slipping down leg. Remember, I mentioned that angle. He's coming around the wicket, the left-hander. Let's have a look at this. And yeah, I think it was a good decision going down leg. Good ball though. Another dot ball. William Singh, excellent over, taking 2 for 8. And that's the score at the moment. Parazalmi are 8 for 2. So good start for them. As you'll see, the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket, coming up in September. As we see, 3 groups. The winners of each group will go on to play in the championship group against England and the Netherlands as winners and runners-up of the last tournament. That'll be well contested. There is a challenger division as well. I'm sure we'll see that graphic a little bit later on. But 3 groups, all top teams in Europe. And there's promotion relegation, so you'll get relegated teams, going from those divisions to the challenger and vice versa. This is a loose start, and umpire Anton calling it a wide. The new bowler is Safar Iqbal, again continuing with the spin. Obviously they know how Zalmi bat. That's another swing and a miss from Madassa Iqbal. Of course, Madassa Iqbal yesterday hit 50 off 9. And he's, well, this is just over the top, is it? Fielder can't find it. And knocks it in, does very well. He's never going to take the catch. But as soon as it bounced, it just bounced up for him, and he's able to knock it back. Again, good teamwork here from University. 11 for 2. Been rejoined in the igloo by Rico Full. What do you think of the start?
In what's going to be, well, we feel it's going to be a cracking match, but at the moment it's going to be another wicket. And I'm just looking at the batter here, Madassa Iqbal. He looks a little stunned here. Doesn't understand what's happened. You watch him here. So Iqbal, who we know is pretty aggressive, goes for the shot. He just he looks in shock. He just stands there, watches. Catch gets taken. No celebration at all from Zafar Iqbal, and the hard-hitting Madassa Iqbal, who scored 2 50s, back-to-back 50s, is going to have to depart for just 2 of the 3 deliveries he's faced. And Paris Almi, 11 for 3.
They're in a bit of trouble here. They've lost some big names. That'll be Asim Mohammed, the new batsman. Someone's got to start scoring some runs. Neither batsman off the mark. Amjad is, well, he's a good bat, Amjad, as we saw this morning, and nice bowling. And the plan with taking the pace off the ball first up has really worked for University. Obviously, they know this Zalmi team very well. So that's the plan up front, I think.
Yeah, you'd expect that from 2 good teams. They they would have discussed a lot about what they want to try and do here. And at the moment, the plans that are being executed by PU. Oh, that's a spicy one for the keeper as it hits I think the edge of the pitch and pops up at him. But yeah, at the moment it looks like PSC have got the better of Zalmi, but we know it just takes a couple of shots, and that gets someone like Numan Amjad going, who's scored 92 earlier today. Hasn't got off the mark just yet though.
Another one he's missed. I think it might have got a bit of an inside edge. That's never very good over there from Iqbal. 1 for 4, and at the end of 2, Paris Zalmi are 12 for 3. Well, let me go with the standings. What do you think, Rico?
Well, this is why I think this for PSC is a huge match. If Zalmi win this one, PSC, even if they pick up a point, they've got a lot of work to do to try and finish in the top 2. I know there's some games left, but it's worth mentioning. Nobody likes to talk about it, but it's worth mentioning that we already kind of on alert for possible rainy start tomorrow. Now, if let's just say you do lose a couple of games, for argument's sake, that means today becomes a huge match to try and get as many points on the board as you can today. And I think that's why this match for Paris University Club is hugely important. And that is because, don't forget, when they got beat in their first match yesterday against Royal 94, they didn't pick up a point.
It's going to rain tomorrow. Yeah. I'm off to Paris tomorrow. I've got a day off.
It might be all right in Paris.
Oh, it could be. We are not that far away from Paris. It's, again, very well bowled. It's been knocked down in the gully. And just the 1 run. Good piece of fielding.
Yeah, just a forecast, though. I always remember a good friend of mine, a good tournament referee friend of mine, Ron Graham, always used to say, it's only a forecast. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but, of course, we have to be prepared whatever happens. It's more a bit of an inside edge. So at the moment, the spin attack working of William Singh and also Zafar Iqbal.
Yeah, working very well, in fact. 2 good spinners, though, you've got to say. And especially, again, the left arm coming around the wicket, angling it into the right-hander. And lifted away from the fielder. And very well placed. There's a player within the 30-metre circle that almost got there, and then the man on the boundary that almost got there.
Yeah, this is, as you can see, that's the infielder. It's wide of him. It's wide of the outfielder as well. So he will get 4. It's uppish. That's the sort of one that as a bowler you think, I don't mind that. I sort of half won the battle.
Yeah. Oh, well, nice ball. Bit of turn there for William Singh.
You know what makes Singh so difficult to play is that when he bowls most of those deliveries, he gets so much swerve on the ball in the air. Watch that ball. It really does come in a long way. So,
chance.
How about this for a bit of action? The 2 stumps out of the ground as the throw comes in. We'll see a bit of all of this. So first it's a swing in the air. He's a little bit slow going because he's a bit disappointed he doesn't get it away. Then he realises he has to run. And direct hit would have gone. And then William Singh knocks 2 stumps out of the ground. Not out, says the umpire, which is the right call. Umpire now has to use the bat to get those stumps back in. Thanks, he says to Asim.
I don't think if the batsman will be too happy with the umpire using his bat to bash the stumps in. Those bats are expensive now, Rico.
They are expensive.
The bat I used so many years back in Australia, I bought for $20. It's a good bat too. Got me quite a few runs for a bowler.
Hey, listen, I know it's not quite the last match of the day, but we normally do a random question. That's a good question. I know there's a lot of people in the chat, and I want to say a big thank you to the chat. You've been absolutely brilliant here today, and very chirpy, a lot of conversation. Most of it positive, which I like. Hello to Thomas Martinez. Buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás, mi amigo? But yeah, bats. Let's talk about the most expensive or the most money that you've paid for a bat. So your first one, was that your first bat?
No, I got one as a kid. It was called Pioneer, but it was a wooden bat, and it was all right. And then I had a couple of,
as opposed to what?
I had a couple of county bats. No. But like
there was metal, I suppose, at some point, right?
There was. I've seen one of those. We had one in the kit.
Chance. Easy. Gone. Another one goes. Well, we're talking bats at the moment. Let's just say that the bats at Parizalmi are using. They're not going very well, and that's the big wicket. Numan Amjad, the hero of the earlier victory for Zalmi, he'll go just for 2 or 6 balls. It's just not happening at the moment. It's just tactics are everything. And at the moment, it's clear that PUC have got theirs perfectly right.
Yeah, they definitely have, haven't they? And, well, it's the tactic with the spin. And definitely they've come in with a plan. And that plan's working very, very well for them.
Shabir takes the easy catch, and Iqbal picks up another wicket. So the 2 spinners, 2 wickets apiece. He ain't done yet, you know, he's only just started the over.
Comes in again to cover. Finding fielders at the moment as well. So nothing really going right for Zalmi.
He got me thinking now, I don't think, because I was mainly when I started playing cricket, I played mainly just as a bowler. When I was playing junior cricket, there was always, that's a good shot. And, but not good enough, because the fielder comes across. You're right, Danny, it's not that good. Fielder comes across as Usman Shahid, and he takes the catch. So, come on, Patel. He goes for a 2-ball duck. Another one bites the dust. Looked like a good shot. He certainly hit it in a good area, but didn't get the power on it. Allows the fielder to come across, and no mistakes from Usman Shahid. And would you believe it? They lose the 5th wicket. It's a 3rd there for Iqbal. He's taken 3 for 4.
It's well, so it's going to be the match of the day, and it's being a rout at the moment. It's 20 for 5. What's happening to Parizalmi? I think good bowling is what's happening. So going back to bats, I did buy a bat from a friend in Britain. Oh, it's just away from the fielder. It's going to go towards the boundary. There's a sweeper out there. I met him in Guernsey at a coaching course, and his dad makes bats. They're called fat bats. Very good. Very good bats. Fat bats.
Okay.
And it's a grade 1 English willow. And very, very nice bat. Not that I got to use it too much. So it was a little bit heavy for me. But that was my fault for having skinny arms. And that was the last bat I bought. What about you?
I think early on in my I would say until probably I got to 18, probably never. Oh, it's another. It's going to be another. Oh, well, will you? You cannot believe what's happening here. And Zahir Iqbal is going to finish with amazing figures of 4 for 5, as Asim Mohammed will go for 7 of 8. I've got to say, I cannot believe what I'm seeing here.
This is, well, it's good bowling, I've got to say. It's 2 quality spin bowlers. And can they pull another spin bowler out of somewhere? Because Zalmi just cannot handle the slower bowling.
What an over. 3 wickets fell in that over for just 1 run. And Paris Zalmi, a team that earlier today could have gone and scored 200, finished on 177 for 4, are 21 for 6 at the end of the 4th over. Well, and they're not letting us have our chat.
They got thrashed in the first game.
Yeah.
And then they thrashed.
They came back absolutely powerfully strong against Ekota, didn't they? And didn't let Ekota get a single.
That's scrappy.
Well, they need something from somewhere, and 5 wides a minimo will certainly help, as that's not a well-directed delivery at all. It never looked like it was going to get on the stumps, that one from Anamari. So, yeah, just talking about what I was saying. So, until the age of 18, it was just junior kit bags. There's always bats in there. And then most of the bats used to be the old, was it the Colt bats, as we used to call them?
Yeah.
But to be honest, I never really got too much of a chance to have a bat, because we had such a strong batting junior side when we played T20 junior kit cricket. But it's only when I started playing in the 4th 11 that, you know, people used to say, you know, look, he can hit a ball. So if you needed some quick runs, I used to go up into the order. And I remember using a county bat once. and it really felt good. And that was the first. So in the end, I went and bought one of those county bats, and it worked really well for me for a while until I had that for about 3 years. And I think I probably paid around about 35 pounds for that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, look, how long did it last you?
That lasted me, well, funny enough, it lasted me for about a good 4 years, and I sold it on.
Yeah.
So it became the bat. You know what you do, and when you start working, you get a bit more money, and if you love cricket, this one's up in the air, fielder wants to try and stop it, and we'll stop it. But you start to earn a bit of money, and my next bat was my favourite bat. It was the double scoop grey nickels. I love that bat. I think I paid about 70 for that. And then the second bat, if it was a net practice, you use it in nets. If it was a bit of a mucky day, horrible, miserable day, you think, yeah, okay, I won't use the good bat. And that's the way it lasted. And the grey nickels actually lasted me for several years until we went on tour to Barbados. Out, by the way. Talking of Barbados, they've got some good fast bowlers there. I won't say that Abdullah Anwari is a quick and fast and like a mean machine, but he is going to knock the stumps over. He's gone. Another one bites the dust. And I think that's going to be another 0 as well, as Imran Ahmed goes for a very first ball, a golden duck. The 7th, the wicket goes down. It's getting from bad to worse.
Oh, it's, yeah, you're not wrong there. This is pretty ugly from Zalmi, but really good bowling from University. So, going back to the bats, when I was in Guernsey, I told you about them at the guy with for fat bats. I also saw the world's first 1,000-pound bat. It was a gimmick. Came in a case, like in a protective case. But it was a 1,000-pound bat. I can't remember the manufacturer, but it was one of the big manufacturers about 12, 13 years ago. Another good ball. Good bowling from Anwari. But, yeah, look, I've got to say that the bats now are expensive, the good quality bats, and they go a long way. But they last a game and a half, it seems. How many broken bats have we seen so far in this tournament?
Yeah, we've seen plenty, and of course, when the level goes up, as we see at the Carnham Oval. I mean, just recently there, a combination of it's another swing and a miss. It's the end of the over. We'll continue this conversation actually on the comms cam, and we'll welcome everybody into the igloo. We're talking bats, people. We'll ask you the question, especially those of you that can on the YouTube chat. Get involved. What's the first bat maybe you bought, and how much did you pay? And what's the most expensive bat that you've ever had? Myself and Danny having a chat here. Welcome to the Cube. But my one, and we'll go back to your one about the money. The Grey Nichols double scoop, my favourite bat. I paid about 70 euros for it, pounds for it. It was fantastic. Went on tour to Barbados, playing cricket on the beach. Guess where the bat ended up?
In the water?
In the sea. So that was that done and dusted. And after that, I never bought another bat. One reason for that was that, again, I never really had too much time to a bat, and I just couldn't justify, because by then the prices of bats had gone up, and I couldn't really justify buying a bat for about close to 150 pounds and hardly not using it. And then what used to happen, you see, also, and this has probably happened to a lot of people, probably a lot of people can relate to this. You buy a good bat, you're normally number 7, 8, you don't get in, and then the other batters think, can I use your bat? They like it, and your bat ends up scoring loads of runs, but you never score any of it.
Yeah. No,
a bee is just coming here, by the way. Queen bee as well.
No, it's a bumblebee.
Yeah,
Big, not a queen bee. That'd be. We'd have a lot of bees in if this is a queen bee. It's a lovely bumblebee.
It's lovely, isn't it? Well, I'll just let it do its thing. So yeah, I never bought another bat. So yeah, let us know in the chat. Interesting conversation. Right, tell us about this most expensive one you were talking about.
Yeah. Oh, this is hit. Oh, towards the boundary. Good catch. Another one down.
That's a great catch. It is a wonderful catch. I mean, I'm expecting to see this bounce and see if any one of the 3 fielders here can try and stop this. But guess who it is? Yeah, the captain. Absolutely outstanding catch from Mukhtar Ali Gulami. Never thought he's catching this one. Bilal Ahmedzai has tonked it pretty well, looking to get his first runs, but he won't, It's a 4-ball duck and pulls the handbrake at the right time. Another wicket. I cannot believe this caught. Paris Zalmi, 28 for 8. A lot of people now are probably thinking, Rico, Danny, tell us, what's the lowest score ever? Well, let's just say that they went past that in the first over. It was 6. And you were looking at that the other day as well, weren't you?
Yeah.
That was when Gozo scored 6 against the Super Kings in Malta, and that was after the Super Kings put 200 on the board. So it's not going to be any record, but it's certainly going to be a bit of humiliation here, it has to be said. Parazalmi, they probably went into this match as the favourites. I can't remember the graphic. It probably was having them in front, but boy, they've been brought back down to earth, and now it's more swinging and missing here as Usman Shahid gets a very good over in, just goes for one and picks up a wicket.
Talking about bats, one of the legendary bats when I was growing up was and it was used by Viv Richards for a while.
Yeah.
The SS Jumbo.
Oh, the old Jumbo.
Remember that?
Yeah. SS Jumbo. What about that was?
That was the first time that I remember one of these bats with the big back on them, the chunkiness, and we were just in awe of it. That was great. But the scoops were great. The Grey Nichols.
Yeah, it was a good bat. And I remember also there was I don't remember what the bat was. It was a Duncan Fernley, but it was a specific model which went pretty popular because Ian Botham used to use it. I can't think of it at the moment. Few people can't. I know Kroom said that he saw one for about 600, didn't use it. John Gray is talking about the SS Jumbo. That was I know a few people in my club had that bat. It was too heavy for me.
Yeah.
I said, no, that's just too heavy. I'm being very careful walking around here because I don't want to step on the bee.
Going towards the edge, yeah. I might have to give it a little bit of a friend of mine the other day saw a bee on the path and had a little tube. This is going towards a boundary. Good stop there again from Gulami. Had a little tube with a bit of sugar water and just to revive the bee.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure if this one needs reviving. It's sort of, bees should be flying around, not really crawling around aimlessly.
Do you think I should do that? I know there's sugar in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
I could get some.
Yeah, that might be.
Or maybe Diana's here in front of me. Maybe Diana, easy for Diana. We need to save a bee.
Just a little bit of sugar water.
Can we get some sugar and some water? Oh, that's played away nicely. We're going to see a rare boundary and a rare nice moment from the batting side, Parazami, as Ishan Javid plays a pretty decent shot here. It's Abdullah Anwari with the short delivery, and it's nicely played away. Yeah, we'll do our bit for the bee. Remember, it is a very important day today. It's all about the earth. It's all about our environment. It's all about nature. And we'll do our bit for this bee.
There's another iconic bat as well. Oh, nice shot. That's pulled for 6. Well, it's definitely the pace is being hit pretty hard, but it's the slow bowling that it's causing all the issues. So Lance Cairns used to use it.
Which one's that?
It was a Tusker, and it had I think it was a Tusker, and it was shoulderless. Was it Tusker? I think it was a Tusker.
Yeah, Julian Dawson said he had Grey Nichols bats, good bats. Who else do we have in there? John Gray was talking about the SS Jumbo. Said of course Viv Richards used to use that bat. A few people saying Indian bats are now very popular. I want to say a big shout out to Grizzly Bear Sports and also to Ansu. I know we see Ansu a lot at the Cardam Oval, and of course Grizzly makes some very good bats at the moment. And I know when I was talking to Ansu, what he was telling me now, of course, a lot of the bats that he was getting were being manufactured in India. But he has now got I suppose partnership's the right word, with a company there in Ireland. And all of his bats now, all the Grizzlies, will actually be made there with the wood from Ireland. So he was very excited about that, and pretty sure he'll tell me more about that when I see him again at the Cardam Oval. So that's also something that's new. So a big shout out, of course, is one of our partners, Grizzly Bear Sports. As we have a look at this again, we were talking about places where I hadn't been before, and I mentioned haven't been to Finland, haven't been there to Jersey, which of course is coming up pretty soon. But most of the other places I have ventured to, and I'm looking forward to going there again. I don't know exactly which ground it would be in Croatia.
That's the Excalibur. Just looking at Lance Cairns with a shoulderless bat. My memory wasn't great. It wasn't
Isn't that the mongoose? It looks a bit like the mongoose. The shorter bat. Remember the mongoose bat?
Yes, I do. This is an Excalibur bat. and it did have the shoulders shaved off. So the other bat was iconic that was thrown by a very famous Australian. Do you remember that one? It was the Dennis Lilly aluminium bat.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was used once and then that was it. Wasn't that right?
Yeah, I think he used it for a ball or two, but they were worried that the ball was going to get damaged. It did make an awful sound.
Well, that's made a pretty healthy sound, but unfortunately, it's found the safe hands of the fielder. Good catch taken there. That's Sediqual Shazad. Gets down, gets in a good position. It was a good catch. That's the 9th wicket to fall. So Ishan Javid, at least he does get a few runs on the board. 19. Now it's his turn to go. And one more wicket. And they're all out here.
It might be a very short game. This could be a good time to wander over and get another one of those lovely mint teas.
Well, Dave is saying this is going to be the lowest score ever at Drew. Well, we might have to find out maybe from the locals if it's the lowest score ever, but it's certainly probably the lowest that we've had since we've been here. I don't remember one this low here last year.
It's not over yet. Whoa. Big swim from Gujar. Missed though.
Yeah, a few people talking about Newbury. Yeah, Newbury, they were good bats.
That's. I think that was the 1,000-pound bat. I think I saw in Guernsey. I think might have been a Newbury.
Hey, I'm going to tell you a story about bats in a moment. After the question, we might not have too much time. Umpire is keeping that hand tucked behind. Look at him. It's shaking. It wants to move, but he said, nope, not out. So I've got to be quick about this. Remember, there was a lot of bat breaks there at the Cardamom Oval. And just so I don't get anybody into trouble, well, let's just say one of our icon players had a number of bats, and these bats are icon good players have bats made for them nowadays, don't they? Which make it more expensive. So this bat, I was told, was around about 800 euros.
Yeah.
And there was a proper pucker bat break right across the middle. It happened, and those of you that were watching will know who I'm talking about now. But anyway, and let's just say that one of our crew, Samir, who just celebrated his 50th birthday, talked his way around it. Oh, I'll take the bat. Don't worry, I'll get rid of it for you. He only went and got the thing repaired, and he brought it with him to Madrid. I mean, you could actually see the dowels where it's been repaired, been stuck together. You could hardly tell if somebody hadn't told you it was broken toe. But it was split right down the middle. Yeah. It's been done. He's got the bat, which should have been thrown away. Yeah. And it's ping. It's a beaut. So it just goes to show that sometimes you don't always have to throw them away. They can be repaired. So hello, Samir. Samir's probably still recovering from his birthday celebrations, but he's got a very good bat. And I know that Corey was in Madrid, and when I told Corey the story, he did happen to tell the previous owner, who I think kind of wanted it back. So I don't know where that story ended up.
Out of all the ECN crew that would have done that, if you had asked me who it would be, I would say Samir. Hi, Samir, if you're listening. Lovely guy, Samir.
I think you were right about the Tusker, because I think Dr. Kazoo has come on and said, remember Larry Gomes, Gordon Greenidge, and Greg Matthews using Simmons Super Tusker.
Yeah, Simmons, that's right, Simmons Super Tusker. Oh, this is in the air, and hand put up. And that's Zafar. He puts it down, Zafar Iqbal.
That could have been it. They're going to survive. They might get to 50 here now. At least he kind of saves the boundary, but he should have gone for that two-handed. John Gray coming back and let me know what the lowest score was last year. And that's straight at the umpire. Umpire Anton. Well, Anton could be an assist for a run out here. Oh, Anton. He's very close there, I have to say, Anton. And he wears this one. Watch this. Watch the umpire. Well, Anton.
Ooh, ouch.
He's got a smile on his face, so he's okay. Oh, well, Anton gets one. And this is one for that all the batters will enjoy. Anton, he likes giving some signals, doesn't he? Well, this time he had to signal himself getting out of the way of that one. Right.
It would have been interesting to see what happened if they actually, if he was out, if they appealed and he was out, because as a captain, I would have called the batsman back because that's.
Yeah.
I don't think he's not exactly a natural hazard. Or I guess he is, but it's gone past the stump Shahid. He's been bowling well. This spin has completely bamboozled this Zalmi side. 1 for 4 from Shahid. Sorry, it was Shahid. And, that's all happening.
Well, we saw these stumps out the ground exactly like that a little bit earlier when there was a run-out opportunity. And it's the same again. He's lucky he doesn't get any fingertips on that, mind you. I don't think he's backing up at all, is he, Gujar? He was sitting in his crease there. You could have given him a chair. Anyway, interesting chat there. Do keep it going about bats. And a few people are getting involved in there. But most expensive, yeah. I wonder what is the most expensive bat in the world?
Now I don't know.
I'm going to say most expensive in the terms of not something that's been used and now is in a glass frame and it's expensive because of memorabilia. But the most expensive bat being currently used out there, what would it be, you reckon?
Well, definitely I think it was a Newbury. It was a gimmick just to say that this is the first £1,000 bat. No one's going to use it because it's a £1,000 bat 15 years ago. So, or 12 years ago, or however long it was. But I know that bats are getting super expensive. Are they worth it? Maybe. I know they're huge now as well. I saw a comparison between a modern bat and one used in the 70s. And even the older ones are even thinner.
Yeah, well, I know which is the most expensive bat in the world. I think Dave has it. So this one is going to find its way to the boundary. 4 runs as Dave comes in the chat. My bat is signed by 50 people, including Vinny, myself, Rhino, Conrad, and many others, including the Daniel Weston's family. And the German team signed it as well. Yeah, that's the most expensive. That's worth a lot. Dave, hold on to that one. And but anyway, yeah, good chat. Anybody else got anything to offer there? We talked about expensive bats. Jacob saying my dad used the GM bats. They were good bats. They were around for a long time.
Gun and More,
yeah. And that's going to just bounce just before the boundary. So they have got past the 50 here. So I'm not going to turn around and say they've made it look respectable. I'm not going to say either that they're going to lose this match because stranger things have happened. All of these runs that are being scored here, especially by this number 11 batter and Raju Ula, are very important. They could end up being quite vital. Number 10 and 11 out there.
good bowling. And batsman didn't want to get near that. That's good, Jar. But no, I remember growing up as a kid, you always looked at the bat brands, SS, SP, if you remember those. I think it was Tony Gregg used to play with an SP bat. County was another one, as well as Grain. Oh, this is in the air. Play coming up and drops it. Well, had to make a lot of ground. Got pretty
again,
low.
Isn't it? The man who stuck one hand out earlier. This time he slides forward. I think that's a chance. He just doesn't get the hands, unfortunately, in the right place. So it's another one that gets away.
Pretty good effort. But, still 58 for 9. They've scored a few runs in this over, but really a slow ball. Oh, picked.
Adios. Well, that's what you want to see, and it's time for the number 10 and the 11 batters to put the normal batters to shame. It's number 10 here, Rajula. He smashes one away for 6. So they're starting to get somewhere here. What you got? That's what they'll finish with. I suppose runs on the board is what count. They get 64. They don't get bowled out, so they'll be pleased about that. Parizami. Remember, they've already been bowled out once in this series, but they won't be pleased with the score they've got on the board. It's going to be very interesting, their mindset when they go out there in the field. It can go two ways, can't it? They can be really pumped. I mean, the captain, Gujar, could pump them up, and he could be saying to them, right, look, it ain't going well, but it ain't done. Let's go out there and fight. Let's give it everything. Or it could be the case of, right, this match is lost already. Let's just let's just get it done and get out of here. It'd be interesting to see what the approach is going to be. Some things, though, it has to be said, didn't quite go their way.
Well, absolutely. It was good bowling, I've got to say. But well, the first thing that happened for them is that they hit the barbecue tent, and then they just kept on getting out. Two very easy caught and bowled, and it was all the spin that was bamboozling the Zalmi batsman. But just nothing got going. That's Noman Amjad. And really nothing went going. Nothing kept on flowing at all for Zalmi.
We saw that a few times as well, didn't we? A couple of times I think I was saying, oh, that looks like a good shot. And then a fielder would pop up, as we saw a couple of deliveries go there on the highlights, and take a catch on the boundary. But there was plenty of joy for the bowlers. That was a good one for Anwari. After not the best of starts, remember he at some point in there gave away 5 wides, and we thought that might start things. Good catch there from Ghulam. He is certainly an outstanding player, especially in the field. And he'll be hoping, Muqtali Gulami, the captain, to go out there now and knock these runs off pretty quickly. That's what they'll be looking for. I said at the time that PUC, for me, this is a big match for them. That's Anton taking one on the shins. And it could have been worse, though, for Anton. But yeah, I said that this is one PUC have to try and win. If they get 4 points here, that'd be massive.
Well, they were impressive yesterday afternoon because they got well beaten. Was it by Royal?
Royal 94.
Well beaten by Royal, bowled out for 94. And then I think they've just gone, well, that's our blip. And now they look like taking 8 points from 2 games. I think because they had a big win yesterday afternoon.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
It was 6. It was
a 6 over.
But they didn't. That's the only thing with that one. They didn't quite get the 4 points. But still, they got some points on the board. So yeah, it's a massive conclusion to this match coming up.
It's like a phone number, isn't it? 820-270. Oh, Ishan Javid with 19. Spoiled the party. And Gujar, the captain, with 12 right at the end. So a good little partnership. The last wicket partnership, 64 for 9 off the 10 overs. Not great in this form of cricket at all. But you've got to say, it was very good bowling from University, and Zalmi just couldn't handle the spin attack early up. They lost all their big names in Dawood Ahmedzai and Noman Amjad and Zadashev, not for very many runs. So, good bowling figures. Zafar Iqbal and William Singh up the top, the 2 spinners, taking 6 wickets between them, and then Usman Shahid, the other spinner, and taking 1 for 4 off his 2 overs. And Worry going for a few, as did Afridi, but really damage was done by the spinners. Let's have a look at this. 4 for 5 for Zafar Iqbal. William Singh 2 for 16, 1 for all spinners. That's Usman Shahid, and top score Ishan Javid 19. Not enough runs here for Paris Zalmi, to be honest, and it should be a fairly comfortable victory for Paris University. They'll want to get that in under the 7 overs as well to get the bonus point, and got to say that I'm sure they will. We might have an early mark with this game. Looked on paper at least to be the match of the day, but looks like a bit of a thrashing. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see either how quickly University can get these runs, or if Paris Zalmi can rock them a little bit. So back here soon with the second half of this game.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
And good afternoon. We're back for the second innings of this game between Paris Zalmi and Paris University. And University well on top. They need to get 65 in 7 overs, which they should be able to do pretty easily. And Zalmi will have to restrict University to 44 or less to get the bonus point. I think it should be a formality for University. Seen weirder things on the network though, but University are a very good side with some handy batsmen. Let's see what happens. But I'll say I don't think Zalmi will be very happy with what they've achieved. They'll be back strong though. As Paris University, as you said, after that shock loss, come up with a very quick win yesterday afternoon. But this one, well, let's see. So Rico's in the igloo with me. How do you see this one going, Rico?
I think it's one of those that I think PUC just going to go out there, forget that it's a 65 chase, and go about it like it's a 150. Because so many times we see teams focus on a low chase and go over defensive and get themselves in spot of bother. They'll get themselves in a pickle. They'll start too slow. They get into a negative mindset, and before you know it, they make a meal of it. So just go out there and still play your normal game. Usman Shahid is out there with Mukhtar Ali Ghulam, and Ghulami does get off the mark, so Shahid looking to do the same. I think they should do this, but you've got to be positive. Don't let the small target get into your head.
Oh, just over the fielder. They started with the same tactic as University by starting the spin. So if it worked for them, it could work for us. This one is very close to being a wicket, just over the cover fielder, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about there, Shahid. All right, he gets it over the top, only just, but it's a power play. You've got only 2 men outside. One of them is Numan Amjad, who is contemplating things on the long on boundary. Now the kind of a wide long off, I would say more of an extra cover, goes on the boundary. So just play your shots and try to get the ball and try and get as many runs as you can in the power play. If you win the power play, you literally win this match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Patel, who has been good in the day, looking to try and keep it low, but that is a great shot. Oh, he's absolutely clobbered it. It smashes into the fence, and it will be a huge 6 as Usman Shahid, well, oozes some class into that shot.
That's a great shot, and well, 2 dangerous batsmen as well in Usman Shahid and also the captain Mukhtar Ali Gulami, and well, Kamal Patel, he didn't do it with the bat, and trying with the ball gets a bit of gets a little bit of air.
Is that fake fielding?
The fake fielding, yeah.
The fielder on the boundary here, he's like, yeah, I'm there, I'm going to catch this. I don't think you'll just see him there. He's saying, yeah, I got it. It's going miles over his head. Usman Shahid it looks like he's taken my advice, as in, yeah, forget the fact that it's only 65 required. We're going to try and do this as quick as we can. KP has gone for 17 with the ball to go. And that is high. It's probably going to keep going, and gone. 6 more, 23 off the first. And if you're wondering, their opponents had to wait till the 5th over to get into this kind of score. So that's the perfect start for PUC.
Well, I think PUC went a little early, Mark, here. We did see them earlier on. They've been here for a while. 79 matches since the Golden Ball, Rico. What are the chances on this one?
Well, if I was a betting man, I would say not too many. It would be great if it could. It would be one of the greatest collapses of perhaps all time and the greatest of comebacks, but it doesn't look likely. I've just been following the chat, and Dr. Kazoo, who I think is Marcos, if I'm right, is letting everybody know that he'll be doing some commentary Oh, that's a Gundy ball. That is a really poor delivery. When your team is in this position, Asim Mohammed, the last thing that you want to do is give away 5 runs. Well, Anton is... What's he doing? What is that? What is that? Oh, dear. Some people will say it's just not cricket.
It's a bit of the calisthenics followed by an Elon.
What is that? I thought he was squatting him. I thought maybe the bee had revived itself and it was after Anton. Anton almost got taken out by a batter earlier.
Don't see that anywhere else in the world.
And that's going to be just a single. Talking of the bee, we took your advice. Diana did get some water, sugary water,
yeah,
poured it over the bee, and it's still there. Hasn't flown away yet.
Yeah.
Now, let's hope that
it's just hanging out.
Let's hope we can give you some good news about the bee a bit later.
Bowler comes in again, and well, it's going to be a wide. Oh, there goes the arms, slowly, and then more dramatically, step to the left, flappy arms.
I remember last year, Anton on several occasions almost took out bowlers while he hadn't quite completed his signals. Bowlers thought it was done and almost lost an eye. So wide signalled Asim Mohammed. Not a good start. He's 7 of just one legal delivery. That's to the fielder. No run.
It's our first white van for the afternoon. We did see one earlier, but this is we had a procession of them yesterday. They congregated in the car park yesterday.
It
was like they were breeding.
They did
there were little ones and big ones. And
glided away. 4 runs. That's nicely played. He's played this shot. It's not an edge. He's not flashed at this. He just helped this long. He watches it, angles the bat beautifully, and says, "I'll take 4. Thank you very much." You don't need always to crunch the ball. Sometimes playing smart, clever cricket and dinky shots like that will still get you a good reward.
Yeah. So again, and short. Good pace though. And 34 for no loss. And what was that called? Not sure what Anton just did then. All right. There was some sort of motion, but all right. Let's keep going. Asim Mohammed, nicely played. Only be a single. Bring Ali Gulami back on strike, who's only seen a couple of deliveries. He's going to run a ball. Usman Shahid is 27 off 9. So he's doing most of the heavy lifting, but Gulami's a big hitting batsman as well. Let's have a look what he can do to the bowling of Asim Mohammed. Oh, he can hit it. Oh, a mile.
Boy, can he hit it. Boy, oh boy. Sometimes we give 6 when we should be thinking about giving more. I mean, you've got to be giving double for this. That is, if this boundary was double the size, it's still clearing it. New balls, please. That's out of here. Well, that bat's going pretty well. I know we're having a lot of discussion about bats. Another thing that you notice about bats these days is nowadays they take all the labels off them, don't they?
Yeah.
You just see the wood and nothing else.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I know that. I remember a few years ago speaking to a friend he had a contact in Sydney who would get ex-Sheffield Shield bats because they're all handmade. Like the bats that you see all the professional players use are all handmade with stickers put on the front depending on sponsorship. Hate to blow any image of bat makers. That's what I understand that they are with the top bats.
Okay.
And of course the bat makers who make these other bats are very, very good. Don't get me wrong. And this is missed. No run. It is Namananja, the new bowler. But then there was access for a while to these very, very good high quality bats. But if a batsman doesn't have a sponsorship, I think it was Terry Alderman a while ago, him or Glenn McGrath, who weren't great bats, who didn't have a sponsor, so they didn't have a sticker on their test bats.
Ah, okay.
So it's going backwards. It'll just be a single. But yeah, generally it's got to do with sponsorship. And that's why something I don't know if Nike makes bats, but there were Nike bats and Adidas bats and things like that. And it's just basically a sponsorship deal.
Yeah, I just remember talked about my first 2 bats. I remember those evenings where you spent hours oiling them.
Oh, yeah.
Giving them a bit of a rub down, a bit some more oil, and they always used to be, as this one probably will be a wide, they always used to be the one sort of senior member of the club that would check the bat and say, nah, needs a bit more, needs a bit more. And then knocking it in, of course.
Oh, yeah.
These days, of course, they come ready to go and don't need anything. They've all hit, they've sort of been through a machine or something where it's been knocked in. But in those days, get the bat, oil it, start knocking it in. Gently do it. It used to be like the cars. You couldn't get a car and go on the motorway straight away, could you?
Yeah,
you had to.
How
many kilometres did you have to do before it was ready to go past 70? Talking about going past 70. Well, that's 0 to 70 in no time, as that's going to be smashed away this time. Mukhtar Gulami decides to go on the leg side. It gets that proper out of the middle. Adios, Balota. And that's 6 more.
Talking about oiling bats, good mate of mine, Vojta Hasa, who owns the Down Under. He's been associated with Czech cricket for a long time and former captain of the national team and national team manager. He didn't have any linseed oil, needed to oil his bat. Olive oil.
Olive oil.
I don't know how good it was for the bat, but it was oil. Oh, got him.
That's another one. Danny, another one that's been chopped on. I've never known a day like it. That's going to be the end of Mukhtar Ali Gulami. He'll go for 14. But it's another batter that is played onto the stump. I reckon that's 5 or 6 in the day.
Yeah, it has to be, I think. It's been one of those odd ones.
No, Amjad isn't going to mind. He gets the bragging rights of saying, well, at least I got one of my national team partners out. Gulami's got a smile on his face. And when Amjad is that heavy length, is nice and straight, doesn't give Gulami the room that he wants, and that's going to see the end of him. So Numan Amjad gets the breakthrough. The first wicket goes down in the 3rd over, and Paris University Club are 49 for 1.
Another good batsman coming in though. It's Faisal Safi, the left-hander. So that'll be a little bit tricky. Right-handed, left-handed combination. Good bowler though. Numan Amjad, I don't think he'll struggle too much with that issue. Come in bowling to his national team teammate, Faisal Safi. And, whoa, that's a beauty.
Ball and a half. That's a ball and a half, and I'm loving the reactions there. First reaction of the batter thinks, yeah, I've got dumped by a good in here. But just have a look at the wicketkeeper here. That's Imran Ahmed behind. Look at his reactions to this. It's a great ball, great seed.
Yeah.
And look at this. Ooh, he says, ooh, naughty but nice. Yeah, good delivery.
He's got wheels. I ate a flan or a cream caramel or something and brought it here, and now I'm being invaded by ants.
That was you. I was saying
Well,
this
it's
when you
away
were
from
here.
you. It's away from you. It's just
Actually, I like that idea. You keep the sweet stuff there, then they all go that way. Maybe, what did you give? Hey, I don't see the bee. So that could be a good thing.
that could be a good thing.
Could be a good thing. I was going to say, otherwise, maybe you could give the bee some of that sweet stuff. That's another good delivery. He's toying with the height, but he's okay. He'll get through the over. 1 for 8. And PUC, at the end of the 3rd over, 49 for 1.
Well, it's the end of the power play. It lifts the fielding restriction, so that's a positive for Zalmi. But 49 on the board. There's quite a few. Good over there from Noman Amjad. With only 8 from it, and also the wicket of Gulami. Just inspecting the B situation.
Yeah, it's I thought it'd thrown away, but I've just seen it. It just moved slightly, so maybe it's just having a rest. You don't know where it's come from.
Yeah.
It's come out that haunted woods, you see.
So I've, instead of having the bees where I can't, the ants where I can't see them, I put them right in front of me, so I can see. It's a nice little. I've got pets now, Rico, and they're quite fascinating. I do like ants.
You could be onto a thing there though. As that's gonna just be a single. And, oh, well, I don't know who was in danger there, the stumps, the umpire, the bowler, or the batter. But the bowler had to move pretty quickly. Here comes a throw, batter, bit ball watching, would have been out, you know, you see there. Would have been out. Yeah, I reckon tomorrow morning you come up with the same contraption and you put it over there. And then all the ants will stay away from us and go right to that far corner over there.
Maybe. We had wasp traps when I was working in France because it was worked with. Oh, I don't know if
he's given him.
Oh, got a little bit of glove maybe.
He's given him, and he doesn't want to go. Does Faisal Safi? Of course he don't, because there's going to be a 3-ball duck for him, and he's off with a man who kind of single-handedly won the match for PUC yesterday. In that 6-over contest. Well, he's gone for the shot here, and I think he has a little look there at the umpire, thinking, umpire, you didn't see anything, did you? And the umpire says, well, don't look at me, because the other umpire, the one that counts, says you have to go. So 3-ball duck here for Safi. They're needing 15. Surely they're not going to mess this up, are they?
No, I don't think so. So just going back to these ants. Where I put them now, they're slightly separated. The tables are slightly separated, and there's cables from a charger, but they don't directly. Well, they sort of do directly go over. So the ants have to manage their way. It's like an obstacle course for the ants. A bit of a way to try to get from one side, one table to another. They're working it out.
I see what you're doing there. Yeah, they've got to try and use the cables as a bridge.
Yeah, they have to. And you can see that they're looking over the edge going, no, that's not the way. And they're searching. And I've seen a couple on the cable already. Oh, it's a nice shot down the ground. Should just be one, though. It's Amjad, he'll pick it up.
Comes across, it keeps it to 1.
So, have you ever seen ant farms?
No.
They're a thing. Used to be able to, you can still get them now, and they're like 2 bits of plastic or glass with sand in them, and you can have pet ants, and you can see all the little tunnels they make and all the food they collect and all sorts of things. They're pretty cool.
They'll just make me itch by watching them. They'll make me when I see lots of insects around like this. It's like even now when they were all over this side earlier while you were taking your lunch break, they were even on my jacket crawling up because I'm leaning on the table and was writing. I could feel them on me, so they make you itch. And I must admit, by the time I get back to base, that's another chance. He backs away from this. You've got to attack this and go for the catch. I feel you're needing wickets here, and doesn't go for it. That's going to be the end of the over. So good over though from Qureshi Rajula. He'll go give away just 4 runs, picks up a wicket. So I suppose they're trying to maybe try and get a point out of this. They're still going to, if they get a point out of this, they'll done remarkably well because it's a 13 required for victory here. And they've got 3 overs to do it in to get all the points.
Yeah, and they have to be going for it. They've got nothing to lose, really. They're not going to lose this game. They really have to go for this bonus point. The other one, which is similar to the ant farms, and of course it was like a Christmas present you get as a kid. Sea monkeys. Do you remember sea monkeys?
I can't say I do. Tell me more.
Well, we'll just get after. When Amjad comes in again, and it was not. How's that called a wide? That went past his chest.
They don't like this call, and you don't like it either. Let's have a look. It's been called a wide. What's the height on this? Let's see.
It's pretty close. I thought. Again, we get the front view, but
I'm going to go and say it's not the worst of calls because he has come forward.
Well,
and because he's come forward, remember they normally call this a batter standing in his crease. So
he's standing up. That's his batting stand. Oh, okay, didn't get it. Well, it's in the air. It should be out and gone.
Yeah. So that's a good outcome. They'll get the wide, but the wicket will go. So Usman Shahid, who really should have been concentrating and finishing this match off, he's going to give his wicket away here, just catch me if you can sort of thing. The fielder says, yeah, I'll catch it. So he'll go for 30. And that means now you've got 2 new batters in there, still needing some 13 runs to win this match. You know, stranger things, Danny, have happened.
Not many more stranger things than this, if it does happen. But yeah, going back to serious things, sea monkeys. They're these little shrimp. They're called brine shrimp, but kids know them as sea monkeys. And you get them. They come in a packet, and basically what happens is, due to the miracles of nature, and it is Nature Day, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We're talking about the earth and nature and harmony.
These brine shrimp, they the eggs often dry out because that's the way that they're reproduced. Because I don't know where exactly they're from, but the ponds they're in or the lakes they're in will dry out. So there's eggs. Hold on, big spin of this. These eggs will dry up, and you put them in water, and they'll come back to life. And they're little shrimp, tiny little shrimp, and they'll swim around. And they call them sea monkeys. But you can actually get them in aquariums, like in fish shops, and they're actually food for different types of fish as well.
Yeah.
So brine shrimp, and you can get them in you can get as many as you like. They're fascinating creatures though. They swim around. They're really quite cute.
Manamjar just loses his run up there. We'll go back to his mark. The thing is, I mean, when you were talking about ant farms, I thought you were going to say ant farms that are used now in the food industry, because that seems to be the big thing now, isn't it? I remember seeing a program where on the menu was, you know, the restaurant was ordering, well, I suppose, thousands of ants for certain dishes, and I just, you know, it's become a big thing.
Yeah, I know crickets are a big thing. Cricket flour is a good source of protein, and that's the future protein, according to quite a few people, because they're easy to breed. They breed very easily, and then you basically just make them into flour, and they're full of protein. So that's an alternative, but it's still not widely accepted by people. Because
you're trying to say that the next time I have fried chicken, it actually could be coated with crickets.
It's more like it's a flour, so it's a substitute for flour in a sense, but it's a substitute for protein generally. So adding it to chicken might not be that protein, and protein is not exactly how it's meant to be used. I don't know how it's meant to be used, to be honest. But
you never know what you're eating these days, I suppose, do you?
That's true. I'm more worried about the chemicals in food rather than crickets. Not cricket. Talking about cricket, 53 for 3.
Making a meal of it. They're making a meal of this. Okay, we're coming up to the end of the 5th day. 2 big shots would win them the match.
It's been good bowling for Mumjud. He's taken 2 for 9, and he's pumping him through at chest level. That's another good ball.
Yeah, he's been fired up today, isn't he? I mean, even in that last match, he did bowl with a serious amount of pace, and even that one, that's a quick delivery. It's probably as quick as I've seen him bowl. Actually, been watching him over a few years, not just here, but at the Cardamom Oval as well. So he's bowled well. And speaking of seeing players around on different grounds, we're going to go back to Malta after this series in France. We've seen the internationals. That was great between France and Sweden. Great action there. And now this European Cricket Series, the Malta Spring Series to start. We got all sorts of action there. European Cricket Series, ECS, T20 International. We have a night series coming up in Belgium. T20 action in Czechia, where Danny also will be going now to Jersey for that Liberation Series. And we have some ECIs and T20 Internationals in Greece as well.
Yeah, looking forward to those 2 series in back home and in Jersey. But lots of great cricket here on the network coming up. Oh, I think he slipped. I don't know if it's a normal part of his action, but it looked like his back foot went wayward. Let's have another look at this.
Yeah,
am I wrong? There we go.
Yeah, that back foot really. But I think I've seen him do that before. Let's just keep an eye on his next delivery. It just could be the way that he bowls. But the batters here just have to focus on this there. You see, that's his. Oh, that gets away. That could be. Oh, that's naughty. That's 5. Oh, that's the last thing you needed. It's way down legs. There's that action of his. That foot slides. Wicket keeper needed to do better. Not a good ball, but you got to take that if you're the keeper. 5 runs, that basically means it's practically all but done now.
I've never seen that with a bowler. I mean, you need it to be stable, especially it's your back foot. So you need that to be stable. And this is sliding from under him. This is weird.
I got to say, Julian Dawson, it always makes me laugh as he comes up with this. He's put on the chat. Is this food chat or insect chat?
It's both.
It bugs me.
Well
said.
It started off with insect chat,
Yeah.
with the bumblebee, and then went to eating insects. So yeah, it is both, I guess. So, have you ever eaten insects?
Only when they've gone into my mouth without permission, which happens a fair bit when we're commentating, I have to say.
Taken their own lives by making it Rico food.
Yeah, well, I mean, eating insects. I mean, sometimes I think it's a fact, isn't it, that in our lives, that when we sleep, we probably do consume a fair number of bugs, spiders amongst some of them, and then also there's the thing that always is used to, and I found this out when I was pretty young, and when I was told that there's always cases of spiders going into people's ears when they sleep, and laying eggs and stuff, and then ever since I found that out, I can never sleep in a room if there's a spider. I have to find it, and I have to get rid of it. And it used to be, in the earlier days, it used to be the old flip-flop and splat. But since I got older, I'm nice. I get a tissue and try and find it and put it out the room. But I cannot go to sleep with a spider in the room.
I was up visiting a friend near a place called Mullumbimby, just outside Mullumbimby, actually, up in northern New South Wales. And I was sleeping in their living room, and there was a huntsman spider about the size of a dinner plate up above me. And they're pretty harmless. They're actually good. All this is going down towards the boundary.
That will tie the scores.
Golden ball.
That will tie the scores. What do you mean they're pretty? I mean, they might be harmless, but Danny, when the spider is that big, you can't but not keep staring at it, can you?
If anyone has ever seen a huntsman, you never see them move. You're looking at it, you look away, you look back, and it's moved,
but
you never see it. They're watching you all the time, and they're huge. They're huge. But they're harmless, and they eat other spiders. That's what they call a huntsman. They eat other things. This'll be it.
Yep.
End of the game. Big win for Paris University. Paris Army come out of this game with nothing, not even any pride really, because they were well and truly thrashed by University.
Yeah, I suppose the only person who will have a bit of pride, and the only thing worth speaking about for Paris Army is the bowling of Numan Amjad. 2 for 9, well bowled indeed. But it's a comfortable victory. They do it with 6 balls to go in terms of getting all the 4 points. But a good win, and PUC needed that victory. Paris Army will not pick up any points from this contest, and that means that these two teams now are, if I'm correct about the way the tables were looking, they're going to be joint, both of them on 7 points. So the table will, I'm trying to bring it up in my screen here now, the table will look very much like Royal 94 sitting at the top, and of course we're going to see them in action more a bit later on. Paris Army, so they are on 7 points. Mitri, they are on the 4. And now here we go. So Paris University Club, they were on 3 points. They will pick up 4. So they go to 7, same as Paris Army. So those two teams now join second. PUC have played a game more, but the net run rate now will take, Paris Army had a good net run rate. That's going to take a dive. So that's a good result for Royal, isn't it? And remember, the last match that we've got coming up is going to be a good opportunity for Royal. If they get a good win here against Akota, who, let's face it, have been struggling. If they get a good win here, they could basically seal top spot. I have to mention a player that comes in for Akota CC, Farouk Ahmed. We've seen him play in a number of places. Name comes to mind when he's played in Portugal. He's also played in Spain. I think he's got almost 1,500 runs on the network. So they need something extra. Farouk Ahmed could deliver.
Yeah, look, definitely. It will be an important thing for Akota. They need that win, so a little advantage for them could help. Well, they started with spin, just like University did, but Zalmi didn't quite work in the same way. Let's see the Ball going over the boundary again and again. And they ended up getting a few wickets. This is Galami, who smashed that one for 6. But it was a pretty good opening stand and got them off to a good start before Galami played on. And we've seen that, as Rico's mentioned, quite a few times in today's play.
Several times today, but Nouman Amjad, I mean, this was the first one up for Safi. It was an absolute
look at the keeper's face.
Delivery, yeah. And then, well, Safi, it would be the short ball that would get him there. Maybe they've done their homework as well and decided that he's the man to try and get to the short ball. One thing I've noticed about the kits, we'll have to go back to that maybe a bit later, about PUC, they all seem to be slightly different. Some have got the logo on their chest, right in the middle. Some have got them a bit higher up. All these kits seem to be a little bit different full on. I mean, you see that one there, that's slightly different to the one that we've seen already. So they're keeping us guessing on where these logos are. Maybe that's the way they're meant to be, but at the moment they're happy. They've got a very good win under their belt, and that keeps them in the hunt for a top 2 finish. Big day, of course, coming up for them tomorrow. But this is a big match coming up here now with Royal 94 looking to seal a top 2 finish. But before we talk more about that, let's take a quick look at the scorecard. 30 runs from Usman Shahid, which basically helped his team more or less finish off the job. And then it was Sumar Rahman Ahmadzai, the wicketkeeper batter, that one ends up getting the winning runs. On the bowling front, bowlers, in fairness to them, never were given too much to try and bowl at. So they did their best, particularly Nouman Amjad, 2 for 9. Quite exceptional bowling from him. But then other than that, Kamal Patel this time round, they took a gamble to start with spin themselves. Because William Singh and Zafar Iqbal did so well with the spin, I could understand why Parazami were hoping to do the same. It just didn't go well. And when 23 come off the first over and you're only defending a low score, it's you're sort of in for a hiding for nothing.
Yeah, look, there's not enough runs, was it, for Parazami, and got it pretty comfortably in the end within the 7 overs they needed. So it's match 9 done and dusted. We thought it was going to be the match of the day. Ended up being a bit of a blowout, and a good win for University. They'll be quite happy with that. Zalmi will be back strong. We've still got tomorrow's play as well. They'll be back. See University as well. But we've got a game coming up here. Royal 94 against Ekota CC. Bling Bling Ekota. They need a win. Royal 94 though, they looked fantastic this morning. Good tight team. So we'll be back in about 40 minutes time because of the early completion of this game. For match 10, the final day, game of day 2 here. The European Cricket Series in France from lovely Dreux. See you again soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello viewers and welcome to the final match of match day 2, match number 10 coming up, and it could be another blowout. We've just seen one, haven't we? Could this be another? Qatar, they weren't very good in their last match. They never really came with the same sort of vibe and dynamics that we saw from them on match day 1 for them yesterday when they were playing their first match. They've got a win there, but since then they just haven't been able to pick themselves up, and I think their captain will be hoping that they can do better this time around. It's going to be a tough one for them because they're up against Raw 94, who are the complete opposite to Qatar. They're getting better all the time. Let's go straight over to Stefan Gooch and see what happens at the coin toss.
The coach has a call. Tails called. Head is heads.
Batting first.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Have a good game. Rose 94 won the toss. They're batting.
Raw 94 winning the toss, and they are going to have a bat first. I was expecting them to do that if the coin landed in their favour. And I think John Murray Elliston has got some very good batters out there. He himself would love to have an opportunity to get a big score on the board. I expect that he will probably be opening up again this time around. He's got the likes of Priyan, who's in great form. We've seen him score 2 half centuries already. I'm expecting something like a Lagarajan to come back strong this time. He got a duck in the last match, but he was running out of time to bat, so I can understand him throwing his bat and getting out. But this time around, maybe he's going to go out there and score some good runs. I love the bowling there of Harikaran as well. He picked up 2 wickets and hardly gave away any runs. I think it was only 8 runs. He's going to be very key. And that's the problems, really, I think that bling Qatar are going to have. Well, are we going to see a little bit of bling from them? The sun is shining, so maybe it'll be in their favour. But in all seriousness, I think Abdullah Al-Mamun, he knows that his players really have to stand up. They're relying a lot on their captain. I think if they're going to score runs, Abdullah has to be the man who stays in the middle to do that for them. And with the ball, he was the only one really who excelled with the ball when they were in the field. He took 3 wickets. But who else can come good for them? I suppose you'd have to say, once again, Mubarak Hussain. He will be key. But can anybody else step up? Can somebody else just get another 25, 30 runs on the board for them? Can somebody put a good spell of bowling in and pick up 1 or 2 wickets? If they can do that, as we've seen in the last game, anything can happen. Qatar will be hoping to, well, at least get a good outcome here. Whether they can make it through to finals day or not, for where they are at the moment, remains to be seen. If other results go their way and they can pick up maybe 4 points here, everything is possible. But it has to be said, from what we saw from Raw 94 in their earlier match, they look like a team that are polished. Their fielding and bowling was sensational. The way they work together, you know, just watching them as a bystander, watching the movement as the bowler comes in and the fielder moves, showed you that they were a good, talented side. And when it comes to the batting, they've got some really good players. So I think this could be a lesson, really, one that Qatar could learn. They could watch the way that 94 play, and maybe in years to come be very similar in that way. So it's a little bit like maybe like the Masters showing the new boys how to do it. But I still feel it's going to be an interesting and exciting game. It's going to be the last one as well in the day. So we normally invite you to get some random questions in, and maybe we'll talk a little bit about the surrounding area here in France. Let's go over to Danny. Danny, over to you. And it's going to be Raw 94 that are going to have a bat first.
Well, thanks, Rico, and welcome back to everyone. This European Cricket Series match between the Bling Qatar and Royal 94. Should be a good game. Royal 94 very impressive this morning, as Rico mentioned. Really work well as a team, and that's been very impressive by them. You can tell it's just the unity in the side. Qatar is sort of new to the tournament. We have impressed us with their golden coloured shirts with a lion on it. Some of the players don't have them though, which is disappointing, but understandable for the new shirts as the umpires come out for the final game. Players are on their way, and so it's Royals that won the toss, elected to bat. John Marie Elliston, I think, is one of their main players. Priyan batted very well in the last game, and Lagarjan missed out with the bat last game, but it was very impressive yesterday. 74% says the win predictor hard to argue. I think definitely Royals are favourite for this game, but Ekota did have a big win on the first day yesterday as well. Bit of a shock against PUC. So we're almost underway with the final game of the day. It'll be a good tussle, I think. Early wickets will be vital, I think, for Ekota. If Royal get away from them, then it might be a difficult day for them. But there's a lot of spirit in both sides. Let's see, it is Jean-Marie Alliston, the captain, and also let's have a look. It is Priyan, as I mentioned before, who will open with him, and the bowler will be Shaheen Khan. So Shaheen Khan was good in the last game with the ball. Took a nice couple of catches as well. Hit down the ground. No run. Straight to Bazirak. Well, 1 run. A little bit sloppy. Bazirak opened the bowling in the game they had earlier. Got 30 hit from it. Haven't seen him with the ball since for some reason. I'm sure he'll be back. He's a pretty handy bowler. This ball coming out. Oh, hit the edge of the pitch. That's what happened. Well, good opportunity taken. Just a single. Doesn't cost too much. So Shaheen Khan bowling to Priyan, who batted well this morning. Batted very, very well. Comes in. And a good ball, just short of a length, rising. And again, it's one of those balls that it's hard to bowl consistently. It does rise, but it's too close to the batsman to cut. But also difficult for the batsman to get their arms free to pull it. Fine margins though, really good bowling from Khan. Bangs it in again. That one, there's one for the over. But another dot ball. Good start here by Ekota and Shaheen Khan. Only 1 run so far, and that's a little unlucky. Just a bit of an opportunistic scavenging run by the batsman. This is cut nicely over the top, and I think it's 4 runs. The skipper there, Al Mamun, has just signalled the 4, and there's a bounce about half a metre in. Getting the ball back. And well, the skipper, he's doing some unusual warm-up techniques. It's on his hands and his feet. As the ball is, well, I think gone into the forest. They've got a new ball out. Just sort of shaking his legs, getting warmed up. Both these teams playing earlier in the day. So they've had time to rest, but that's also a bit of a cool down as well. As Shaheen Khan will continue after we've got a new ball in. We do go through quite a lot of these grizzlies. If you want grizzlies, you have to go into the haunted forest and get them there. And grizzlies in forests usually mean one thing for humans. So 5 for no loss. And just waiting on it. Priyan facing after hitting that lovely 4. Drags that one from outside off stump. And there's a little chance. So Allison, the skipper, took off for a run, but Priyan said no. It did go straight to Bazirak. Bowler comes in again. Last ball of the over, and it's been hit nicely on the leg side. Could be a catch. Dropped out on the boundary. That was a one-handed attempt. 6 runs. End of the over. Look, and 2 hands for beginners. 11 off the over, and pretty good start for both sides. Here we are. This is the Challenger Division, the ECC. The 2 groups starting on Tuesday, October the 7th. and then Saturday, October the 11th. The two groups, of course, two teams wanting to get promoted from that. That would be nice. Or one team, I'm not sure. I think it's just the one. As this is hit in the air, just over the top, and that'll be 4 runs. Nice shot, nice and safe. Good shot from Alliston. Of course, only 2 players back with the power play. One of them is right in front. That's the skipper, Al Mamoun. He's still staying back here at long on. There is a cow corner dropping back as well, and that's not a great ball from the bowler. It's about hip high on the legs. Have a look at this, and just flicked around the corner. Lovely shot there from the skipper. And Alliston looks in the mood. 11 off 3. Priyan is on 10. Rico's in the igloo with me. Pretty good start.
It's a good start. It's good to be back here. I think Raw 94, I think we were both very impressed with them early in the day. They played really nice, got a good win the way that they bowled and fielded against the Greenie Vipers and then knocked the runs off quite comfortably. So they're looking forward to having a bat first. They chased that 106 required quite comfortably with 23 balls to go when they picked up all 4 points earlier. And I think this is an opportunity for them to prepare for what could be a big day tomorrow, the last day, day 3, the last day of Group A matches. And they'd like to get out there and have a good knock. I think we haven't seen the best of this guy, John Mary Alliston, with the bat. He's shown little glimpses of how powerful he can be. We've seen him get into the teens or early 20s and then get out. I think he's looking to stand firm there at the beginning, at the top order, score some runs and put a good partnership together with Priyan Uthiakuma Hossain. Just a little bit short on that occasion, 14 off the over. And it's a better delivery, just reaching for this. Alliston doesn't quite get, he's practicing the shot there second time around. He should have really been looking to hit that in the offside, but he tries to go straight. Hossain looking to finish the over well, and might be called a wide actually. I think it will have to be. It's a much slower delivery. He doesn't like it, does Hossain, but unfortunately that's what we play to. Now what's happening at the other end? There's stumps flying all over the place. So
I mean, surely it's dead ball. What's going on? Well, everything happened in slow motion during the delivery.
I think eventually the stump, I don't know if we got all of this or not. Well, let's get the count. There's the wide. It's definitely wide. Then at some point, just about here, something has to happen here. Well,
what?
He's trying to pass the ball back. I think he's trying to pass the. Yeah, he's definitely not looking to. And then I think they run. And
he appealed, Rico. Look at this. Look.
No, but look where he's looking. I think he's trying to pass the ball because the batter's in. He hasn't moved out. Look where he's looking.
Oh, maybe.
And then he says sorry.
Oh, no, he did sorry.
He
didn't appeal.
He didn't mean to do that. Of course, by then the ball is dead.
Yeah.
And this one, well, this one might have been dead as well because it's vanished. It's out of here. It'll go into the field behind us. Well, that's another one that's going to have to be found. That's 6 runs. That's a lovely hit from John Mary Ellerstein. Well, it's all happening there. I suppose Ellerstein probably didn't want to take the single anyway, but the ball was dead. Hey, have a look at this. This is what's exciting. Going into tomorrow, Royal 94 could really cement top spot quite comfortably with a good victory here. If they don't get that win, then it does leave the door open for the teams that are behind them. You see there that PUC and Parazami both on 7 now. Mitri, well, they would have liked the opportunity of a slip up here from Royal 94. It gives them a chance to take top spot. Top spot means a double chance against the team that finishes top in Group B. That starts on Thursday. That's a great shot. Lovely shot from Priyan. He's such an exciting batter to watch because of his 360 play. And I love the way he gets the extra oomph in the shot by taking 2 feet off the ground.
He's very good at lifting the ball over that the infield. It's a real sort of highlight of his play. He's gone up to 16, 38 the score now. Still in the power play. It's been a pretty good one for the Royals. Just missed outside of stump.
Gets that one through. Shaheen Khan, Priyan a bit disappointed with himself. Really should have once again perhaps been looking to cut again. Shaheen there bowling him out.
Just John Gray in the chat saying the Tour de France is going to go near Saint-Malo. So I was in Saint-Malo a few years ago. Nice, very nice seaside town. Home of pirates in Saint-Malo. From what I understand, it was like a walled city full of pirates. John can probably correct me on that, but that's what I understand. And it's a famous island group actually named after Saint-Malo. There you go. And it's a trivia question for tonight, but it's not named after it in English.
Whoa! Mamma mia! That's going to be 4 runs. It's a good effort from Abdullah as well, but I am just fortunate that Shaheen Khan still has a head because, ooh la la la. And then Abdullah, who comes across, gets something on it, but that was how powerfully that ball was hit. Even Abdullah couldn't stop it. Ricochets off him, goes to the boundary. That could have been nasty.
That could have been really nasty. Well, they're both still there.
And Priyan gets another one in the slot. That's going to be 6 more. And just getting worried that this could go out of control because Ekota CC, they never really got the bowling right in that earlier contest against Mitri. Mitri got to 163 and Ekota themselves only got to 90. Nobody really got going for them. So once this starts to get past that sort of 120 mark, it's going to be a struggle for them. It's just going to be a single this time. And Fielder holds on to it rather than throw it away. There's Arif Mia in that all-important long on position. Long on and long off is what they've opted for in the power play. Abdullah signaling to his next bowler to warm up. And looks like he's going to refrain from coming on himself early. And here he is in the action. It's going to stop this. He does. Just will be a single to finish, but a good power play. 50 on the board already. 51 for without a loss. 51 is a power play score, and that's a good power play. We've said all along that 45 and above, you're on for a big score and a good score.
Yeah, it's a good effort so far. A couple of big overs there, 21 and 19, and it's Priyan that's doing a lot of the scoring, but there was also Alistan who was hitting the ball nicely. It's a good even opening partnership. I like these two. I think they're good together. So they're both capable of hitting all around the ground. Very handy, these two.
Right, they change, and let's see how well it goes. It's going to be Ahmed. It's going to be giving this over. So Abdullah holding himself back, probably hoping that maybe changing and taking the pace off could get them a breakthrough, and then he might bring himself on a little bit later. That's the plan anyway. Mir Ahmed then flights it up, and this is going to be an interesting one. He did look a little bit off balance, does the batter, but according to the umpire, does manage to keep that foot planted. Let's have a look at this. So he's leaning forward the foot. Yeah, he just leans back rather than slide it forward. So it's an easy call there for the umpire. Now has to get the stumps reset.
So John Gray has in fact confirmed it's Cité des Corsaires, which are the privateers or pirates who were state sanctioned during the wartime. So it is a city of pirates, Saint-Malo. But they did give Saint-Malo did give the name to I think to an island group or island that is British owned. That caused, well, it's called something in English, but it's called Las Malvinas, I think, in Spanish. And there's a bit of controversy in the early 80s with that island. Well, those islands. Any idea what it could be?
Well, I'll just have a look at this first. I was watching this play, Danny, sorry, because I just knew that the batters, they're so sharp. They knew this throw was going to come in. They knew it would be a wild throw. They almost backed on the fact that the wicketkeeper would use his pads to stop it and it would ricochet away. So they waited for everything and then took the second. So
Good
2
running.
runs taken off that one. Oh, that's Gundy, and it will just be helped along the way to the boundary. One that comes out wrong from Ahmed. They might check the height on this. I think the height will be okay. It looked like it was dropping, but it's not a good delivery. It's a Gundy ball, and that's going to be 4 more runs. Bit of discussion here by the umpire. I think umpire might be having a chat with him about maybe his arm action. Here's how high it was here. It does. Yeah, no problem. He's a long way forward, and the ball's dropping onto his pad. Right. So what were you asking me there about the?
Yeah, I think it's Las Malvinas.
Okay.
All right. I think it was named after San Malo. Or the other way around, I'm not sure. But definitely related. But they were a very controversial small island group in the early 80s. You know what they are? Falklands. Yeah, the Las Malvinas, I think. And so it's got a similar name in French, I think. Shot.
They often say that when you're playing shots, you got to get a good weight distribution. The weight has to go into the shot, and that's a very good example of it. That's going to go a long way. Lovely shot.
Yeah, really good shot. Just confirmed again. It's Les Malouines in French. But yeah, thanks, John. Looking forward to seeing you next weekend as well. We could meet you in person. So yeah, getting back to the cricket, getting all trivia headed. That's what I do back home. I just run quiz nights occasionally. Well, twice a week actually. You ran a quiz night the other day. You sat in
more than occasionally.
Yeah, you sat in for a round.
Yeah, I sat in for a little bit. I thought a get away from some of my normal duties for a while. It was very pleasant actually, and it's nice to see that the team were involved, having a good time.
Yeah, it was good fun.
I think they've got you on. They've booked you in for every day now, haven't they? Doing all bits and pieces. You're becoming the entertainer in the evening.
I don't know about that. There's a game that the crew have taken a liking to. It's called Gangster City. I'll tell you about it in a moment. This is heading towards us, maybe slightly away. That's bounced us before, I think. It's 4 runs. You saw that better than I did, Rico. Is it, 4?
The fielder's coming across. That's 4 runs for me. It bounces just before the rope. But it's once again a pretty risky way for the fielder who's running after it to try and stop it, and it could have resulted in a bit of an injury to Anyat Khan. He was running and tries to stop it with his foot. And the umpire just wants to check that the ball's okay here. And while we're having a look at this, we often, it's the last innings, and I want to put a question to, I know that we're talking about, and we will talk about all sorts of things in the last match. It's random questions, and with Abdullah losing his run, I can put this one to you, and it's my question of the day. I'll reveal the answer in the second over. Who has the best bowling figures in the history of the Benson and Hedges Cup? So I'm going to leave that out there for people to ponder. It's an interesting one. And that is also going to probably clear the rope. There's a fielder who was hunting that down, running across from mid-wicket. The umpires want to check this. I think it's going to be 4, 4 runs. So it's a fielder comes all the way around from mid-wicket, wants to try and make the stop, but he can't do so. And that was Mohammad Basarak. Basarak, he was probably one of their key and most influential players on day one. He seems to be out of favour for everything else. This is another one that just gets easily hit down the ground by Priyan. And Priyan now, well, I think with that shot, he's probably closing on his 50. Yeah, it's at 46 now. So another half century beckons for Priyan Uthiakuma. What form he's in at the moment.
Yeah, he's looking good. Talking about going back to Bazirak, I think it doesn't give the captain any confidence when you open the bowl and get 30 hit from it. So maybe that's a reason why we haven't seen him with the ball since. Might see him again. Oh, this is high in the air.
Opportunity. And dropped. And the batters will come back for 2. They might even think about 3, because after dropping it, Arrhythmia shows his displeasure in his attempt by literally just sulking and walking to the ball to pick it up afterwards. Look at this, he then just walks. He doesn't even bother to chase it. And the batters will take 2. And now he's going to have to go fetch this one. Full toss that gets blasted by Priyan. That's his 50. Comes of 18 deliveries, another half century for Priyan, who he just keeps impressing. He scored 63 not out in the earlier match, the win against the Greeny Vipers. And he scores another one here in this one as well. And I'm pretty sure he did score a half century when we saw them in their first match. He did. So that's his 3rd half century. Fine batting. And
Get between his legs.
the Yorker delivery, and they think about the second, but they'll stick to just one. It's another good score at the halfway point. It's going to be 86 without loss. Priyan has got another half century to his name as we welcome you into our igloo for the halfway point of the first innings of this 5th match. And yeah, we're talking about all sorts. We welcome your interaction. We always do say on the European Cricket Network that when it comes to the last match of the day, we like to get all our viewers involved, so we'll have some random questions. I put one out there for you, and that was, of course, which bowler has the best bowling figures in the Benson and Hedges Cup? So I'll leave that for you to think about. I'll give you the answer on this a little bit later on. And, of course, you've been talking about some things as well. So
yeah,
it's what it's all about, is getting you all involved wherever you are.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't done a lurker call.
We haven't, you're right. Should we do one?
Let's do one.
Yeah, if you are watching and you've never been on the chat, come on, get on there. Be a lurker and let us know who you are, where you're from, and we'll give you a shout out. Maybe you're celebrating something or just celebrated something, whether it's a birthday, an anniversary, whatever it may be. And let us know. We'll give you a shout out, or give whoever it is that you want to give a shout out to. This is the time that we do it in this final match of the day.
Yeah, I've got to say, Royal 94, I thought they looked decent in the first game they played, and they've looked fantastic today. Really, really good. In fact, the next 3 games, they are leading on the top of the table. This could be, a spectacular attempt. Superman dive.
Yeah, I love that attempt. I really do. And let's just say it looked even more dramatic as the sun's out and the gold leaf all around the shirts was blinging. And where's the dive? And he's got the roll there as well. I'm loving the fact that he's going for that catch. I think that was Chowdhury, wasn't it? Excellent effort from Chowdhury.
I still reckon they're going to shine like mirror balls when the sun does really come out. You know, blind players.
Here's Khan again. And, he's just thumped it. Fielder, thought he was going to go for the catch for a moment. He decides against it. The batters stick to just the one. And this time, that was Sachin Khan, who I thought was eyeing up a diving for. I noticed, though, look, not all the players have the bling. Sachin Khan has got just the normal shirt. 1 or 2 just got the normal shirt. Now, I wonder if you got to do a ritual.
I think he's got sensitive eyes. He just can't bear with the gold.
What did this hit something? What happened here?
Heard something.
What did it hit?
Might have been a click from the helmet. I don't know.
It must have been the lid, because there's definitely hit something.
No, I'm not sure if he hit anything. There was a definite noise.
There was noise. I wonder if the batter hits his own helmet.
Maybe he's got a dodgy hip.
All right, it's 1 for the over. Well, Praveen won't like that. He'll be looking to hit back. And, well, this now should be out. He's all over the place. He never looked like he was going to catch this. I called it the way I saw it. He was all over the place, was Ahmed. He was almost like doing the funky chicken dance. Watch him, footworks. And if you don't get a good base, you're not going to hold on to catch. In the end, I think he just chested this down. And even his own teammates are seeing the funny side of that.
That's what I thought I heard.
They're laughing, I can laugh. Oh, dear. That's straight down the ground. It's going to be a good stop. Abdul just puts his body on the line. They'll come back for 2. It's the end of the over. Now he's, They wanted to steal a third for a moment. It's all happening at the moment, quick and fast. That's the way we do it on the European Cricket Network. Cricketainment is what we bring you as the 6th over comes to an end. We'll see it here now. It said, here comes the throw, and you can see John Murray saying, look, I can make it back if you can. I don't think his partner Priyan was going to give up his wicket for a single like that. 93 without loss after 6.
Yeah, it's been, again, I enjoy watching this team. They're very likeable, Royal 94. They're a bit all action, but they're even in the field. In the field, I think they dive around. They took some fantastic diving catches this morning, and they really play for each other. I like this team a lot.
I like what they do. The other thing about them is, I think we touched this on this early today, even though they did lose their first match, they haven't been totally outplayed by anyone.
No.
You know, even that first match, they went down 1-4-3 to 1-3-1. Oh, shot. Really good shot. Just a smudging down the leg side, and look how quickly he's on it. Well, that partnership now moves to 99. That's a really good shot from Priyan.
So, was it Makram? Is that the answer? Johnny M asked the question.
Was it Makram? No, it's not. Was it Makram?
Well, the question again was the top wicket taker.
Yeah, the best bowling figures.
Best bowling figures
in the Benson and
Hedges
Hedges Cup.
A regular bowler or a part timer?
All right, let's give you a bit of a clue. Gone, and that's going to be a very tame dismissal. Priyan with Yakume is a sensational batter. And if he was going to get out, you thought he'd be trying to pump onto the boundary. But you think he tries to be a little clever here and just chip this past the fielder. But he puts it straight in his hands. And Priyan is going to have to depart. He goes for 63 of 24 balls.
Really good innings. Very, very good innings. But a good batsman coming in Lograjan. He was impressive yesterday. Missed out. He got a first baller, I think, this morning. But he is a very, very good batsman to be bringing in at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, look who gets the wicket. Bazarak, the man we were saying who seems to have been out of favour from his captain. He comes back, he takes a wicket. And now he's going to get a bit more success as he gets a dot ball in. Yeah, an overseas player. So a bit of a clue, overseas player.
So Benson Hedges Cup, you're talking Australian Benson Hedges Cup? Is that the...
No, the one in the UK.
Oh, UK. Okay. Because there was a Benson they were sponsors of... overseas player. Well, I never thought it was going to be an English player, to be fair.
Oh, that's a really good shot. Well, Lograjan, I did say in my... Danny, I did say in the intro that he'll be looking to get an opportunity to bounce back. He didn't have much of a chance in that earlier match. Got himself out without scoring, but he's a very good player as well, Lograjan. And he sees the short ball, sees he's on it, and plays a very classy shot to the boundary. 6 more to him.
So I'm going to ask you a question because you're asking an Australian about English cricket, and Australians don't really care about English cricket. What era was it? Or can you give me a date, just to be sort of pinpoint it slightly,
Okay,
and it'll help people out in the chat as well.
All right, well, it was on this day in the 1970s.
1970s.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, because I know it couldn't have been later than the 80s because I think Benson Hedges would have stopped. We're not advertising for this company, by the way. Would have stopped sponsoring.
At some point.
At some point in the 90s. Okay. 1970s, overseas player, probably not a West Indian. Am I correct? Probably not a West Indian. Or was it a West Indian?
You're getting warmer.
Okay, it's a West Indian. And you said that a genuine bowler?
Yeah, genuine bowler.
Genuine bowler.
Crunched and
good effort.
Well, he wants to take the catch and do a forward roll at the same time. I mean, I like the energy in trying to take the catch, Mubarak Hussain, but probably wasn't the right technique here. Let's have a look here. Well, what do you make of that? Well, it's not quite. It was juggling day a couple of days ago, not today. That's the end of the over. So we move to the end of 7, 108.
All right, regular bowler. I think the star of that team, who doesn't of the fast bowlers for the West Indies, before Malcolm Marshall, was Andy Roberts. So I'm going to go Andy Roberts.
All right, we're going to leave that out there. Andy Roberts, folks. So Danny's going at the way that you've come to that, by the way, your process, very good. Well done. Whether it's right or not, I'm not going to give it away just yet.
That's all right.
This one gets fielded. Good bit of fielding by the fielder. Comes across. That's Bergzak, who just bowled a pretty decent over.
I was lucky enough to see all those players at the SCG during World Series cricket and just after World Series cricket. That's kept pretty low. It's going to miss leg, I think. You could go in at half time after the first innings for free. They just had the gates open. And so I used to go, my mum used to come with me. We used to sit on the hill or stand on the hill with my mum. It was just frightening at times. But yeah, I got to see all the great West Indians, all the great Australian players of the period. And it was fantastic. Yeah, watching Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner and Andy Roberts. Shot!
Yeah, that's a good shot, isn't it? And Logarajan says, it's good to be in the middle. And look, he's doing just a few stretches there, Logarajan. He says, yeah, I'm just warming up. As he's talking to his captain and also doing a few stretches, saying, yeah, Skip, I'm just warming up. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go some more.
I really enjoyed watching his batting yesterday. I thought it was fantastic. And as I said, I think he got a first bowler this morning.
Yeah, he did. He didn't have much time. He had to go for it. And this is what he can do. Just look at the power. So we've seen him go down the ground. We've seen him go on the leg side. That one, fortunately, hits the fence and stays this side of the field. If it goes into the woods, it's haunted. Nobody goes in there. There's a few more answers coming through. Joel Garner. It's not Joel Garner. Yeah, Malcolm Marshall. No, it's not Malcolm Marshall. Who else do we have in there? I think somebody said Mushtaq Ahmed. No.
You said you did say it was a West Indian, right? Or you didn't? You didn't confirm it?
I didn't confirm. Let me confirm it. I'll confirm it.
Okay.
It is.
It is.
It is. That's the only clue I'm giving.
I tell you another player who got a lot of wickets and was well. Of course, they didn't really have any spin bowlers at the time.
Yeah.
Viv Richards used to be a very good off spinner and used to keep things very tight and would pick up the odd wicket. Oh,
well, is he applauding himself here? I've never. It looks like he is. I know what he's saying. He hits the bottom of the bat. Look, you take him anywhere you do. Look at John. I tell you what, his wagon wheel is going to look pretty impressive. How about this shot, everybody? Let's see this again. 2 circles. Cue it up. This is an interesting one. Watch this. You know what he's trying to do, the ramp? He doesn't get it right. He hits it between him and the stumps. And it goes all the way forward. And for a moment, it looks like he was applauding himself. And that's going to be a wide. Abdullah gets it wrong. He's the wrong side of the line. So the captain is going for a few here. This over's gone for 17. He's first, went for 21. And you reckon they'll start to take away some of those gold stripes? Look, there they are. They're blinging at the moment. They might slowly.
As long as they don't add any, that would really be disco overload.
What happens if you really perform badly?
Oh.
Well, this one, there's a fielder out there. Should stop it, and he's not going to stop it. He elects to go. I can tell you what this is from the fielder out there, Mubarak Hussain. He wants to take it on one more bounce, and you can't. You got to try and attack it before it bounces again. He says, let it bounce once more. No, don't do that. And then after that, he's in the wrong place, can't stop it. 4 more. What happens if you have a really bad day? You reckon they give you a shirt with no gold on it, like some of the players have got?
Could be, but do you add gold for good days until you get the full C3PO?
130 on the board, everybody. 130 for 1. We're having some fun in the box, and why not indeed? Hello to Viking Bay, who's joining in as well. And we got crewman there, John Gray. This is what's happening tomorrow. It's going to be the Greeny Vipers who, well, let's just say they're just playing for a bit of pride. We'll go back to that in a moment. Could be a wicket here, though. Should be, and it will be. It's well held, well done by Mir Ahmed. Now, Mir Ahmed, he had a moment earlier to forget when he didn't take one. But this time around, he's backpedaling, and he takes it pretty well above his head.
Just.
So, he's going to get the wicket, and that's going to be the end of John Murray Elston. So once again, he's He's starting to stick around a little bit longer, but still not getting the big score that we feel that he's due.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, new batsman is Kapilraj, but they've got good top 3 Royals. Let's see what Kapilraj can do. Definitely, Lograjan looks in the mood. He's in a cheeky mood as well. He's hitting him all around the ground, and that's what he did yesterday.
Down the ground and 6. Kapilraj. I think this is the 3rd time we're seeing him, and every time the first ball he faces, he thumps for 6. It doesn't mean to say he does it every ball. He tends to get to 6, and then he tends to get out a ball or 2 later without adding to the score. So let's see if he can do something different here. Aniyat Khan would love to get another wicket himself.
So, bowler comes in again.
And this one will bounce before it gets to Abdullah, who posts the ball in with the intent of trying to enforce a run out. He's not able to do so. Single taken by Kapilraj, and that means Lograjan back on strike, 27 of just 8 balls.
Another bowler we haven't mentioned. There's a few of them. There's so many great West Indian fast bowlers. Somebody mentioned Wayne Daniel. Michael Holding's another one that's a fantastic bowler. But there was Colin Croft. Remember Colin Croft?
Yeah, I do remember him very well.
Do you remember when he took out the umpire?
Literally?
Yeah, literally. He didn't like being called for a no ball. And yeah, he literally took out an umpire with his elbow.
Yeah, well, we have somebody saying, just change the subject slightly. Did you end up saving the bumblebee? Well, we did, as Danny suggested. It perked up a little bit, and then because around where we are, there's a lot of practicing being done by some of the players. We moved it into a more secluded zone. So we believe we've done the best we can for the bumblebee. And that's out. That's well bowled. So Lograjan is going to be done by a very good slower delivery by Aniyat Khan. So Khan's going to get a second wicket. 2 for 15, still with a couple of balls to go in the over. So some highlights here for the side with all the bling.
Yeah, good bowling that. Just roll his wrist over it. And Lograjan just got a little bit away from the ball. Had to reach for it and a little outside edge. Yeah, I was thinking the World Series, Johnny M talking about the Benson Hedges World Series that used to be in Australia. Obviously, cigarette companies were big sponsors of sporting tournaments. I remember same with rugby league in Sydney. That was always sponsored by those types of companies, which can't be mentioned anymore. We're not mentioning them. We didn't mention them at all. But yeah, was it replaced Nat West and then replaced the Gillette Cup 60 over shot, or was it?
No,
catch.
It's well held. And the fielder, I didn't realise he was out there. He was sort of camouflaged where our European Cricket Network banner was, and then he popped up from nowhere. And Ghana Mithran will go first ball. What an over this is turning out to be. So Khan has just taken a 3rd wicket in the over, and I believe he's got a ball to go. So this next ball is a hat-trick ball.
It is a hat-trick ball, and what it's doing also is it's stopping these with the dot balls, but also it's stopping any flow of runs.
Yeah, and this is the hat-tricks we've had so far. Asim Ali, saw him do it in Bologna.
Comes in. And
here we go. Chance for a hat-trick. Abdullah getting underneath it. And he will take it. We have a hat-trick. 4 wickets in the over. And Aniyat Khan has taken a hat-trick. His name will go in the Hall of Fame. And real joy and jubilation for him. And what a moment. Abdullah Al-Mamun holds on to the catch. I'm quite surprised they're not quite celebrating as much as we're excited for them. It's in the air. Catch is held by the captain. And Aniyat Khan has finished with 4 for 15, including a hat-trick.
That's a good catch under pressure. And if any of the fielders that I would like to catch been hit to if I was on a hat-trick, it would be the skipper, Abdullah Al-Mamun, who made no mistake. So well done.
What a good moment that is for Khan. I mean, the team are playing in their very first European Cricket Series, and they have a hat-trick taker amongst them. And the other thing about this is, look, I've got to focus on this. And well, he's ball watching, not concentrating running. How many times have I said that a 150 to 160 score does not mean that you're going to win the match? And they're not even anywhere near that 150 yet.
Yeah.
This is a great comeback. It has to be said by the new boys on the block, Ikota.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what wickets does. It puts pressure, especially when you've got only a couple of overs left and you're expected to come out and hit. Sometimes it just doesn't work, like it's not working here, and this will be out. Well done. Try to get to the other end, and that's the bowler, Harry Cullen. Who loses his wicket. So Harry Curran is going to be out, run out. It's a duck.
If there's one thing, I mean, we both like Raw 94, but if there's one thing about them, and we've seen this probably in 3 of the matches they played in, their top order. Once the top 3, so if Priyan, Lograjan and the captain, John Murray Elliston, don't score runs, or once they're out the way, they crumble pretty rapidly. They implode, and they're doing the same here. This is into the deck, and it's going to be another run out. Wickets are falling like anything now. So let's have a look. The last over, 8 runs scored from it, 4 wickets went down, and now we've seen in this over 1 bye and 2 wickets go down. So another way of looking at this is they've lost, say, 5 wickets for just 1 run.
Yep.
5 wickets for 1 run.
This scorecard's going to look interesting when we get to see it in a couple of balls. But, 139, not what we'd expected.
They were, it's quite amazing. 108 at the end of the 7th, 130 at the end of the 8th. So now we've got to get some runs here. How many will they go for? 1 or 2? They might take on the second game for it. They will get it because it's not the strongest of arms from the wicketkeeper who had to go a long way to chase that down. So that's not off the bat, though. It's also going to be byes. So no runs off the bat in this over. So we're still on here for Mubarak Hussain to maybe get what we call like a kind of a fake maiden in.
Yeah. Well,
very important last ball.
It still will be a maiden.
It's still a maiden. There's no runs. There's no runs off the bat here. That is going to be a 2-wicket maiden. All the runs that have come off that over, that's the end of the innings. All the runs of that over, and there's 4 of them, have all been byes. And you can see why they're happy. They've just pulled off. Well, all right, they're still going to get 143 to win the match.
Yeah.
But that's an amazing comeback.
It is absolutely amazing comeback, and they'll have the impetus with that hat trick, with the 2 run outs, with Royal 94, and able to really score many runs in the last couple of overs. All the impetus, I think, will be with Ikota. So if they can get off to a good start, it might rattle the Royals.
Yeah, well, it was quite amazing. If you think about the way things were going, it was going very well. The 2 openers made a good start. I mean, that was a bit unfortunate. And maybe that was a bit of a sign of what could come in this innings for Ikota. But you know what? Even though there was a lot of pain and a lot of carnage from the first, it was Priyan who went on to make another half century. He would score 63. John Murray Elliston, he's opening partner, the captain, stuck around until that sort of the 8th over. But what a way to finish there at the end. It was quite incredible. 6 wickets would go down for just 12 runs in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, look, it is pretty remarkable. It's just a very good comeback. I don't know. I don't think the batting was necessarily that poor. Especially early on was fantastic, and then nothing was really going right. The catch went down, and the ball kept on sailing over the boundary. But when Priyan was dismissed, I think that's when things started to fall off for the Royals.
And it was a soft dismissal. There was the one that went down from Ahmed. But that was the dismissal. I suppose he gets done by a decent delivery. It's a decent height. And Priyan is trying to guide that away to the boundary, but finds the fielder. Lograjan comes out, and we know he's also a good batter. He scored quickly, didn't he? Scores quickly, gets to a quick fire, 27. But it's when the wickets of Ellerstein, and now this is Ellerstein going, that was a good catch, good comeback by Mir Ahmed. He gets the captain out. Lograjan would then follow to chasing this wide one. From here, the runs dried up and the wickets kept falling.
Yep, absolutely. But all credit to Ekota. They held the catches well in the end. In the second half of the innings, first half it was like it was not great. This is the hat-trick ball.
Yeah. This is the hat-trick here. One thing I noticed there's the catch taken. There was very little celebration. Nobody maybe realised. But what I noticed there, the batters, when they were coming in, I don't know if you noticed this, but here's a series of crazy run-outs coming up here. But they were changing bats.
Yeah.
Now, if nobody's scoring runs from a bat, and you're going for a hat-trick, are you going to take that bat?
You think it's cursed?
They did, you know.
You think it's cursed, Rico?
It's a
they
cursed
found
bat.
it in the woods.
We were talking a lot about bats. Well, have you had a bat that's cursed? Have you ever had a bat that said, right, I'm never using that bat again because it's unlucky? Well, whichever bat that was they were changing around, I think you should burn it because it's unlucky. Well, we do see a hat-trick. Well done to Aniat Khan. He takes a hat-trick in that 9th over. We often say it all happens in the 9th. Look at those ducks. Oh, look at them. Good day for all ducks in that scorecard. I don't think I've quite seen a scorecard like that. The top 3 did very well. Then after that, it went downhill. As I said, they're on 94. That's one thing they've got to have a serious worry about. That once the top 3 go, they do implode. On the bowling front, 4 wickets for Aniat Khan, 4 for 15, including a hat-trick. A wicket there for Mohammed Barzak as well. Good to see him coming back. But, you know, I don't think there's the worst of bowling figures. Pretty respectable. Even Shane Khan, sometimes we say in this format, if you bowl just 2 overs and you only go for 30, that in itself is okay as well.
Yeah. Look, it was a very good comeback from Ekota. Royals, I think it was pressure. I think it was just they needed to swing at it, and maybe some of these batsmen really hadn't had much of a bat recently. So, but up the top, they're looking pretty good. Royals, Priyan, John Marie Alliston, and also Lograjan scoring the bulk of the runs. Well, basically all the runs. Well, I mean, are they going to be found out against better teams? Because if those 3 go.
Yeah, good question. Good question. And also, I think with the way that finished, certainly Ekota CC were the happier at the end of that. Now, can they take that and put it in their batting? We'll have to wait and see. We know that it's only a couple of batters that are key for them. But with Farooq Ahmed in the side, we haven't seen him. We know that he's a good batter, almost 1,500 runs on the network. It will be interesting. This is going to be an interesting game. Maybe the new boys could pull off another upset. Join me, Rico Full and Danny, when we return in just under 10 minutes' time.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as we get ready for the reply now from Qatar CC, who've given themselves a chance after restricting the opposition to 142. I'll leave you to have a look at the bonus point equation, and while I do that, I'll take you back to on this day, on 1937, the umpire Ken Palmer was born on this day. Also played one test for England in 1964-65 when he was coaching in Johannesburg and was called up after a series of injuries in the England ranks. It was a chest-sizing debut, though. His bowling average of 189 is the second worst in England's test history, although he had a fine first-class record with bat and ball for Somerset. Palmer later forged a successful career as an umpire, though not without controversy in fraught 1992 Headingley Test. He gave Graham Gooch not out against Pakistan, and even though the replays showed that Gooch was at least 2 feet short of his ground, and of course that caused all sorts of issues. Born on this date, Ken Palmer, as we get ready for the start of this reply. Bonus point equation, remember 100 required for a point, but they don't need points, they need wins. and they need to get to that 142. If they do it inside 7, they'll be over the moon. There's the first. Oh, that's a good delivery. And Danny will join me back in a moment, and you'll hear from him himself. He does like Logesh Austin. He's what you would call a no messing around bowler. Just give me the ball and let me do my thing. He's that sort of guy. I think every captain would love to have a guy like Logesh in their side. He almost takes the stumps out straight away. It's doing too much. Great start, actually. That's good adjustment from himself. The first ball came in from around about 2 stumps outside that off and came back and almost takes the off peg. This one, he starts it on off and gets it into the pads. Maybe, well, if he gets this one right, it'll be right down the middle. I just got to flick an ant off my microphone. I think that's got him. Oh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere, these ants. Oh. And this one goes through as well. So 3 balls, 3 dots. It's not the start that they want. This is Farooq Ahmed, so it's the first time we're seeing Farooq Ahmed. I mentioned already, he's a guy who's well known on the network. He has scored plenty of runs, Farooq Ahmed, and now he's trying to do it here for the new side of Qatar. A little bit of experience coming into the side. And that is blasted away. That's what he can do. That's what he can bring to the party. I guess he knew what was coming his way this time. After being beaten by 3, he knows his ball's going to start wide and come into him. And that's been hit pretty hard. Farooq Ahmed, let me tell you a little bit about him. We've seen him play in Sweden. We've played for the Stockholm Tigers. He's played for Gurkha 11 in Portugal. He played for Bengali in Spain, Zagreb Sokol. And he's got 1,478 runs to his name. So he knows the format very well. And he gets that one away. So 6, but only 6 or 4 deliveries. Needing to go at just under 15s. Well, Logesh will be looking to go a little bit bigger. Look where Farooq Ahmed is now standing. He stands a long way outside. Oh, well, the captain, Elliston, gets caught watching the batters, then the ball. If he takes his clean leap, maybe he has a go to try to run Ahmed out, running to the bowler's end. The field now changes. I like the look of that. There's a swarm of yellow and green go across from one side to another to get set to now field to the right-hander. This is Abdullah Al-Mumun. These two also have played together for Bengali there in Barcelona. High in the air, catching chance. Oh, somebody's got to call it. And thankfully, it gets held and there's no issue. I was really concerned because the fielder that was wide third was charging in. He really was. He looked like Carl Lewis. He was sprinting like a good one. And watch him, he just manages to stop in time. Does really well to hold that catch. And Abdullah, the captain, he's going to go for a first ball golden duck. Well, we already saw a number of ducks, 4 of them in the first innings. And here's another one. That's a golden. Danny just indicated me it was 5, in fact. So that's a 6 duck. And it is a golden for the captain. And, well, if they're going to chase this down, you would have thought that Abdullah would have to play a big part in it. He's not going to. And that means now all eyes will turn on Mabruk Hussain, hopefully, to give Farooq Ahmed some support. It's the end of the over. And 7 come off it, so not the start they wanted. Also, a reminder, 80 matches now since a golden ball. As Danny does join me back in the igloo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Oh, look, I really like watching the bowling of Logesh Austin. I mentioned before. I think you're right. He's a captain's dream. Very consistent. One loose ball, but ends up getting a wicket. Oh, straight through him.
Oh, well. He's been lucky. That's the second one that shaved the stump. That off peg of Farooq Ahmed. And he's living a dangerous life, is Farooq.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's still there, and he's a good quality player. And misses again. Well, it's his first innings out here on this pitch. And he's finding it hard to find the white thing at the moment.
Yeah, he's only made contact to 2 balls, one's gone for 6. then the single. Now these two, a bit like the first over really. 2 swings and a miss. I suppose this one might be hit for 6. Well, he hits it, and it's going to probably be, well, 6 is signal, and I thought maybe it's going to be 4, but see it again here. Has it got legs? Yeah, quite clearly it does. So that's going to be 6-1. So follows the same pattern. 2 swings and a miss. Next ball goes for 6. This one could be a single if it's going to be the same as the first over. That's Alliston. Still, he knows that his team, even with that boundary, the second in the innings, is still in a good position. They've got one good batter back. He'll feel that another wicket, and they'll start to slow things up. That's not a good delivery. Gets this one completely down leg side.
Just a quick one from the chat there. People are discussing about the development of cricket in Europe. And Paul Whiten's made a good point about with American cricket in America, how it's growing and becoming more established. And but you're getting a lot of players coming in who are very good overseas players who are coming in. And of course, with the status of cricket. Oh, got him. Well, we don't need to talk about the status of cricket. Talk about the status of Farooq Ahmed's stumps. As the skipper takes him out. That's a big wicket. Yeah, 2 openers are gone. 14 on the board.
That's the wicket they didn't need to lose, really, at Qatar CC. And it's the one that Raw 94 wanted. I was saying they'd be thinking we get 1 wicket, we get a chance. But that's the ball he struggled with. One that starts wide and starts to come in. You see he plays all the way around it, as he did with the ones in the first over from Austin and the first few deliveries here from Illenstein. The chances are sooner or later it'll catch up with you, and it does. So the unlucky 13 for Farooq Ahmed of 9 balls. And yeah, we can continue the talk about the players coming in.
Yeah, look, I know what they're doing, what they did in the States. I'm sure they're still doing a similar thing. They're bringing overseas players in and they're paying them as professionals. And after 3 years, they can play. If they hadn't played for other countries, they can play for the US because that's what the ICC sanctioned.
Yeah.
It's different for the Olympics, of course, but all teams in Europe have players that have been that can represent. France is a little bit different though, but can represent the country if they've been there for 3 years, which is one of the reasons why the sport at a national level in Europe and around the world has really improved. Go back to that in a moment. But what America can do and Europe can't is they can afford these players to come in. There's money behind the sport that is from entrepreneurs and all different things. There's a lot of sponsorship as well compared to Europe. It's difficult to get sponsorship. And it's very rare that that can happen in Europe, which is a shame. But it is growing, but not at the same rate in some ways as in places like the States.
Yeah.
But hopefully it'll get there. And I mean, I've got to wave the flag for ECN because without the ECN we wouldn't be having this coverage, and it's good quality coverage as well. And it's not just because I'm flying the ECN colours. I've been part of the Czech national team and Czech set up for quite a while. It's going to be called a wide, and to get recognition, to get anything at all as promotion for sport for cricket in Europe has been a struggle. We've been to ICC meetings and all sorts of different things, ICC Europe meetings. She's just over the top, and 4 runs, just picked the gap. And what's happened in the last 5 years or so with European cricket, and with a big thanks to ECN and the ICC as well, because they have helped a lot, is quite remarkable. So it's not just a fun little sport. There's a lot more to it, I think. Anyway, let's go back to this game. Not getting too emotional. 19 for 2. And it's Logesh Austin to continue. Bowled 1 ball. He's hit for 4. Big swing and a miss. Gets a good shape. Does Logesh.
yeah, that's where he needs to be. But yeah, there's a lot of things. I mean, of course, one of the things that we did this year for the very first time, and we'll be doing it again in the second edition of the Western Shield coming up, is getting those icon players in. And you know, there definitely is a huge buzz around, not just from spectators that come to watch, but also I think from the players themselves that are playing in a team when you've got a well-known icon player in that team.
Sure.
And yeah, you know, it does work. It does generate more publicity. It generates more interest. And you know, I still believe that. Oh, well, it's a proper wipeout, and you can see the non-striker had to go back here because this is Hossein. He plays a shot and he ends up. Oh, look, down he goes. He's flat. He's flat out, and that means the non-striker realizes he's got to try and get back. And if that throw was a little bit better or a direct hit, it would have been a wicket. Yeah, sensational. But yeah, going back to that, I still believe that. I know we're seeing it in the Western Shield. We'll see it probably in the Melto Shield as well. But I don't think we're that far away, as this one is going to be just out of the reach of the fielder. And they think about another second, but it's not on. I don't think we're that far away that in the European Cricket League, which we know is what we call the Champions League of cricket, where teams, the club champion sides that come together to represent their country in the competition, they're allowed at the moment, as we know, two sort of outside players from their club to come
players,
in. Yeah, I don't think it'll be long before those players start to become big guns. We saw that a little bit for Roman CC.
Yep.
You know, when we saw an international test player from Sri Lanka come and play, we saw it also happen in one or two of the other sides. It won't be long before that starts to happen. And like we say, you know, it's great publicity, it's great marketing, and that will certainly bring a lot more interest. And I also think more players, with the interest, more sponsorship coming in. That's really what it comes down to. Look at that as the power play. It's not pretty, is it? Not pretty at all. And 7, 7 and 6. Score 20 for 2.
Quick question about the Western Shield. Right, the marquee players were there. Right, did any of the marquee players stand out for you compared to other players in those teams?
Very good question. High. Okay, good luck. The wicketkeeper says he's mine, but he don't look that comfortable. But he will take the catch. Well done. Well held. And that's a look at Rajan. He says, it's mine. I like the way he puts his hands out. Almost to say, right, everybody stay away from me. Don't come near me. And Hari Karan, who I really like his bowling when we saw him this morning. He picked up 2 for 8. He bowled a brilliant first over. Only 2 runs came from it. And he'll take a wicket straight away here. So another one will go. I think kind of yes. Because don't forget also the other players playing a good place. These are players that have been selected by the coach of these teams. Team Asia, Team Europe, the rest of the world, Team Europe. So they picked the best players anyway. So an icon player coming in, I don't think was necessarily going to stand out that much. But I think what they brought with them, the experience, we saw some interesting tactics being deployed. Max Adad perhaps coming in. I mean, he was just awesome. You know? His striking of the ball was fantastic. So yeah, I think they did. All right, here's another 2 in 2. We've already had 1 hat-trick, and now Nagarasa Harikaran has another opportunity here.
White van spotted. Sorry to distract their hat-trick. Another white van, mystery white van, number 3.
You're counting them today. Well, I'm counting the wickets. Harikaran, 2 balls, 2 wickets. Well, I don't know if the last hat-tricks entered our Hall of Fame graphic. Well, let's see what we've got so far. The last one that I remember seeing on there, because I was there to see it. And this is the Hall of Fame hat-tricks now. So we have, of course, it's got the international ones on there as well. So Khalid Zahid, he took a hat-trick there for Sweden, and now we've added Khan onto it as well. And here comes another. And
look who's facing the hat-trick ball.
Is it Khan himself?
It is.
So the man who took a hat-trick in the first innings is now facing the hat-trick ball himself in the second. I love this.
Surely it couldn't happen.
Oh, surely it could.
That would be a first. It must be a
Where's the field for the hat-trick ball? Come on, boys. All right, Hari Karan, hat-trick ball. And of course he just pushes it out because there's no pressure on him. Look, you're so far ahead of the game. It's not that often you have a chance to take a hat-trick. Get the players in. How many hat-tricks? Do you know how many hat-tricks you've taken?
None in outdoor cricket.
Really?
No.
That just goes to show how rare sometimes it is. So when the bowler's got an opportunity, get them in. It's in the air, and it's taken. Oh, yeah, what a catch. And Logis Austin takes a catch. So in the 4 balls bowled, there's 3 wickets. Hari Karan takes another. He's taken 3 for 1.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I reckon top of my head, I've taken about. I should know because I've got all the balls somewhere at home, but not including junior cricket. I think when I started playing club cricket, probably about 5.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing thing to do it. And when if you do take one, you never believe it might happen again. So you have to really make the most of that. But we've seen one guy out there, Khan's taken one. He'll remember that for years to come. That's the beauty of the European Cricket Network.
Yeah.
It's up there forever. He can go back and look at it and show whoever he wants.
I'm sure he will too.
Hari Karan, 3 wickets in the over. And it got a 21 for 5.
Oh.
That's a good delivery.
Very watchful. Defensive shot.
Shaheen Khan says, I'm not gonna be another victim. Well, maybe not just yet. Maybe he's old school, defend the first and then go wild. We'll wait and see. Hari Karan, I like him. No messing around, gets to his mark and comes right back.
Ooh, that's close.
Too high, I think.
Oh,
Too high.
maybe.
It's close, but I think just too high. Let's have a look at it again here. I think this ball really it pops up a little bit. It's on the way up.
Yeah, I agree.
But,
He
an
didn't rub
inquiry?
it. That hit him somewhere where I thought it hit him, and he didn't go down, didn't rub it.
no flinch.
No flinch.
What an over. What an over. And he's had a great day. He picked up 2 for 8 in the earlier match, and here he is. He's picked up another 3. Still got another over to come. So that danger is not over yet for Ikota CC. The bling is starting to fade.
It is fading, indeed. Well, new bowler will be Abisan. Very tall bowler is Kanaratham Abisan. Let's see what he can provide. Coming in, bowling to Khan. One of the Khans, I should say. There's 2 Khans out there. It's Aniat Khan, who took the hat-trick earlier.
Well, they'll be saying to each other, if you can't, I can't. Well, let's see if they can.
You can tell us later in the afternoon, can't you?
I think he's starting to look at the new target being 100 here to try and at least pick up a point in this contest. It's up in the air. Fielder comes across. And it's being dropped. So it gets put down. And you had a feeling about this one.
I did. They've been holding the catches so well. And he made good ground, and I thought he was under it and set, but he just wasn't. So, and his cap was going on the wave was falling off.
It doesn't help when the cap covers your eyes at the crucial moment. One doesn't really come up as much as the batter was expecting. This is Shaheen Khan, who's trying to get off the mark, and the Ikota boys, and watching them to my left here, they've certainly added some bling to the tournament, and it's nice to have them with us, but they once again going pretty quiet again, as they know that this match slowly but surely is getting away from them. It's after the hype and the high of winning the first match yesterday, it's gone downhill pretty quickly.
There's a little bit. Just one thing I've noticed with this pitch, that some of them are keeping low outside of stump. So I'll talk to you about that in a moment. This is hit down the ground, should just be a single. So the number of times a keeper has just put their pads together to try to stop the ball from who are going for buys, it's been noticeable over the last few innings. So just outside off stump, I think the ball's starting to not bounce quite as much. It was carrying through quite nicely during the weekend. Might be that the pitch is cracking up underneath, and I'll come back to that in a moment. Whoa, what happened there?
That's very odd, isn't it? It's almost like he just stops playing a shot at this for some reason. The batter just stops there. Watch. Wonder why. Does he think it's going to be high or something?
I don't know. But the ball did roll, as you could see. I mean, it was pitched up quite far.
Yeah.
But he just left it.
Just didn't fancy it. All right, this is the last in the over. And, well, he's lucky he doesn't get a little bit of bat on this. 24 for 5 at the end of 5. Now, I did say I will reveal the answer. The question was, who has the best bowling figures in the history of the Benson and Hedges Cup? And you can see there that it was, and some people did get it. I think
Wayne Daniels.
Yeah, Wayne Daniels is the answer. So in 1978, playing for the minor counties against blatantly superior players was a thankless task at the best of times, but particularly when a West Indian quickie was tearing down, as it was a test match on this day. Middlesex Wayne Daniels terrorised the minors with a 7 for 12 in Ipswich, which is the best bowling figures by an individual in the Benson and Hedges Cup.
Interesting.
So you were along the right lines.
Well, yeah. I just I didn't. Honestly, I don't even know what the Benson Hedges Cup is. Is it? It's mine.
It was one of the big tournaments. That it was the big one at the end. As the season came to an end, it was the one that everybody watched and everybody wanted to win.
It was a county tournament, or
yeah.
Okay. Australians care less about county than they do about the English team, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was one of the big ones. So I think a few people did get that right. So well done if you did. I think looking back, I think John Gray might have eventually sussed that one out. So well done to John if you did. It was just for fun, but well done if you got it right. And if you didn't, well, you know now. Next time you're in one of Danny's quizzes and that pops up, you know who it is. That gets played away. And as the sun comes out, it's nice to have a bit of sunshine late in the afternoon. That's going to be a nice moment for the batter, Shane Khan, who took a while to get off the mark. Now he's going pretty well. That one just bounces before the rope. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice boundary there. 34 for 5 is not looking very nice, though, for Ekota, unfortunately. Actually, 100 is the score. I think Royals are looking good for another 4 points.
Yeah, they've got to restrict them to under 100. Played away and good fielding. Good fielding. It's one thing that we've noticed from Royal 94 in the field. They certainly have raised the bar.
They have, I agree. I've been impressed with this side.
He's got to find a way to keep that cap on.
Hold on.
It touches here. Is that foot touching the... It's a tough one. Tough one. They're having a look at this. Does that foot hit the rope?
I think it's moving the rope. Have a look.
So see if that
front foot's fine, back foot.
I think you're right. There might be the chalk, as McEnroe would say. Didn't see the chalk. Didn't you see the chalk? Well, we see a bit of chalk, but it's got to be conclusive. They're looking at this a number of times. I think they're going with it okay. They're saying it's a save, I suppose. Okay. Not conclusive enough, say the umpire. Well, this doesn't need to be looked at again. That is a biggie. And Aniat Khan, the hat-trick man, now smashes a big 6. And that's a lovely pickup from him. That comes out sweet of that bat. And, well, this bat has got some branding on it. And one day he's got a hat-trick, man. One day maybe he will get a ton as well as he smashes that away with the bat that's got ton written on it. Now, what I was about to say is you're not joining me tomorrow. You're gonna have a
day off.
Your well-earned day off. And I know you're trying to plan a little trip into the centre.
I am.
And go to Paris, aren't you?
I am. I'm going to do a bit of record shopping, which is what I normally do. They're my souvenirs. And there's some very good record stores in Paris. Oh,
that could have gone over the stumps.
I think it did go over the stumps. It's not called a wide.
It's not the first one that Aniat Khan has decided just to leave. He gets out of the way. He doesn't like the short one, does he? And he's not afraid to let you know about it. We'll see it again here. This goes right over the stumps.
Goes over middle and off.
41 for 5. Hey, so how do you manage to get these records back without getting them damaged?
They're fine. Normally, I've got you put it in your cabin luggage and put it between clothes and stuff. I never buy one because one will get, especially the covers will get damaged. So that's my excuse for buying lots. But I mean, there's not much I need anymore that I can't find in certain places. But if there's something that stands out, then I'll get it. I've got quite a few records. My record collection is never complete. It's here in the air and does well. There's Logesh, and only a single actually.
Just look at the fielding. First of all, Logesh does really well, but look at the support he gets. This is teamwork. This is what good teams do. So Logesh puts his body on the line, but look how they come to help him out.
Yeah.
You know, that's a sign of a good team.
Absolutely, and we've said it all along. It's a good ball. Just clipped over the top of the fielder. There's a man back there, and they'll just take the single.
Yeah, they want to double up, but they're not being allowed to. Well, Julian Dawson, if you're around and Danny's doing the quiz, you're on my side. Yeah, well done to you. It was actually Julian Dawson, as Thomas Martinez quite rightly points out. That also got it right, so well done.
So, Dave, no, it's not Phil G who's taking care of the dogs. He has done in the past, actually. This is just missed out. They were thinking of getting a dog, he and his missus, a while ago, and then took care of mine and a couple of times, and then they said, we don't want to take care of him anymore.
Good question, Dave. Dave's got the right idea. Come on, we haven't got long to go in the day. Any other random questions? Firing through. I've got one for you because I know that you know a fair bit about France. So come on, give me a food tip for when I'm off. What's a good dish to try?
Well, I mean, there's lots of good dishes, but it just depends on what you like. French cooking's often very complex. Often has a lot of technique in it. There's often a lot of butter and things like cheese in it, but it just depends. It really depends. There is a nice restaurant in Dreux we tried the other day that I highly recommend. It's I think it's called the Market Pub Restaurant or something like that. And the food's delicious, relatively inexpensive. The service is fantastic as well. They were very nice. They give you an amuse-bouche, which is a little, 4 runs. A little amuse-bouche, which is something it amuses the mouth. So it's a kind of like a little soup, as we see here. This is what's happening tomorrow. Yeah,
well, this is what you're going to miss out on. The last day of Group A matches, so we will know tomorrow which two teams will go through the final stage. The Vipers, they look like they're not going to make it, but Paris Army certainly do have a very good chance. They've got to come back strong, though, haven't they, after a bit of a hiding. That they got Mitri looking good against PUC. That could be a very crucial match. Match number 12, Royals then in action against Zami. Also could be a lot playing on that one. So plenty of good cricket to come. I know there's a slight worry about the weather. It's only a forecast, but there is some rain that is forecasted. Let's hope it doesn't come and ruin the occasion. Quiche Lorraine, what about that? Delicious. A lot of people say you gotta, if you're in France, I know my daughter, she loves quiche. She says, Dad, if you're there, you gotta have the quiche. So I'm going to be on the lookout for a nice quiche.
Quiche Lorraine you can find in boulangerie pâtisserie, which are baker and patisseries, basically cake shops. You often find them there. Of course, you can have things like coq monsieur, which is more bar food, which is kind of like a grilled cheese sandwich. There's a bechamel, and you have a coq madame, which is the same but with egg.
Excuse me?
Coq madame. Coq monsieur.
Don't you get me started. That brings the 50 up, by the way. Good job it's the last game. We can talk about things like that. Anyway. Yeah. 51 on the board.
The other thing with French food is it depends what kind of restaurant, because you can have a provincial French restaurant which will have regional dishes.
Yeah.
All right. You can have a formal French restaurant which is, that's 6. Nice shot.
Well, he likes to leave some deliveries done, Anyat Khan, but I think he's far better off when he hits them. That's another. He's hit 4, and now he hits 6. As Priyan, who's normally quite a useful bowler, is going to get to pump for a boundary in these first 2 balls.
So Anyat, bit of resistance. Hit that pretty well too. That's
That's good fielding.
very
That
good fielding.
hits the ground and kind of takes off, but it's well watched by Harikaran. Now, interesting that they haven't gone back to him, have they? He's bowled. They did just bowl the 1 over, so they haven't gone back to him. No, they did go back to him. He did go. Sorry, we must have been talking about
That food.
something else at the time. Yeah, his second over didn't go as well. Went for 17. Now, after that great first over.
So anyway, I know there's a couple of horses in the air. It's high. It should be safe, and it'll be 6. Nice shot over the top of cover.
I tell you what, they know they need to get past 100. They're certainly giving it a go. So just have a look at your screen there. What they're needing here to try and get a point. This over is going to help them big time. 17 off it. There's Cheyenne Khan getting in on the act. And now he's going to go timber the clutter off the wood as that one goes onto the stumps. No celebration there from Priyan because he's taken a bit of his own medicine in this one as well, as there's been 2 6s and a 4 off it. But a big wild swing from the other Khan. That's, of course, Shaheen. And it clatters into the stump, so he's going to have to go. That's the 6th wicket does fall right at the end of that over. 64 for 6 at the end of 8.
Yeah, it's going to be a task for them to get to that 100, I think. And Royals are marching on.
One thing that I've heard a lot of, and I believe it's true, do the locals refer to France as the hexagon because of its shape?
Yes, yes, I guess. I
thought somebody said that to me when I was, I think, at the airport, and I heard them say, hexagon, and I thought,
Yeah.
so I sort of quickly kind of Googled it, and they said, yeah. And hexagon is often a name that they refer to France?
Yeah, I'd say yes. France, France actually covers the most time zones in the whole of the world because they've got overseas territories in different places. Like, for instance, I'll come back to that in a moment. This is in the air, should be a catch, and taken. And it's safe hands of Logesh Austin, takes another catch.
Yeah, that's a shame, really, because the 2 Khans, when they were together, were giving them maybe a sniff of getting to the 100 and salvaging a point. But we saw Cheyenne get bowled at the end of the last over, and right at the start of this one, Anyat Khan, the hat-trick hero. It doesn't look like much of him at all. No wonder he decides to leave the short balls alone. But when he hit it really well. That's a good knock from him. Hit 2 6s and 1 4. As he will depart, though. Nice to see him have a hit.
I'm just
7th wicket goes down.
I'm just going to mention something in the chat. It's cock with a CR, madame, not.
But that's why I said.
It's cock.
Say that again.
Cock, monsieur, like cock is in crunch, I guess, and cock, madame.
Well, that sounds good, but it ain't going too far. Fielder under it, 2 and 2. Oh well, 2 and 2, and now Elliston, it's his turn to be on a hat trick. Well, we've seen a hat trick graphic again. And I think it's more important that that we go back to Danny and Danny explains what he's talking about.
Dave's got a couple of good.
Yeah, I've just seen that.
Yeah, with, if you like cheese, raclette, fondue savoyard, but also tartiflette. Tartiflette's delicious. Basically, if you in the Savoie region, it's a variation of cheese, bacon, and potatoes.
Yeah.
Or bacon, cheese, and potatoes.
Yeah.
Or cheese, bacon, and potatoes, or potatoes, bacon, and cheese. Different cheeses, but the tartiflette's delicious. It's what's the cheese? Let's just call it tartiflette cheese, I think. Oh no, it's.
I like the cheese that we had here one of the cheeses we had here yesterday, which was when you sort of cut into it, it sort of oozed out like that. I like
absolutely. That. Well, that's how Camembert should be, and Bries as well. You shouldn't put them in the fridge.
Yeah, correct.
Keep them out of the fridge, and they've got to be ripe. And that's the word for it.
They've got to have a pong to them.
Yes.
Well, that's pretty wide. So we're getting to the end of day 2 here. Now, it's been a good day. We've had some, as the forecast was, we've had a fair bit of sunshine, some cloud. We even had a little smidgen of rain at one point. And Alistair has bowled well, hasn't he, the captain? Hey, I think when it comes to, my feeling is when it comes to one of the big matches, that this guy here could make all the difference. He seems to be a very good leader.
Yep.
He looks like somebody who can perform when he has to.
Yeah.
And, just keep an eye on him. And he's pretty close to picking up his 4th wicket here. But yeah, it's been a really good day. I want to thank. I know we say our thank yous later, but some people may be shooting off as soon as this match is done. So I still want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. You've been absolutely brilliant today. You really have.
Yeah.
It's just been great following what you're talking about amongst yourselves. It's great the interaction that we've had with you. You've been absolutely brilliant. So you all get a bit of the bling bling as we see your Cotter. You'll all get a gold star as well from myself as Danny. Is that end of an over? And somebody else who gets a gold star is John Marie Elliston, because it's been a good performance from him in this match. He scored runs at the top of the order, 36, and he's picked up 3 for 9.
Yeah, it's been really good. He's a good cricketer, but there are quite a few stars in this team. Logesh Austin with the ball, I think, is fantastic. There's also Wagrajan, the keeper, very solid keeper, big hitter of the ball, and Priyan with the ball on the bat.
Priyan with the ball. Hey, we're talking about food. There'll probably be a bit more chat about food, but one thing I want to mention, and I think this is brilliant. I found this out, and I want to touch on it. So since 2016, it's been forbidden to throw food away that is still edible here in France.
Yes.
I really like that. This one is going to drop just out of reach of Joseph. So the rule was introduced to prevent food waste by making it more difficult to destruct edibles.
Yep.
In a country that loves food so much, it's known for its food, of course, we know that. This is not a world-shocking law. However, if you choose to throw food away or burn it, that is perfectly edible, you could find yourself in big trouble with the law.
It works with supermarkets. So when products get to that use by the sale by date, they don't throw it away, they donate it. So I think it's a very, very good initiative. Lots of other things that are very progressive in France as well, which is difficult to say because change doesn't come easy in France. It normally comes with strikes and protests and burning vehicles. But another one is you can't check your work phone after 6 o'clock. I don't know how it works in practice. So he's hit in the air, could be gone, should be gone, and it is. Nice catch.
Joseph gets a wicket. Another one bites the dust. And there's applause. I'm getting a bit confused at CC applauding quite heavily. It's almost like one of their batters has just scored a 50 or something. But it's Joseph who gets the wicket. Mohit is the man who's going to have to go. And they are now 9 wickets down. So this could be coming to an end, maybe even before the next 2 deliveries. So can they survive? 4 points going the way of Royal. 94 though. That's certainly going to boost them in the standings.
It's a bit short from Joseph to pick up his own crumbs and just hang on to the ball. So there's well, could bowl them out. They're definitely not getting anything out of this game. 1 ball left. And this is in the air, should be caught. And that's it. That's it. Bowled him out in the final delivery for 69. All out for 69. And big win again for Royals.
Yeah. So, well done to Royal. And they showed once again that polished performance that we saw from them in the earlier match, and we liked what they did in that win. In match number 7 was the second in the day against the Greeny Vipers, and me and you were both very impressed with their fielding performance and the way they went about that chase. All right, in this match, they sort of fell away a little bit towards the end of the inning, especially with those all those wickets falling in over number 9 and 10. But their performance in the field, I have to say, really good. I like the way the bowlers bowl. They don't bowl too many gundy balls. Their catching is good. The way they combine together in the field is really good. They're an energetic side that, well, could pull off a bit of a shock here tomorrow.
Look, absolutely. And well, I won't be here for the final day of the round matches, the group matches tomorrow. But I'm looking forward to keeping up to date and seeing how these guys go, because they're a very likeable team, and I'm wishing them all the best. Not picking any favourites, but there are some good teams in this side of the draw. Some very strong teams in Team B, which we'll see on Thursday. Yeah, and credits due to Ekota. It's their first time on the network, and they had that win first up. But I think they're not quite as strong as some of the other sides, even though they have some good players.
Yeah, this is what's coming up tomorrow. So I was just having a look at the standings there. So 2 games more played than Zalmi by Royal, but they have now moved to 13 points. Now Royal, Paris Zalmi can still catch them, but they've got some difficult games tomorrow. So that match number 13 actually becomes a huge match. And you see on there, it's the only match that Royal will play tomorrow, because they have already played now 4 matches. That becomes a huge match. That could be deciding who finishes top, i.e. who gets the double chance, and which team may have to finish second and play the eliminator.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as you can see, well, Paris University, they're playing for a spot as well.
Yeah, they're still in it. They're still in it. They've only played just the 2 matches on 3 points. But they need to win big, though, tomorrow. Well,
they're playing Mitri, who are a good side as well. That's going to be a good clash second up as well. Greeny Vipers, probably, I mean, it won't make it. Probably them and Ekota would be the 2 teams. So it is 4 teams that go through to the playoffs. Or
there's
3?
Only the top 2. Only the top 2. So the team that finishes first in the group, and the team that finishes second. So 2 from Group A, 2 from Group B.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
there's no playoffs.
There's no playoffs.
Oh,
no playoffs. It's the same. I know you. I mean, you probably haven't done this format yet. This is the same format that we just had in Bologna. So
2 white vans.
Big change. Yeah, that tells you it's time to go. The vans are going to try and beat the traffic. And well, this was the fielder who was trying to cause a run out, but it was a batter who got wiped out on that occasion. High up in the air, unliking this of the keeper, spreads his hands out and says, "Nobody come near me, it's my space, and I'm going to take the catch." That's Lagarajan. We know he's a good player. And he's another one that I think, when the going gets tough, can come good. He showed a little spark of that today. Of course, didn't have the best of starts with the duck in the earlier day, but he came back well on this match. And this guy, I've got to say, I know he's your favourite player, so you can mention him, Logesh Austin.
I think he's fantastic. He's just such the perfect bowler, as you mentioned, for a captain as well. You know what you're going to get from him, and he's so consistent. Clever bowler as well. Yeah. So I like what he does.
He's been really good. And also, look, we talk about his bowling, and he normally bowls himself, but look at this. Look at his fielding. Look at the way he puts himself on the line. He throws himself forward. He's taken some catches out there as well. He is a really crucial sort of cog in their side. I think if he's going well, then they all sort of rub off him, and that's what good players do. And there was that little moment, wasn't it? Let's just focus on that moment of batting when we had the 2 Khans out there. We had the very sort of young and looks pretty shy. And here he is now hitting it big. That was Aniyat Khan, the man who took a hat-trick as well. You have to give him a lot of credit. When the chips were down and he was bowling, he probably thinks he's bowling and he's going to get the treatment, but he gave it his everything. And then with the bat as well, he goes out there and scores 20 runs. He's the second highest scorer behind the man who was batting out there with Shaheen Khan. Those 2 put a good partnership in together. So he certainly had a good day, but you have to say that the key players perhaps, or the experienced players that Ekota CC have in their side, they didn't really show up today.
You're right. Farouk Ahmed's come in today, and well, you can tell that he hadn't really played much on this pitch, and it was a good bowler he was facing, to be fair. Two good bowlers who were getting in swing, trying to find that gate to the left-hander, and finally they did find it. So that was, I think, good bowling to him. Look at the score sheet. Farouk Ahmed on 13, then 3 ducks and a 5. Not good from your top 5 there. Anyat Khan, though, 20 and 23 for the next batsman. Look at the economy rates here. Wickets for Logesh Austin, John Mary Alliston with 3, and also Hari Karan with 3. Very good bowling. Wickets also for Priyan and Tarun Joseph.
Yeah, it's a good all-round performance. What more can you say about Royal 94? We like watching them play. We like the way they play. I think they're a team that have to be respected. That's probably a good way to look at it, actually, I think, for them. They're a team that if whoever's playing against them, when they're in the field and bowling to you, you've got to give them respect. I don't think they're a team that you can go out there and just swing wildly and feel you're going to get runs on the board, because I think they're better than that. And they've shown that already. I think that's what Ikota tried to do in a way. Farouk Ahmed tried to have that approach. Abdullah did. And two guys that you'd expect to do well for Ikota and need them to do well for Ikota to get runs on the board. They just didn't give them probably the respect that they deserve. They're a good team. You don't respect them, they're going to beat you.
Absolutely, and they're going to put pressure in the field, and it's very rare they're going to drop catches as well. So, yeah, it was a very good performance again by the Royals.
Yeah, great performance, a great day. I've really enjoyed today.
Yeah, it's been fun.
We've had a bit of sunshine. We've been well looked after again. So I'm going to start by saying, of course, a huge thank you to the Federation here, and of course all the guys from Drew. They look after us so well, and the food once again was magnificent. And you know what it's like, when you're in a place where you get a good vibe and you're well looked after, you feel comfortable, you feel, and you're made to feel like you're at home. So the hospitality from Drew is great. It brings out the best in you as well. I've really enjoyed being here today. It's been an energetic day. I think the cricket's been good. We almost saw a century early on in the morning when Numan Amjad got to 92. I do feel for him a little bit. He's never scored a century on the network. And then in that last match, we saw a hat-trick. So to Anyat Khan. So congratulations to him. He's got his name on the Hall of Fame. And one thing that we don't often talk a lot about, and I know me and you are sort of kind of on the same sort of generation. When we played cricket, I don't know about yourself, but we never had the opportunity to ever watch yourselves play. No. And I've talked about hat tricks. I've taken hat tricks. You've had some memorable feats as well. You've had some good wins, but they're just memories. What these guys have, thanks to European cricket, it's always there. It's almost like a catalogue of things, and Anyat Khan can just go back to this day whenever he wants. I mean, he's a young lad. I don't know his marital status, but one day he might get married. He'll show his wife. He'll show his kids. His kids will eventually show. It's a beauty of European cricket. So that's something that's going to stay with him for a very long time. And I think there's a lot of other memories that are going to be made here while we're in France. So it's been absolutely great. Well done to the umpires. It was nice to have umpire Anton here. You get a chance to see him first time as well. He brings a little bit of something different out there in the middle as well. But yeah, well done to the umpires. Well done once again to the Blue Crew. They've been absolutely great. I know that you're having the day off tomorrow, so I'll let you have the last word.
Well, we've got good day's cricket coming up tomorrow. Starting off with Grini Vipers against Paris Zalmi. The Vipers still are winless, and Zalmi will have to play well to beat them, but it looks like a pretty comfortable opening game for them, and they're going to look to try to get top spot, and that's going to be a crunch match 13 with Royal and Zalmi. But the Mitri Paris University match 12 is also going to be a big one. So good day's cricket, 5 more games. Looking forward to seeing what happened. I'm going to try to ignore most of it because I've got a day off, but it'll be nice to see, catch up during the day to see how these teams are doing.
Well, you have a good day in Paris. Happy hunting with the records.
Thank
and
you.
Maybe when we catch up with you on Thursday, you'll share with us what you managed to find. So I'm looking forward to that. Looking forward to tomorrow. And looking forward to the highlights. I can hear the music. It's time to party with a little bit of back and forth. Thank you for watching, everybody. A big thank you to the chat. All of you have been absolutely brilliant. Remember, you can stay in touch with European cricket. You can go onto our website, europeancricket.com, and of course on social media as well. So thank you all very much. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, everybody.
See you guys.
My body back and forth. My body back and forth. My body back and forth. My body. Move my body.